Deadlock Fight Night is back once again for its 6th week. Entering the ring is Skill as they take on DFN veterans of Pojilaya Skumbriya, who look for that rematch up against DMS for the throne. Not wanting to see Tass on Paradox, Skill take it away as PS responds with a Mirage Ban. Continuing in true PS style, they open up early with kills and sport a 6k soul lead only 5 minutes in. The first big fight kicks off around the left bus spawn, in which Skill have the man advantage. It turns into a 3-on-3 trade with PS coming out ahead, securing the second flex slot from the lane 4 walker.
Pia saying, you know what, we're going to fight for it too. Shelter drops pretty early into the fight. Death Slam in from Lex, looking for anything. Geist under pressure, but 1300 HP, not feeling very pressured, just getting tickled by the poke here, Jason. It's nowhere near enough to even make Hardeki feel threatened.
Yeah, these death slams are kind of being counterproductive here, just throwing in people who can take down your entire team. They do respond taking on Zanya, but again, we can see PS immediately respond back yet again. And in the meantime, PS are still pushing lane forward, looking for another walker in this game, getting their next flex slot unlocked as we finally see Heli trying to go in, Shadow Transformation used, but is he realistically able to pick up any of these kills?
Kelvin gets Kelvin with the aid of Maxich. Goes in, grapple. Now the hunt on the Geist. Geist does not have Shadow Transformation here, has a parry, but that's not going to be nearly enough. With
Maxich getting caught in the backlines, PS push into their opponents, getting another flex slot, having 3 to Metal Skill 0. Continue the chase here. But PS, like you said, I mean, it's down to 12k now. You still have to be relatively careful here in the comeback because they're going to start to hit hard. And speaking of hitting hard, Tass gets his revenge, getting the kill into Heli.
And the other problem here, you take a look at the push situation where they're about to get the final walker. They are going to be awash in flex slots.
Mid-boss can give and it can take as Pojilaya Skumbriya try to lock down an advantage. Spacemaker and Heli team up to steal away the Rejuvenator and keeps their hopes alive. And there we go. The Rejuvenator is about to drop here. Here comes the engagement.
They're going in, they're looking for the steal. Metal Skill, they get the steal, Jason! They're able to hop on in. It's the Ivy Yamato special, and Yamato didn't even have to blow Shadow Transformation. And just like that, Metal Skill back in the game. Even if Pojilaya Skumbriya cleans them up here, this was a good exchange for Metal Skill.
Oh, they're still going on the chase here. Only 3 people left alive for Metal Skills. We're about to lose one more. YG just trying to escape and really no chance you're going to do so up against Sunset. After letting the urn turning go for free, Metal Skill decide to engage after, but walk into the trap set by Litz. You see Metal Skill go for the contested. Affliction goes in. It looks like no chase is going to be happening off of this.
Yeah, Metal Skill decided not to go in on it. I mean, part of it might be where it's at. It's not the best territory for Lash per se, but Frozen Shelter forced out early. Max Rich super low, can't get away. Pojilaya Skumbriya now turning the tables, moving on in. Sunset gets one. You get the Shadow Transformation later to a fight from Heli. Metal Skill still trying to turn it around. Goo Ball in progress. You got the disruption from the Goo Ball. You got Yamato looking for anything. Sunset, though, in the meanwhile, picks up another as Tass the assassinate from above. It's Pojilaya Skumbriya just vastly dominating the fight, Jason.
Pojilaya decide not to take any of Metal Skill's base and back away as the counter push comes in. Trying to chip away at the soul lead, MS push into lane 1 for the walker, but get caught out and lose 4.
Kind of sandwiched between 5, but the 5 don't really seem to be wanting to go in on pocket. They know it's going to be a longer fight if they do, and instead it's Slash. Lex 1 getting caught, gets hit with the crows, gets hit with the assassinate, 283 HP. That's a Lash that doesn't want to take to the skies. Gets a cube, and now it's just all taking place in the garage as both teams getting into it, and it's Pojilaya Skumbriya on the punish, which started with the Vindicta poke.
With 3 quick kills coming in on the left buff, PS decide to take the mid boss. Metal Skill respawn with an urn turn in, but Maxich takes a bit too much damage and PS busts out the Thermite to tear down the base and get another chance up against DMS.
Maxich, though, still might not leave with his life. Damage coming on. Does look like Maxich is able to get away. Metal Skin trading out poke. I don't think they want to engage this too much outside the base, but you know, as I say that, Max Rich gets caught. And even just down 1 here, now down 2. Jason, this could be it.
I mean, Together is not listening to you. He goes straight in towards the back line and pops off an Affliction. They get secure another kill off of this one. The patron will be transformed.
I think the only thing PS has to worry about here is giving up a 5 to 6 man Lash ult into the Fountain. That's it. If so long as you don't get your entire team hit by Death Slam, you got this. Telekinesis in, over, damage fall through coming in. You see the Death Slam, but they're just far enough out that he can't get them into the Fountain. Maybe a punish will be there, Jason, but really the stat check is too tremendous right now from Pojilaya Skumbriya, and they are healthy on the Patron down the half, and this is going to be GG.
I mean, the toughest thing about this situation is they could have just zerged this down, respawn back in and did it again and still close off the game, but Pojilaya Skumbriya gonna have a chance to redeem themselves from prior weeks. Unfortunately for Pojilaya Skumbriya, Sunset's PC exploded after the last match. D-Mob from Buff Enjoyer steps in for their team. And knowing the strength of Play With Me on Wraith, PS decided to take it away. In typical PS fashion, early aggression nets them 2 kills, putting Hardeki massively ahead. That's a lot of damage that can be done in melee range, and you're seeing it right here, as we're going to see Play With Me be the first death here in this game. And I didn't even notice till now, Play With Me's actually on the Warden. He's not even playing a carry in a solo lane. Determined to take their throne back, PS continued the aggression on lane 2, netting 2 more kills and the Guardian. He looks to just jump away, and here's the ultimate out of Abrams here, diving towards the back line for Play With Me, who's just been punished this game. It feels like last thing gonna come in, but it's not even gonna matter in time. And Pojilaya Skumbriya, the dive is successful.
Play With Me can't get the last stand up in time. Frozen Shelter coming up from Hapex. DMS looks to continue the pressure in lane. Hapex can't get away afterwards. The other picks that one up then.
Even though DMS won a small fight getting 4 kills before this, it all amounts to nothing as PS respawn, winning another fight and taking 4 kills for themselves.
Hit the wall, but the pressure still in. Forces out the last stand. Play With Me gets last stand up, but can't survive long enough to get value off the life leech. Seismic slam in. Kelvin now in hot pursuit from the Abrams. Abrams looking, still following. How far this chase is going to go? The Shiv comes in for a little bit good measure here, Jason.
Well, the earn turn is going to be neutral here between the two teams as well. And PS, I mean, they're going to be able to pick up a kill if Psycho's not careful. D-Mob gets a kill into Hapex here, and I think Psycho's going to follow as well here. And PS, DMS, the lead that you just clawed back against, you completely give away. Realizing it's either now or never, DMS decide they have to face PS before they snowballed out of control. Want to go farm, realize he's going to be needed here for this fight. The Frozen Shelter has gone in. At least they're fighting in open areas. Litz gets to turn in under the mask of the Frozen Shelter, and not to mention only that, they get themselves 2 quick kills as well. Psycho goes down, Hapex goes down. Zani going to be going in, and they're still looking to push the pace here, push these kills, and look for even more. Hardeki trying to look for the 1v1 against Prestis, has to be careful of the soul exchange, but he will be fine. And that is going to be a clean sweep here. An ace coming in for Pojilaya Skumbriya.
Pojilaya Skumbriya not backing off. Respawn still in progress here for DMS. They're almost back in full strength, but the pressure on the Patron's going to be coming in soon. They're already down their Mo. And Jason, this could be map 1 heading the way of Pojilaya Skumbriya. The Patron is getting absolutely melted. It's gone. And Pojilaya Skumbriya taking map 1.
DMS changed things up in the second match as they take away Yamato from Together. PS continue the momentum from the last match as they managed to get the earn and 3 kills.
Biggest fight, though, of course, going on in lane 4, still here in Furnace, diving on in. Does not want any part of the last stand and still can't get away. Zanya right over and in. Last stand finishing it off. Litz getting the soul earn turn in, and it evens it right back up, 53k to 56k. And the remnants of the fight still going on. Pressure in onto the Mirage. Mirage cannot escape.
Some call it deja vu, as PS start mid-boss only to have it stolen away by Wolfie and Psycho. There's going to be the swap coming through.
Concussive Combustion coming on in. Wolfie looking to be the hero to go for the steal. DMS, they get the steal! Off the Concussive Combustion over the Rejuvenator, Jason. The Infernus Dream comes alive, and Pojilaya Skumbriya, the early pressure into the mid-boss does not pan out. DMS getting put firmly in the driver's seat in this fight.
Psycho, proven to be the MVP of this match, denies the earn turn-in and instead secures it for his team. This they haven't been able to get the earn turn-in. And speaking of actually going to be the charge to deny the turn-in, that's going to be the rescue beam to pull him away. And well, the solar, I don't know who even has it at the moment. It might just be on the ground because he was disabled. He was stunned up, so he dropped it. And there's going to be
it's sitting on the ground.
To turn it around.
It is absolutely sitting on the ground. DMS says, no, that's my earn. It was Psycho 13 that came in, got the timely charge, put the Warden off the point, made him drop the earn.
After catching out Hardeki in lane 4, DMS go for the mid-boss. PS contests, but DMS lock it down as well as 4 kills. Engage, I believe he only hit 2 though, as the Rejuvenator is going to be dropping. But will we see Litz go in for this one? He's going to have to go pull off a big steal. When we see both teams going to be stacked up from top of the Rejuvenator. Seismic Slam goes in as well. The Rejuvenator is going to be locked in for DMS, so they do secure it with 3 kills off the back of that. Litz and Taz be the last 2 remaining, and DMS might have been able to pull this back into a 3rd map as they're just going to snowball the rest of this game. Not being able to close out the game with the last rejuve, DMS decide to go for it again. Psycho confirms not only the Rejuvenator, but the first map 3 in DFN history.
Honest pickoff onto either Infernus or Vindicta if they want to have a chance, or maybe get a steal, but the Concussive Combustion onto the point. Abrams goes in just to make sure. This Psycho 13, 2 quick pickoffs as a result.
No way you lose this fight in any world. They're going to just focus it down. And this will be the first time in Deadlock Fight Night history here in week 6 that we're going to have a 3rd map in the series. DMS are not going to go out quietly as they take us to a 3rd map. With PS taking away Mirage, we see DMS lock in the haze yet again for Play With Me. Seeing a Warden in a solo lane makes Play With Me lick his chops. Oh no.
It's going the reverse. Yeah, the setup is here onto the Warden. Sleep Dagger still in reserve. Lands the dagger. Waits. Heavy damage going in. The last stand out. Again.
He's done well too. Like last game, he did fantastic in the lady phase, and well, we're gonna actually see another gank on together. So even with Play With Me being a nuisance early on, PS keep their cool and get an earned turn in with 4 kills to boot.
For Pojilaya Skumbriya in the point, Frozen Shelter gives just enough cover to get it in. Sure, a few of the souls get denied. Pojilaya Skumbriya in a little bit of a lead, 5k, but oof. Hapex gang turned down.
DMS being 10k in the lead and feeling confident they can secure it, they go for mid boss. Task shows why he's deserving of a Paradox ban though, as he comes in with the sickest steal we've ever seen. Frozen Shelter, that's gonna be Task gonna be coming through to looking for the stop. Somehow they're Rejuvenator, and he gets the steal? How does he pull off the steal against 3 players of DMS? The fight starts off on the rooftop, but ends in the streets, as Pojilaya Skumbriya find a way to deal with Play With Me and win the fight.
Abrams found his way up top.
That's not fair. He has Seismic Slam to do so, and he's gonna slam it on down, ZP.
Slams on Den, looks for the Mirage, Tornado out. Unstoppable Abrams does not care. Meanwhile, Play With Me got Hardeki super early in the fight again, Jason. The only person down in the fight is Hardeki. Together, though, lands a good last stand. Finds Play With Me. And DMS down 3. Pojilaya Skumbriya. Hardeki may have been the sacrifice here. As DMS, though, they get the turn in, even down 3.
After being bullied for what felt like the entire match, Hardeki finds his place as the 50k Soul 7 decimates DMS. The game here decide who wins the King of Europe and who takes home the $1,000. That's going to be Sap. Ethereal Shift going to be used as he's looking to back away now. And Hardeki, we're seeing his point of view and what he can really do here without the threat of Play With Me there.
Leaning in a ton of damage onto the Abrams. Over the top. Gets hit the slowing hex. Play With Me. Hop pursuing the Hardeki from behind. Hardeki turns, drops the lightning ball. Tass already down. Wolfie Div 2. Bleeding him dry on the pocket. Stormcloud now out from Hardeki. Under fire. Stays alive. Gets hit by the crows. Low HP. Dancing around. Another lightning ball as Wolfie continues to pick them apart from behind.
Tass again cracks open the defensive DMS with not only a paradoxical swap onto Hapex, but a swap on who the kings of EU are. Yeah, the rescue beam stopped it though, so not that big of a deal. Or did it actually? I thought Hapex didn't go through. He's gonna fall from this one, and PS might be looking to close out the game. The first set of Guardians at the base gonna fall 2 shrines thereafter. What can DMS do to hold on? Not to mention the bullet dance could be enough here. You're still going to see PS respect this. The Slice Blade is going to come through looking for an initial stun onto one player, but what's going to be there to back him up with is esports to back off on very low HP. Metal Skin comes in to stop Play With Me, and the curse on top of that. Play With Me can't do absolutely anything. The Storm Cloud comes in as well, and this is going to shut down DMS. Pojilaya Skumbriya are going to look to take this one, reclaim the title of Europe, and take home the $1,000, ZP.
A response from Pojilaya Skumbriya. They complete the comeback. They adapt. They download. They are once again your champions of Europe. It is time, everyone. It is Wednesday once again, and that means it is time for some Deadlock Fight Night. ZP here with DDK and Dan. Once more, you take a look at EU. It is going to be a stacked day of Deadlock.
Yeah, it's amazing how things have developed over time. All the teams at the top on both regions now are solidifying more, and the rivalries, we're deep into them. It's super exciting stuff.
Now, if you're just new to the show, wondering what is going on, you know what? We got you covered. We had the recaps, but now this is the format that goes down every week here at Deadlock Fight Night. And the format's pretty simple. We have 2 challenging teams that will be facing off in each region, and the winner of that challenging match will be going on to our money match, where they'll face the champion of the last week. It's simple, it's quick, Dan. You get the best of the best every week. No fluff.
That's absolutely right. I mean, it's been really refreshing in the EU region in particular that we see these 3 names repeatedly. All have won. It's always competitive. I think DMS, we were kind of ruling them out at the beginning when they appeared, but they've shown, especially with the likes of the star power of Play With Me on the team, that they are maybe the best right now. I mean, it's every week we ask the question, and every week there's a surprise.
Now, of course, if you've been following Deadlock Fight Night for a while, maybe you've noticed, but if you haven't noticed, we are now partnering with Intel to give away some gear. Right now, Intel is giving away a 14th generation Core i9 14900K. Yes, that is a lot of numbers. CPUs will do that, but trust us, it is a quick processor. It's a fast processor. Go to deadlockfightnight.com to enter, and there are a myriad of ways to toss your name into the hat. As always, supporting our sponsors supports us, so we appreciate it. And I hear there's even bigger and better things coming down the line from Intel. We'll see. But for now, go enter. It's free. Also, Jason is here.
Yeah,
I was going to say, since the start.
I was just waiting to be introduced so I could talk. Obligated introduction to be done to me.
All right, I will be honest. I had to run a show up with the full sponsor read, so I did not see this that you were just here. But yes, Jason is here for some very good analytical content.
It's like you're one of those friends where you're introducing to you don't introduce someone to someone that your friend who's standing next to you doesn't know, and they don't know each other, and you just awkwardly stand and just pretend like these people know each other when they don't, and it's awkward for everyone but you. That's what just happens, EP.
I'm just part of the Cool Kids Club. I'm happy to be here, Man, the giveaway is awesome. Not to mention, we do have a Discord server up now for Deadlock Fight Night, a public Discord server. You can come in, chat about the games, you can post your clips, talk about the game in general. So obviously you guys can check that out as well, which is actually a part of the giveaway. A little bit of an extra ticket if you do join that as well.
All right, but now we got to talk about what we're going to be seeing here today. Our first matchup in EU. 2 teams that are very familiar with each other, looking at just this last week in the Maelstrom Masters. It's going to be DMS taking on, of course, Buff Enjoyers, a team that has been champion of Deadlock Fight Night many times over. Same with DMS. EU guys continually rotating here.
Yes, it has. I don't know who's supposed to cut in there. Yeah. I'm looking at Dan's eyes and I'm just lost in the blue. These 3 teams have been at the pinnacle of EU Deadlock since the beginning, it feels like, to be honest. I didn't really expect DMS to have the kind of rise up it did, as they did unfortunately fall last week up against Pojilaya Skumbriya. But Buff Enjoyers, for me, Dan, I'm happy to see them back because they do have a new support coming in. They did drop Piggy and Obi-Kim coming into the team, which we did see previously playing in Deadlock Fight Night, I believe, with Pojilaya Skumbriya. So it'll be interesting to see how he's going to adapt within the team and how they've improved since.
Yeah, I'm really curious, the test of hunger here, because obviously if you're the team that's winning, and I feel like, we had that at the beginning with Buff Enjoyers, where they seem to be able to just beat pretty much everybody. I think there was definitely somewhat of a clear gap in a lead. And, the question is, where does the complacency set in? Who's practicing harder? Who is practicing better? And on top of that, there's always the meta within the meta. When these teams are the best, and you've got a small handful of them, and they want to get the best practice, they have to play each other. So then that creates really weird situations where the tendencies of just a specific team and players so well that you can cut corners that kind of go beyond where the meta is. So it makes things really exciting, but also, because it's unpredictable, and that's what I love about it. And so I'm curious if Buff Enjoyers will be able to once again reclaim the throne, which they lost now, I feel like, quite some time ago.
Yeah, I mean, Buff Enjoyers, there's no doubt that at this point they're going, okay, we haven't been up at the top for a while within Deadlock Fight Night. Is this week going to be the week? Certainly they've shown they can take DMS to task. But also, talking about the history of Deadlock Fight Night here, we're putting in a little bit of work. We got some stats now that we can go over and just sort of talk about the history here. It's been enough weeks that we've had real narratives building. And, You know, Jason, I know you've put a lot of work in the cataloging all these stats.
Yeah, you know, it's so just to kind of give you guys some context, right? These matches are only, or the data is only from Deadlock Fight Night matches. I don't have the time to go collect the data from every single event that's happening from around the world. But we can take a look here at one of our first indicators of individual performance within these teams. It's called souls per minute. We're taking a look at the average souls per minute when it comes to EU across all the matches in Deadlock Fight Night, with a minimum of 3 maps being played. And we've taken a look at our top 10. I think one of the really interesting things about this is you can kind of also determine who's kind of playing what. You look at Wolfie, he's currently sitting at 1,275 average souls per minute in every single match he's played, which means to me he's definitely farming jungle quite a bit, definitely playing a lot of 7 as we've seen in the past as well. But then you look down the list here, you do have like buff enjoyers with Zergy, who's mostly a solo lane player, who, you know, we see a lot on Wraith, for instance. Play With Me as well, which you see him like to roam between these like dual lanes and solo lanes every so often. You look down the list, you have Sunset in there, Hardeki as well, and Hardeki is a really interesting one when we get to that best of 3 that I want to talk about here. But you can also get a really cool indicator of like what lanes kind of people are playing and how they do up against their opponents with this.
Yeah, this is really cool because, like you say, when you add the context of the players' styles, obviously it's a little bit harder to break that down off of the graphic, and we're having to fill in the gaps there. But yeah, what strikes me is that Play With Me, we've praised him in many respects, and we don't tend to necessarily look at the stats per se, but we just look at the play and sort of the result of the match. But to see that he has such high souls, given that he actually plays a very heavily roam-based style, is really cool to see, especially as you say, you know, contrasted against some of the more jungle-heavy players like Wolfie, who's going to be picking into those 7s and so on.
Now, there's a lot of familiar names you see on the souls per minute leaderboard, and that is going to continue as we go into our team matchup and, of course, the rosters for today, where, you know, if you've been following EU, the rosters don't really change a whole lot. There's a nice sense of stability. The roster screen, though, when we go to NA, might be the most important screen ever because of how that changes week to week. But you take a look here. Really, the biggest change that we've had in the last few weeks really is that buff enjoyers, they swapped out Piggy for Obikim, but otherwise these teams have really found their 6 and they stick with it.
Yeah, for me, Dan, looking at these 2 rosters, I mean, 2 players that are going to stand out for me, for instance, Play With Me. I play with me and Psycho, to be fair. Psycho last week, playing up against Pojilaya Skumbriya, like he almost single-handedly carried that second match on his Abrams, able to steal away the mid buff, able to make big plays happen with his Abrams, the earn turnings as well. But Play With Me is always talked about whenever we discuss DMS because of how good he is and a kind of unique style he brings into certain heroes. I know you did make a video on Haze recently, and we did see Play With Me be probably the most successful player in EU on Haze.
Yeah, and it's something that I could probably talk about for too long than I should in like the time I have. But yeah, Play With Me, I think what's interesting with the Haze pick for him is that he plays a style that's just fundamentally like very basic and strong. It's about using the element of surprise with the smoke bomb, kind of playing the lone wolf approach, balancing farm and ganks, and his build is completely geared towards getting really effective ganks and pickoffs when he has full information of the enemy team's positioning. If it's a team fight scenario, he finds the timing of, okay, my team or the other team has engaged, I'm just surveying the battlefield, and now I find my moment. He does a really good job of getting the information before going for the pick. So really amazing how he balances these fundamentals, and it maximizes the tools that Haze has to really abuse that and be super effective in a way that I don't think any other Haze has been.
And just to kind of add on to that point too, you look at Play With Me historically, is that NA, you talk about playing Haze, and NA, they're just going, no, you never play that hero. That hero's bad. Yeah, they go like, what? Are you in, are you down in Phantom? Oracle? What's wrong with that? And instead, you go to EU and Haze is picked way more often, and you see players like Play With Me kind of redefine what people think the hero can do, and that's not only a cool part to see an excellent player, but also just to see that develop, over time in terms of people understanding what these characters can really do.
Yeah, and on the side of buff enjoyers, I did want to point out like Dmov in particular. I feel like he's proven to be a very flexible player and a very good player because he did sub in last week for Pojilaya Skumbriya for Sunset, who was having some PC issues. So he came in, ended up winning. Hopefully for him, he did make some money off of that event as well. I hope they didn't go to Sunset, though. Might need the money to fix his PC. But I feel like he's shown he's very flexible. Even on a team that he doesn't necessarily play with too often, his Geist was stupendous last week. He was a very solid player for the team who really didn't falter, even though he was coming in as a ringer.
Okay, well now we've done the preamble. We're about to get into the draft, but it's best of one, and we've decided that coin flips are not in style anymore. That's right. Bare knuckle action. Mo and Krill versus Mo and Krill. We'll see who's going to win the right to first or second pick.
The real question is, can we replicate this with actual boxing gloves in person at a LAN, where we get a boxing ring set up and two players go up and fight to see which one knocks the other one out first?
I honestly, the way entertainment media is going, yes. The answer is yes, but parry comes in, and you look at the pressure back and forth, but it's Dimov in the edge, gets the parry, and just finishes it off, securing the all-important choice of first or second pick, which a lot of teams right now also valuing way more than even in the past. Kind of a interesting draft state to be in right now, Jason.
Yeah, and I think with the recent changes to Yamato, and we know certain players definitely tend towards certain heroes, I feel like the draft game is starting to really develop in general, DDK, where teams are really taking consideration, okay, if there's a one-trick pony on the other team, maybe we should take away that hero to make them uncomfortable. Is there just something that's really strong at the moment that we don't want to play against? Or even, we did see, I believe 2 weeks ago, we had some throwaway bans where people just banned something to leave open more picks available for when they get the double pick.
Yeah, true. It's definitely developing quite nicely. I'm just as a very quick side point, I'm quite jaded with anything boxing related. I feel like it's all rigged after that Tyson and Jake Paul fight. Just want to throw that out there. So I hope that we've boxing, got, I hope that our competition there is all, it has full credibility and legitimacy. But all right, so first ban going to DMS, the Pocket ban. Pocket's been an interesting one. Again, especially it's fun thinking about how EU thinks about things and how NA thinks about things. Pocket is still can be exceptional if you have a specialist. Otherwise, it's kind of just good. Seems to be the consensus. So usually a targeted ban at this point. Wraith is considered, if we get the buff enjoyers ban of Wraith, is considered, I think, in the European region to be much higher on the list, priority list, to get that first pick. So that's kind of on meta from what we would expect now. And with the Yamato pick from DMS, also still considered with the recent updates, still one of the absolute most S tier carries you can get.
Psycho and Yamato go hand in hand, ZP. Like those, if you say one of those names, you're going to think of the other.
Yeah, you really do. And the interesting thing, too, is how Yamato is now back up at first pick status. EU wasn't immediately on the train, preferring Mirage. Now Mirage has been said. Mirage should be one of the first two picks here. You think about the one thing that's kind of consistent between both regions. Mirage rarely will drop below second pick. And, of course, here it is. Mirage is immediately picked, just the instant lock-in because of what Mirage does to the macro game, what Mirage does as an early laner. The second pick, though, is more interesting. A lot of the time, you'll get a Viscous to back it up in this sort of instance, which is good regardless of whether or not there's a Wraith on the other team, sometimes picked in response to that. But do you go Viscous or do you go Warden? Another character that's
Paradox,
really been rising up.
It's buff enjoyers. It's Mikhail S. I mean, I would assume it's going to be a Paradox coming at some point for him. And I think that's maybe one thing, Dan, that's kind of hindered buff enjoyer's side, is that Listic and Mikhail S were kind of seen as one tricks, right? Abrams for Listic and Paradox for Mikhail S. So for them individually, they have to really broaden their pool to be just as effective when other teams try to catch up to them in skill.
Yeah, and especially I think because Shiv has fallen out of favor a little bit due to some of the nerfs, not quite as effective, and that was another one of Mikhail S's heroes that he spent a lot of time with. But the Paradox thing very quickly is super interesting because in NA, Paradox is seen as perhaps the most valuable pick possible, so it's going to get banned in probably every game almost, and so it's rare that it'll be left open, and if it is, it'll be a first pick. And again, as you say, buff enjoyers can have players that can play it super well, so that's definitely a great pick going on their end. And Warden's second pick for DMS, CP, I feel like Warden has had quite the come up story in the last 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, ZP's ready. Yeah. He's ready to
pounce. I'm ready. I was prepared for this. This is why I was saying, even with the Paradox on the board, the Warden might have gone for buff enjoyers. And the reason is that people have now figured out a really good ramp for Warden that removes some of his weaknesses. The biggest thing is the recent change that happened where Unstoppable, the item, when you activate it, also Z's out all anti-healing to 0. That means you can go a more gun-based Warden build, pop Unstoppable in the middle of your ult, and then get massive healing at the same result and not just get completely blocked by all the heal banes, decays, and toxic bullets that you get into the mid to late game. It makes Warden a character in the late game that can function very similar to Yamato, where you drop an ult and dive on someone, and there's very little they can do until the Unstoppable goes away. So not only is that up Warden's draft priority here in EU, it's also probably going to up Warden's draft priority heavily as we get over to NA.
I think that's what's really scary about him, is that he becomes this immovable object. I mean, you already talk about Haze being very deadly with the bullet dance, but the fact is you can metal skin it, return fire is really, really effective against it. But with Warden, you're just kind of like, we have to just take this damage somehow, out heal it, survive it, to be able to win these fights. And I'm really curious, as you did mention me, ZP, before we came to the show, how teams will play around that, if that's the build we're going to see, and how teams adapt to it, because I feel like that's such a strong combo and very hard to deal with.
I have to say something else actually here. One of the extra benefits of having Play With Me be able to be so effective with Haze is that no one else is picking Haze generally. Like, it's such a low priority thing that you're able to get stuff, like, because normally the carries like Wraith, you're going to want to pick that straight away. But in this case, you can probably pick some of the more higher priority things for your team and just be like, well, we don't have to worry too much if they get the Mirage, if they get the Wraith and so on. We have that option to pick into the Haze later. And one of the things I'll say about Haze as well is that oftentimes the way Play With Me will use it is he'll use it and try to find the ganks against the heroes that are, let's say, for Warden, you need to get that unstoppable online like as quickly as you can. And so if you have a carry on the other team, like a Play With Me that's trying to gank you and just prevent you from doing that, slow your souls per minute down, that's another thing that Play With Me does really well. Although that's not going to be really playing out too much in this instance, but still.
Honestly, the thing that...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, what really strikes out to me right now, as you look at this, Jason, nothing on DMS is easily killable at all. Yamato, incredibly tanky. Warden, the way people are building Warden now, incredibly tanky. Shiv, Geist, Kelvin, Jason, who in the world do you dive on this team if you're buff enjoyers?
Their 6th pick, which will be Vindicta. It's like, my guess is like Vindicta or Infernus or something. Like, that's who you have to dive. But it's a very good point. You have so much sustain. Like, Lady Geist has so much sustain naturally because of your soul exchange. Kelvin does a lot of healing. Shiv with his 3. Warden when he pops his ultimate. Yamato with her ultimate. Like, it's not easy to burst one of these down. Even if you do get a paradoxical swap out of Michaelis onto one of them, there's still a very good chance that they're going to survive. So that's a very good point, ZP. And honestly, I'm a little bit worried for buff enjoyers and just the comp we're seeing at the moment out of DMS. Yeah,
and I'm curious what that 6th pick could be for DMS. They, as you say, like the Vindicta is on the table still, and they could definitely use perhaps something more on the DPS perspective. They've already got support in Kelvin. They've got some tanky heroes like the guys that Shiv, the Warden can be quite tanky. So you'd be looking to fill that in probably with a Haze, or potentially like Prestus plays a really good Vindicta. We saw that working out quite well for them in the previous week. So that's also an option that I could see for them. But I feel like the Haze is coming because, you know, Psycho on the Yamato, Play With Me on the Haze. That just seems like it.
I don't think really. Okay, so I was going to disagree with you because we did see Play With Me play Warden last week. So I was expecting him to be on the Warden, but it looks like he will, in fact, be on the Haze, which again, I mean, you have so much cover. And I think one thing we did mention, ZP, before is that the way Play With Me plays Haze, he's very smart about knowing when to get involved in the fights, which means the rest of DMS as a 5-man squad have to be very good to just survive to that point for him to be able to come into the fight. And with a beefy lineup like this, as you pointed out, that's kind of perfect to fit the Haze in.
Again, I look at the DMS setup here, and it's like, who in the world do you go after? You almost have to hope that either the Shiv or a Warden have a really, really bad start to the game, and thus that would inherently make them better targets for, say, the Abrams to go in on right early, or, you know, go for a quick swap into a kill. But the way it's set up right now, I mean, DMS, they're going to be surviving in fights a very long time. The other thing you might be seeing here, too, is the EU special at times where you'll see a lot of healing Novas get bought. You buy a whole bunch of healing Novas on a team like this that's already kind of inherently difficult to kill. I don't know, it just feels like a distinct idea of we want to sustain no early pickoffs, period. And as you mentioned, Jason, it does hurt the game plan of the Paradox.
Yeah, I am wondering though, Dan, I mean, taking a look at the other side for buff enjoyers, I feel like they do have a pretty decent like anti-dive comp. I mean, obviously we're not really seeing necessarily, well, we actually are kind of seeing dive with Warden and Yamato, right? But they have 7, which, you know, with the extra range, the Mystic Reach, you can make your stun have a lot of extra range to give you some coverage. You have the Viscous with the cube to help out. Paradox can put up that time wall. Ivy can stone form. Abrams can charge you out. Mirage can tornado. I feel like there's a lot of disruption on buff enjoyer's side, but the damage is still going to be the question I'm going to have when it comes to these big fights, you know?
Yeah, I think you're completely right, because again, how DMS are going to play is that they have this like core like Kelvin, Shiv, Geist, and Warden that are going to be sort of the bulk that's going to be moving around these team fights. You're not going to be able to find Play With Me on the Haze because he purposely plays outside of the team. He's going to be smoke bombs. So there's like no swap potential there. And the Yamato obviously is going to be a little bit more with the team. And it's just, I do completely agree. I think they need more burst damage to be able to find the picks here, because with Kelvin, I think Kelvin heals the best, I think, of all the supports. And given how Proximus all of DMS is going to be with their kind of core bull, I think you're totally right. I think the damage might be a limiting factor for buff enjoyers, at least in the mid game.
I think when I look at this, the thing that kind of strikes out to me where buff enjoyers can get some advantages, you think about mobility in this composition, right? Particularly the fact that you're running the Mirage, you're running the Ivy. You have two characters here that like have very swift rotations across the map, and buff enjoyers, especially when they were on their winning streak, they were a team that was really defined by very key macro plays. I still think their macro game sense may be the best in all of Deadlock still. So I think for them, the goal here is use the mobility they have, particularly with the Ivy and the Mirage, create mismatches, get better building push, and secure an economic advantage that way, because no matter how tanky you could look at a team like DMS right now, it doesn't matter if you get stack checked because the other team is up another 15 or 20k.
So I agree with you for sure. Buff enjoyers, well, maybe I'm looking back on rose-tinted glasses. They definitely were the best macro team. They were the only team I've seen consistently have like a 10, 20k lead and not have to use like major objectives to force fights. They would just go into at your own pace, and they knew how to close out games. What I do worry about, though, slightly looking at this, is that who's Mirage going to split push? I mean, he could split push by himself, but like DMS aside, they could throw the Yamato at that or the Shiv at that, and they won't really lose much power when it comes to these team fights because you still have the rest of your beefy lineup to help deal with it. Plus, you still have Play With Me on Haze. I'm almost expecting we need to see like some ethereal shifts. We're definitely going to have return fires coming out of buff enjoyers and maybe some metal skins to deal with Haze. But it's like, I don't really know how effective Mirage can be against a comp like DMS.
I think that's a really good point. And Play With Me is, as I mentioned before, he's going to be targeting any of those like heroes that are on by themselves. That's kind of like by design with the hero. And so what's going to happen, I'm pretty sure, is that the Mirage will be forced to buy the metal skin. But the problem is, and you know what, I'm going to go into this point more with Jason, as this is your last moment to speak.
Yeah, last note I will say is at the end of the day, this is a best of one, so it's not easy to close out games because you know one mistake could cost you the chance to go up in the money match. So both teams, I think, are going to play very respectful, and even with the 20k lead, I don't think it's going to be that easy to close out.
Well, thank you very much, Jason. Dan, we are getting into it. DMS versus Buff Enjoyers are best of one to decide who goes on to fight Pojilaya Skumbriya in the money match. And I think Jason made a very good point about itemization here, particularly metal skin, because people think about metal skin to counter haze, but it's also one of the very best items at making a Warden's Day pretty difficult when Warden dives in. So honestly, I don't hate the idea of metal skin sooner rather than later for buff enjoyers as the game goes on.
Yes, it's definitely important. And I think again, one of the reasons why Play With Me has made the style work with Haze that he has is because he focuses so much on just fixation in general, and he uses the bullet dance way less frequently and much more situationally and much more defensively as well. So he's going to be killing you by getting his build that's maximized for fixation, just bursting you down. So you might be, if you get caught by him early, you'll be forced to pop the metal skin, and then you won't have that available for later. So it does make it a bit harder in the way that Haze for the metal skin to be quite as effective, at least against the Haze.
Now, Dan, as we look at this lane setup and how it develops here, you got Yamato versus Seven up here on the left, both sides trading out. Meanwhile, on the right, you got the Abrams versus the Shiv. Kind of standard solo lanes, unless someone goes for a super greedy play. I wouldn't necessarily expect a whole lot of drama from either. I think players have gotten a little bit better at just going to the limit, but not doing something that's an outright throw. But what I would be on the lookout here is early rotations, especially from this player here in Play With Me. And the idea that Play With Me would go over and put their thumb on the scale of the Abrams-Shiv matchup, I think is very, very likely as soon as this wave even gets pushed up. Yeah,
it's a great point. So he's also going to get the healing right fairly quickly, which will give him like an extra 2 meters per second whilst he kind of rotates between the two lanes. And it also helps you to catch all the experience from both lanes. And because he has ammo scavenger, he's going to be getting that soul soak, and that's going to be charging up the spirit damage a bit more for the fixation. And ultimately, I would say, ZP, what it will do is it should force Listic to have to be playing a bit more defensively, because he'll be aware that players can kind of gank him at pretty much any moment.
Interestingly enough, when I look at lane 2, a little bit of hole that Obikin has found themselves in health-wise, where you still have to be pretty careful against the Warden setup in lane here, simply because it really, if you get low, suddenly you're in the range of, okay, a flask and a little bit of poke damage, and you're done, right? So keeping an eye on health really early on here can also help you get an idea of, okay, where's stuff going to go down? Speaking of going down, a little bit of puddle punch on the Warden.
Yeah, definitely very annoying. Viscus is really strong in lane. Demoff especially has a great Viscus. So I can't wait to see some of the plays we'll see out of that. The cube is going to be, of course, some of the most, I think the cube can be the most valuable ability sometimes in what it's able to negate and how you can save your teammates with it. So we'll see what Demoff does with that in this game. But we get, once again, from DMS being very active, Saf going back to the first lane. So really making Zergi's life quite difficult in the early stages here. Just really keeping him passive, and that's a great right click to finish him off as well. So it's worked out.
Yeah, trying to be around the tower when Yamato is pressuring is a little bit difficult just because of the AoE of the right click. It's one of those things where it's not going to full to zero you, but if you're already low, which Zergi was in that case, it could be the thing that pushes over the top. Also, the take in mind too, Play With Me has already done one rotation over to the right. I would expect it to just continually be a thing as the wave gets pushed here, and just looking for any advantage, and also the, keep Listic down a bit.
Yeah, and it seems to be following the same build. I made a video on how he plays Haze, and I noted the build. I also published it as well, if that's something you want to find. We can talk about that later, but yeah, he gets the extra stamina online there as well. So that's going to enable him to start being quite aggressive. And in fact, we just see him now going towards the Abrams lane. Abrams, Listic has been playing quite passively overall. So I think there's just been generally quite a solid awareness that, hey, like I know that Play With Me is going to be coming into my lane. I need to freeze the creeps more. I need to play by my tower more.
Well, Abrams can also play safest of many of the solo laners. If an Abrams doesn't want to die, it's really difficult to make an Abrams die, just because they're great at last hitting, preventing denies, and they're tanky enough that they can just play back. The interesting thing to me is just the mobile Warden play that we've been getting out of Sap, where I think that's because Kelvin can sort of handle their own in lane and not die in a lot of cases, so you can leave Hapex to stay in lane solo and let you have that pressure. Bigger rotations here. A little bit of special present from Ivy going over to lane 1.
Yeah, really good comms there from DMS to announce that, because obviously it's quite obvious that the Ivy's flying around in the direction he's going. So, oh, nice dive though, as I say that, from Sharik and Listic on the gank there on lane 3. Really nice. I was about to make the point, CP, that we've seen a lot of early harass from DMS from both the duo lanes into the solo lanes. And this is the first time now we're seeing that Buff and Joyce are getting aggressive. Of course, the ult's coming online, the Frozen Shelter not doing too much help there.
You could argue the Frozen Shelter kind of hurting a little bit in that instance where you drop the Frozen Shelter and the Viscous is just getting incredible ball value bouncing to and fro in what's a very tiny shelter at that point. But looking now back at lane 1, you think about what's happened here in terms of the back and forth. Zergi at 3k, the 3.5k for Psycho, not the worst case scenario given how often Saf has been over in that lane. Swap now though, onto the Haze. As you see Play With Me going, okay, I'm just going to back out. I don't really want to die here. And there's not a whole lot of follow-up to change that equation.
Yeah, and I think the laning has worked out quite well for Buff and Joyous here. They were actually 3k souls behind a couple minutes ago, and that was largely because, okay, opening pick went to DMS. DMS were also being very active with Warden ganks towards lane 1, and Play With Me ganking towards lane 4, so very active. But as soon as those ults came online, we're seeing Buff and Joyous now taking favorable fights and taking a slight lead. And also, Play With Me is not having as target-rich an environment as he has had in some early lanes in previous matches. So as we saw on the stats earlier that Jason provided, Play With Me has very high soul per minute. We'll have to see if he can keep it up as another fight engages here.
Yeah, and you're going to see in this 4 to 6k range too, this is where you're going to see a Paradox just be really aggressive going from lane to lane. Ivy gets hit with Divine Word and goes, nope, I'm just going to continue to fly away. Meanwhile, though, back here, lane 4, killing blow on the Abrams. Down Listic goes. Paradox, though, going, okay, can we make this a trade? Shiv versus Paradox. This is something that Shiv can still win here, Dan. Close back and forth. Mikhail playing around the time wall. Buying a little bit of time, but here comes the rotation. Play With Me now coming into lane. This could be bad news for Mikhail if Mikhail goes forward.
Beautiful, yeah. In he comes on the back. It should be very helpful here. Bullet Dance coming in, but actually the charge from Listic is going to deny it and convert the kill as well. Oh, perfect timing there from Listic. Oh my god, that changed everything.
Oh man, that was a dramatic charge in for the Abrams, but look, the action's not done yet. Back over here in lane 2, Dimov. Gooball up and over into Saf. Looking for a little bit more damage. Saf's Warden very, very low. Melee right to the back. Last stand coming up, not in time. Bursted down before the healing can begin. Ivy going down in turn. Kelvin versus Viscous now support v support. In and around the Cosmic Veil. Puddle punch down. Zergi going, nope, I want in on that. And that's enough for Hapex to go, no, I actually don't want to be here.
Oh my goodness, this is so sketchy now for DMS. They are losing a lot of kills here, ZP. I feel like they just went down like, what, 4 or 5 kills there within the last couple of minutes. So huge resurgence here for Buff Enjoys after a slightly slow start. Although the push here coming onto Zergy, he's going to go down again. So DMS at least getting something back on lane 1. They've had a lot more success there against Zergy overall, but in comes the Ivy. Or maybe not. Maybe Kim is going to fall off. And yeah, we have to mention, I mean, I have to mention for myself, I've got to remind myself, this is a best of 1 for these 2 teams looking to get into the finals against PS later on, and that will be best of 3. So not the best start here for DMS. We'll see what they can do to recover. Still highly recoverable, of course.
Still very even across both sides. I mean, the biggest outlier, Sap, is a little ahead on the Warden right now, but other than that, as we start approaching the 10-minute mark, right, where teams start fighting for mid buffs and you start getting earn plays, it's really either team's game here thus far. Even in terms of building pressure, it's one Guardian for one Guardian. Swap, though, coming on in. Mikhail looking to make their presence known. See if the follow-through is going to be there. Psycho, for now, just dealing with the goo ball in the back, getting zoned out of the rest of the fight. It might just be a whole lot of nothing for both sides.
Yeah, Zergy might get caught here potentially, but knowing better than to stick around, falling off at a perfect moment. And one thing I have to say, ZP, on the previous week where DMS were not as successful as they'd been in the week prior, is I was shocked that with Yamato being so strong, we didn't get, and they had opportunities to pick it and then get it onto Psycho, and they didn't. And so I love the fact that they have now Psycho on the Yamato, that it's being prioritized. I'm way more confident in the comp that DMS have for their strengths this week on this opening best of 1 than the prior week.
Dan, I just think that was a case where EU was a little bit behind NA. I think for the most part, EU has a better read on the meta than NA, but the Yamato valuation last week was not good overall. But yeah. Things have righted themselves, and Yamato being valued once more, and of course, played by Psycho, where one of his most long-term comfort picks going all the way back to Aurora Masters, the very beginning of Deadlock competition.
And the bridge buffs are coming up now, and you preface this, we're going to start to see some advantages possibly taken here by one team or the other, as both bridge buffs are being fought over. The frozen shelter here is going to be helpful, but Demov is in there with the cube, and that's going to be somewhat troublesome, but I don't know that they're going to be able to escape here. Cube will only keep him alive for so long. Demov falling back now after losing Obi Kim. And that's a win on the left side of the map there for DMS. We did not see precisely who won out on the right side of the map. It looks like Buff Enjoys based off what we see on the mini-map. But here comes the ult in from Yamato. And that's going to definitely guarantee these objectives going the way of DMS. So seems like we came somewhat even overall.
The interesting thing to me, both on the tower take from Yamato and for Saf on the buff, is just the idea of, look, we're going to commit to investing in ult here regardless of whether or not it's needed. The Yamato ult wasn't needed for the tower in all likelihood, and Saf did the pre-last stand, and it could have just been a case of we're going to run away. They decide no. Speaking of running away, though, we got Ivy. Quick earn rotation here. We'll see how this develops. It's definitely going to be contested by DMS. You see the full rotation coming on in. Sharik already down in this fight that has taken place very early in and around the bridge. Now we're looking at Play With Me. Mr. Consistent Damage himself, and a little bit of a fight reset here.
Yeah, definitely some awkward angles there to work with. You can see Play With Me didn't really want to dive in to the middle of it, just keeping his distance. And here's Psycho working again on another objective there, and that's going to draw some attention. But similarly, Wolfie's actually around there with Shiv also to aid the takedown of that Guardian, so we'll see perhaps another attempt in a moment. However, there is a fight also on lane 3. Realistic seems to be the operating player. In a pretty deep position on lane 3
pretty
still.
Low between the poke between two, but here's Play With Me. Off looking for Sharik. Heavy damage in from both sides. Nowhere Sharik can really go to in that instance. Meanwhile, Listic was able to kind of back off in lane 3, despite swimming in a whole lot of danger.
Absolutely. And I think the farm's going pretty well for pretty much everyone you would expect it to go well for. It's actually interesting how kind of even and clean the distribution is. I think for Shiv players, you would kind of want to see Wolfie in a world where he's a little bit ahead, kind of like where Warden is. Warden's a little bit ahead. I feel like we talk about them in a similar fashion in terms of power spikes.
Yeah, right now, I really don't feel like either team has gotten a big edge right now. It's very even. There's a little bit of a Guardian advantage. DMS has one more Guardian. And again, Saf may be slightly ahead, but neither team really finding quite a moment to be full ahead. Not finding word connected. Demov, I don't know if he's in full danger. It looks like he's going to be able to get away. No goo ball needing to be invested. Meanwhile, we're kind of looking at Mikhail's point of view. But as I say that, Listic in the shelter, just getting frozen on out. Quick little pickoff for DMS now. We'll see what they do rotationalize off that.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky here. We've got a 2v2 here on lane 1, where I believe DMS were trying to disengage, but they're being pursued there by Buff Enjoyers, who will actually pick up the kill, and might be more to be had. But at the same time, lane 3, we talked about how that Guardian's being targeted, and it looks like it should go down now, 3 against 1. I don't think Mikhail S has anything to do to stop that. So right now, overall, it feels like DMS a little bit quicker at cleaning up these early Guardians. Obviously, that can be equalized fairly fast. So once again, I don't think it's too significant, but it does indicate that DMS are feeling a lot more confident into split pushing currently.
Cliffney again, the left hook to the face, and you take a look at why everyone's there. They're there for the last Guardian. The rotation coming in from DMS. It's not going to be in time to save the Guardian. Listic, though, under pressure. They might get him as a parting gift. Yamato says it's time to go. Shadow Transformation is up. Moving on over. Goo Ball activated by Demov. Again, trying to make a little bit of space. Saying, please get off Listic. It's not enough to save Zergy, but that could be where it stops. Still a little bit back and forth here. Now it's Wolfie that's stuck, can't get away, and Buff Enjoyers off the rotate here, Dan. Start turning this way more to their advantage. Saf comes in, last stand, but it might be a quick retreat instead.
Yeah, I thought like Apex got kind of left for dead there. We did eventually have Psycho come back in with the Yamato, but a little bit disjointed overall, and Buff Enjoyers stayed strong in a pack. Still 3 players there. I wonder if they'll continue to push the lane. Obviously, no walkers down just yet for either team. That may be happening somewhat soon, though, as we approach the 15-minute mark. We've got those bridge buffs spawning in 20 seconds, so and also the urn as well, let's not forget. So we'll see how the teams decide to prioritize these over other objectives. Depends always on the spawn point and also your current map control when it does spawn. It's actually pretty even across both sides of the map right now.
The buffs are coming up right this instant. Kelvin investing shelter just to secure the resources invested for the buff. Continuing to increase play with me. Finding Zergy in the interim. Listic, though, trading out, getting on the Havocs. And now you see play with me. 500 HP and Dream. Listic just shooting away. Gets rid of that. Slightly beneficial trades for Buff Enjoyers, but in the end, 2 for 2. But you look at where Yamato is right now. Psycho can't get away, Dan. You can look at the minimap, you just see the icons rotating and rotating.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like it's going to be another win here on the urn for Buff Enjoyers, able to get Ivy on top of that. In the meantime, Demorph rolling around, causing huge problems here for DMS. Saf getting taken down, trying to at least get something back for his team by challenging the Walker. So it's starting to feel like Buff Enjoyers are pulling ahead ever so slightly here. The pursuit continues onto Wolfie on the Shiv. Stone form to stun him, slow him down, and there's more teammates here for Buff Enjoyers coming to surround and finish him off. Great work from Buff Enjoyers.
Oh, they're going for it.
K23, and are they actually doing this, CP? They're going for it.
I mean, high risk, high reward. Saf might not be up in time for this, but it's still going to be 4 people. And honestly, in terms of ults they have available, they don't have a lot of, yes, we can steal this sort of power. If you're DMS, I think going for this, if they were going to try and steal, would be questionable. And you take a look at how they rotate, Dan, they said, no, we're not going to go for it. Very clean shot call for Buff Enjoyers, given the resources that they knew were available.
Absolutely. I feel like you would have had to have had Frozen Shelter online probably to even make a somewhat of a convincing go of that. But yeah, too risky. Risk is not taken. DMS will have to play cautiously here. And in the meantime, with the Rejuve up and how all the lanes will become pushed, and with all this map control, the urn run looks like it could be trivial for Buff Enjoyers. The question is, how do DMS respond to an urn delivery? Do they decide to try to challenge it, or do they get something else? Because it's got to be one of those options.
Personally, if I'm DMS, if you have an option to get more done in terms of getting a walker, I think that's what you go for here. Taking an urn fight when the other team has Rejuve can end so badly for you just because of the respawn disparity you can be put into even in an even fight. That's what I would like to see here. Yeah. Mikhail looking to swap, drops the wall early, and it is a full hunt right now for Buff Enjoyers in this middle moat here, Dan. And you look at this, Kelvin just immediately burned on down. They get their quarry.
Beautiful. And this is, again, like playing against the expectation. You're running the urn, they read exactly what you mentioned, CP, that DMS are going to go for a push there. So instead, Buff and Joyous, instead of expecting a fight at the urn, they just take everybody, drop the urn, and they take the fight against the DMS team that's pushing an objective. And now we've got 2 players from DMS deep in enemy territory there towards lane 4, and the urn is being carried across. And there's so much reinforcements here for Buff and Joyous that they are once again taking all of the kills. And there's nothing much that DMS can do. They're starting to have problems here, ZP, now.
All the time.
They're starting to have problems, but also the actual economy has really developed in a way where some stories are not good, particularly Wolfie on the Shiv. We just saw Wolfie get stat checked by a Viscus. That is the absolute state of Wolfie right now on the Shiv, and that is not where you want to be at a Shiv. You talk about, oh, they have a tanky front line. Shiv isn't tanky right now. Shiv is fodder.
Ooh, Shiv is fodder. That's not supposed to go together, those 2 words. So another push coming in here from Zergy. I feel like Zergy's been having somewhat of a hard time, but still, it doesn't matter too much here. They have the rejuve, so you want to try to get the damage and trade it out. And we'll see if DMS can try to do something in this team fight here to equalize the situation, make it go their way. Prestis able to take down Listic early on in the fight. That's a huge win. We've got, obviously, last stand-up, and that's, part of the way that DMS were able to rout Buff Enjoyers. But Buff Enjoyers, again, they've got their rejuve there, and I feel like DMS, they don't mind too much, but they did lose to Walkers.
Look at Warden's soul count and what he's at right now. He's very, very close to getting unstoppable, and that's actually going to raise DMS's fight power very significantly. He needs basically another 1.2k from where he's at right now. So keep an eye on Saf's total amount of souls right now and when they want to fight. If you're DMS, you do not fight until that's up, if you at all can help it. And given that still 30 seconds to mid buffs, I think he can get it before then, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, so just a 20k soul difference, not unrecoverable. But the winning a team fight, converting into mid boss, that is a very scary prospect in the way that Buff Enjoyers did it. And I love that they're a team that they're maybe one of the best teams that I've seen in terms of making good macro shot calling and then being very disciplined as well at the same time with their advantages, and making sure that they adhere to the very important, sage old advice, ZP, which is when you're ahead, the answer is get more ahead.
Buff Enjoyers very rarely lets an advantage go against them. That is just the reality of where they're at. And even though it's been a little bit rough, specifically within Deadlock Fight Night, and also in some other tournaments where, they've come in second a little bit more often nowadays, they're still an incredibly strong team. And again, it comes down to the fact that their decision-making often is second to none. However, I'm thinking about the course of this game right now. It's very interesting in some of these matchups right now, Dan, where, again, you look at breakpoints. I think Ward and Yamato, for the ability of these 2 characters to just kind of dive in and dictate the terms of the fight, it gets worse and worse for the other team as time goes on. So even though DMS is behind nearly 20k right now, there's a lot of scenarios where DMS can get an engage that simply evens it out in one team fight. Also, the difference is enough right now that as we get into the next urn is going to be in DMS-friendly territory, and they're running, again, characters where Warden can get really high last stand value, especially when Unstoppable is online. Power Slash on the Yamato, and also Haze. This next urn is going to be very difficult for Buff Enjoyers to play around if they don't get picks before the urn turn.
One thing I'm also wondering, ZP, from an itemization perspective is, do Buff Enjoyers even value getting metal skins at this point? Because most of the damage on the other team is actually spirit damage, and it's not like Play With Me is outrageously farmed or something like that. So I feel like the metal skin doesn't get too much value, especially in the way that Play With Me also plays.
Otto under pressure down here in lane 4. You just see the 7 damage rolling in the back, of course. The early shadow transformation, so that'll be down for a bit. Also, I believe Saf did just get unstoppable. That would be my assumption here. We'll see next time we get his point of view. But yeah, DMS, they have the tools they need to fight, and this urn is in their territory, so big considerations to be had here for Buff Enjoyers, Dan.
Yeah, and it's so oftentimes the urn can be used to bait. It's something that will signal to the other team, oh, here's a high priority thing that we have to respect and have some kind of plan to do something off of. So just by having the urn, you're forcing, in this case, Buff Enjoyers will be forcing DMS to reposition as a team. And they have decided, okay, we are going to fortify the drop-off point of this urn. And does this create any openings for Buff Enjoyers to exploit? That's usually the first question I would have. And it looks like so far they're just trying to get information, and they definitely don't want to go into the drop-off point with DMS all there.
In general, I think if they try to turn it in, as is, they're going to go into a meat grinder, and DMS could not only even the soul count, but they would probably at that point be in the lead. So they have to be very, very careful about how they approach this. I think for now, they're more than willing to just kind of time the urn out.
And you can see the response here, because DMS don't want to just sit by doing nothing. So they're pushing the 4th lane for the Walker, and that should pull some players across. And of course, the urn now, they know that they can likely go to the drop-off spot, but at the same time, there is no reinforcements for Obikim to actually deposit it safely. And there's still 3 players around the drop-off point for DMS to defend. And so now the DMS will get the info towards all these players towards that lane for Walker. Will they try to push the other side of the map and get the Walker 1 and 2?
Yeah, I mean, you have to take advantage of Saf being out, and that pick, of course, being really, really huge. Do they go for the urn turn-in? I'm not sure, but at the very least, you secure something in terms of walkers, and you look for more picks. And speaking of looking for more picks, here comes Mikhail, drops the decay, chasing Claythme, who's very, very low, now turning onto the Kelvin, gets rid of Hapex, and this is where one pick begets another, Dan. It just, the staggering can continue if Buff Enjoyers, or rather if DMS is not careful.
Yeah, and you've got to be very cautious also about when mid-boss is spawning as well. I don't think it's too far off at this point. And Prestus trying to survive against Listic, and he's going to go down, and I don't know, it's looking very difficult here for DMS right now, as they've lost full map control, they've lost another team fight. And I don't know if I can remember the last time that they kind of came away even in a team fight. I feel like they've lost every major team fight, and it's also quite telling, ZP, that every time the urn comes up, full map control was there for Buff Enjoyers, and really that key play was the macro decision to just go for that mid-boss when they did.
They're going to try and ram the urn in here, and I'm not sure DMS really can do anything about it. You're not going to have play with me and press this up for 20 seconds. They can get that urn there within 20 seconds. And if you try and contest it and lose anyone, you lose mid-boss. DMS, they're caught between a rock and a hard place here. No decision feels good for them at the moment.
You're totally right. They almost have to commit into... there's no good decisions, so you have to basically pick the best worst decision at this point. Because the other thing too is that if you wait for an opportunity, like a good opportunity, especially when you're behind, it's extremely rare that a nice opportunity will come along. And so the more time you wait, if you're playing against a good team, they have more time where they'll be taking edges and advantages and extending the lead, lowering your percentage to get back into the game. So sometimes it's just you gotta pick a terrible option and just hope that it goes well for you.
I feel like if you're DMS, okay, it's at 24 minutes. That was a very late urn turn-in. Another urn is going to be up soon that would be favorable for them. It won't be as favorable because it's going to be going in the other more open area. But the problem that they're going to have to deal with here, Dan, is that if they focus on urn, Buff Enjoyers, they're just going to force mid-boss. So they still have to worry about rotations. And hey, they might not even wait for that. They say, we want mid-boss now.
Yeah, well, pretty much all the ults are up for DMS, so they could try to just bait with the mid-boss, get it to scream and try to draw the attention of, and that does seem to be what they're doing. And this is going to force out some abilities. They should get more information about the positioning of their opponents. And there's a lot of players here for both sides, and they are just really scrambled about. So these fights could be chaotic enough for DMS to try to come ahead. We'll see if they can do it, as we're fighting around the rope here. Very awkward scenario. We get the split screen because of the split push. Playthme actually pushing the lane 2 at the same time. He's going to have to come back to help his teammates because, I mean, they've been basically wiped here. And perhaps that split push wasn't worth it in the end.
I can't say enough about what Zergy did in that fight, too. Zergy using the zipline as just a way of dodging a lot of Yamato damage. Really good movement technique. DMS down 3. First stage Patron going to fall. And you don't have Rejuvenator here for Buff Enjoyers. But this is still a situation that you might decide we're going to stay and see what happens. Because they have the 3 versus 6, the Patron's coming on down. And for DMS, you got the bullet dance, you got the last stand. We'll see if you can get any pickoffs, but it's not looking good. Patron already down to 40%. Patron dropping, Warden down. DMS not going to do it this time here, Dan, as Buff Enjoyers get their way back into the money match.
Very well played by Buff Enjoyers, taking home the dub into the best of 3, and it's amazing. Here at Deadlock Fight Night, DMS looks so good the last few weeks, but maybe they're out. The trends are changing fast here at DFN.
Yeah, and again, it's changing quick in general when you talk about Deadlock, because in the Maelstrom Masters just this weekend, it was DMS that came on top, but in a best of 1, anything can happen. Buff Enjoyers, clearly, they learned from their mistakes, they made some adjustments, and they came in and they were able to get ahead. And how they did was very interesting, but the big thing to me, Dan, in terms of economy stuff, you talk about the idea of DMS building a tanky team. We said in the draft that only works if you don't get stat checked. And some characters like Shiv, they got stat checked hard.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, Wolfie had a really, really hard time getting active in that game, and it might have made the difference too, because like you say, you just got to have enough burst damage as well as enough sustain in the fights, the right times. And I think around that 15-minute mark, that was the decisive play. The fact actually that Buff Enjoyers won that one team fight and just instantly converted it into the mid boss was such a huge swing. That play that kind of took them like 20k souls ahead, and it just seemed like there was never any turning back after that.
Of course, we're breaking down the game. We can't do it ourselves. We got to bring back in the one and only Mr. Jason Kaplan, talk about what he saw in the game. And Jason, you're posing for the camera, but you got any good details to bring to bear?
So one of the biggest gripes I think I've had personally with Buff Enjoyers is that they always have a really weak early game. I feel like they're very susceptible to being ganked. They really run into problems where they die a lot early on, which could snowball against them. Though a lot of teams did struggle to actually turn that into victories against this team. But I feel like this time, looking at them, they were really very aware of any rotations coming through. Every time it felt like Play With Me would go from one of these lanes to another lane, it seems like they would be prepared, they'd be backed away, or they have the rotation to follow him along. And I feel like they really limited how well Play With Me could start to snowball these games. And then you're talking about like the stat check territory. I think it was Hapex and Wolfie were just consistently behind in most of this last match, making it very difficult for them to be able to snowball forward as a group and be able to push in, which means Play With Me can't also go do any sort of rotation either. And then also looking at like the way Sharik played on the Mirage, I feel like we didn't really see him split push often. I feel like he was more of like a disruption player within the team, that whenever, they would fight up against DMS, that tornado would become such a massive impact of just disrupting what DMS could try to set up here. And from that, I feel like it was just a slow little snowball that came through where they would eventually get like a catch onto one player. Like Hapex kind of points out to mine, for me, or stands out to mine, where he get caught out. And it wasn't even necessarily him, maybe like Play With Me getting caught up, but Hapex goes to save him and Hapex dies because of it. And it was like a slow bleed that Buff Enjoyers eventually just got to this point where they weren't going to be moved.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And the fact that also the way that Buff Enjoyers were able to essentially prevent Play With Me from getting any of those early 1v1 ganks, I don't think he really had the impact that he has had in many matches. And this is once again one of those things where Play With Me might end up being forced to sort of adjust his hero pool slightly, just based on how teams understand how he gets and leverages value out of his heroes. And then, okay, well, we kind of figured the haze out and minimize the value there. Okay, that we're going to force you now to have to pick into something else so that we have something novel to deal with.
And I feel like, ZP, thinking about the success of Play With Me on Haze, I mean, obviously a lot of it revolves around his soaking lanes that he did between like one of the solo lanes and one of the dual lanes, but also the ability for him to help snowball some of these lanes that if anyone kind of fell behind, they wouldn't fall too far behind. But you look at like Hapex right now, and again, I'm not trying to pick on him. I hope he doesn't watch us back and be like, man, I really hate that Jason Kaplan guy. But he's only at about 18,000 souls, and he's consistently really far behind the rest of his teammates, which isn't necessarily the biggest of deals when it comes to playing like more of the supporting kind of role. But like him and Wolfie together were kind of behind. They weren't able to be like a beefy frontline to allow Play With Me to look for these split pushes. And I also have to give a massive amount of credit to Listic, because I feel like he was dealing with Play With Me so well. Like he was always seeming to focus him down in these fights, whether it was hitting a charge or just meleeing him, and really prevented Play With Me from having impact that we've seen in the past.
The other thing too, you wonder why Play With Me didn't get as good of a start. And you looked at how the lane matchups were going, particularly where the lane position was in lane 4. And a lot of the time, Listic was just letting the wave go up. Listic was playing really safe, letting the lane freeze more at his side. And with Listic not pushing up and Wolfie pushing up at the same time, Play With Me didn't have the same amount of opportunities to get a little bit of bonus soak the way that they did in some of the other games we've seen with DMS, right? The wave control element there I think was really interesting, and I think that's one part Listic just going, okay, I'm going to play back and keep the wave as far back as possible, but also one part I think Wolfie was being pretty aggro in lane and didn't try to sort of compete and, you know, keep the lane more in the middle, right? Like, you look at how that went down, it meant that Play With Me going into the mid game was at more like 5.5k instead of 7k. So the way that lane 4 went down, you do a post-mortem on the match ID, I think it'd be really interesting to look at that versus games where Play With Me actually took off like a rocket ship.
Yeah, and obviously the big change that kind of facilitates this is the troopers do more damage to each other, right? I think it was like a 20% buff. They do 20% more damage, which means it's a lot harder to kind of stall your lane out if you accidentally attack too many times, which is maybe what happened, as you're saying, with Wolfie. But Listic, I mean, overall, Buff Enjoyers, I'm seeing a massive turnaround in their early game, which I think if they clean that up, they easily would be the strongest team when it came to EU, instead of just being a mix between them, Buff Enjoyers, and DMS. And what we're seeing at Buff Enjoyers right now, I'm kind of excited for. I would love to see Buff Enjoyers get back on top, because it's been quite a few weeks here, DDK, since we've seen them there.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those things with esports teams in general. When you start winning, the foot comes off the gas a little bit, and it's a bit of complacency that sets in. But as soon as you start losing, I mean, there's no better motivation than to kind of put your foot back on the gas. And maybe that's where Buff Enjoyers are right now. And we'll see if they can keep it rolling and see if they can take the title that they haven't had for a little bit here against PS in our best of 3.
Well, before we take off to our next match, we gotta appreciate who was the player of the match. And there's a lot of players you could have nominated here, but the one that got hit here, Jason, I think definitely makes a whole lot of sense. It's D-Mov as our player of the match. And look, what more can you say? The disruption was sublime.
It's not D-Mov.
It's not.
I'm sorry, you don't get to choose who the player of the match is. I get to choose the player of the match.
Okay, I saw D-Mov in the Discord. Who was the... Tell you, Jason, who was the player of the match?
I'm looking at the Discord right now. I don't see D-Mov anywhere, just saying. So ZP, you're not getting out of this one. I give it to Listic, actually. I wanted to focus on him in particular in terms of like how he's playing these fights out and how he's really dealing with like the key kill targets they want to go for. And I said this before about him. His control of Play With Me made it really difficult for him to ever really power up to this level where he could be this formidable force. And I really want to give it to him, whether it was dealing with Play With Me, playing safe in lane. I feel like Listic really stepped up for the team here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think ZP made a great point previously as to, or maybe it was you, that just like the targeting of Play With Me in some of those fights. And there were some of those key moments of that charge comes in. This fight exactly is precisely what I'm talking about. The charge coming in there was just unbelievably impactful, because you had a situation that was very favorable for DMS, and this kind of stuff was what slowed them down. And obviously ZP already mentioning how Listic was lane freezing, which we called out in the match, to just make sure that he wouldn't be open to any of the shenanigans that Play With Me is so used to being able to perform. So with that, if you're able to so effectively deal with the star player of the other team and on Abrams, I mean, I feel like, yeah, that's always good. You got to get that plaudits for that one.
I mean, you can't even ban Listic out either. I feel like he's been able to actually adapt his hero pool quite well over the recent weeks. But whenever you see him on Abrams, it's always a clinic. It's probably one of like my favorite heroes to see played well is Abrams, for sure.
Abrams is just, you have to pick and choose your moments. You go in for a charge, you miss it. It's not good, right? You just kind of look a little bit foolish and you might get bursted down. But you have moments like Listic had where it was particularly as one moment where Play With Me was trying to push, I think, in lane 4. And Listic just comes in, the superhero out of nowhere. Just, it was cinematic. The level of not only a great charge timing, but also the impact it had on the fight. And look, you talk about players powering up, like Intel can power you up if you add an Intel processor to your PC for your Intel player of the match. Nice. Look, Listic has looked good. It's definitely improvement over time, but also, there really hasn't been a point in Deadlock where you haven't looked to good Abrams players and be like, oh yeah, Listic has always been on that list.
Yeah, young Calc over in NA. I mean, I can't wait to see him play a little bit later on today and see what he could potentially pull off. But yeah, I mean, I feel like he deserved to play player of the match. I think there's a lot of players we could discuss easily for this, for sure. But I think just the control and the impact he had on Play With Me is what set him apart from the rest.
All right,
nothing more to add.
Yeah, I was going to say, that brings us to the end of our best of 1. Of course, lots more Deadlock to come here today. But coming up next, it's going to be the best of 3 money match. Buff Enjoyers taking on Pojilaya Skumbriya. You won't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, the Deadlock Fight Night, where we are starting off with all three this time. Jason, you will be acknowledged. ZP, DDK, and Jason Kaplan here as we head into our EU best of three, the money match. It's a blast from the past. It's Buff Enjoyers versus Pojilaya Skumbriya. Jason, some good things maybe do last.
This is the matchup that we got started on with Deadlock Fight Night, and that's why I'm so happy to see it actually happen yet again. Not that I'm not happy to see DMS here, but to have these two teams going back against each other as well. Obviously, it's funny enough, back to the original roster. Actually, no, it wasn't the original roster because Obikim was over on Pojilaya Skumbriya. So it's kind of like Obikim up against his old team here in a best of three to see who wins $1,000 to see if the roster swap ended up working out for him. But this is definitely set to be a good match because PS looked fantastic last week, DDK.
Yeah, they did. And just, having seen what we just saw out of Buff Enjoyers too, it looks like they have renewed focus coming into this one. So it should be like a really good challenge. I think what's interesting is that the European best of threes are just like delivering the best games like week in and week out, like very close. Like we had a very long game, like 45 minutes, which is super long, especially after a lot of the economy changes, which serve to speed up the game. So I'm hoping we get some more of that.
And these are teams now where they've had this period of time where, because the rosters have not been changing, right? There's a lot of film on all these teams. All these teams have had their time at the top. People generally know what their comfort heroes are, what they aren't are, which means that you get to see differences in the draft depending on the team. Like even something as higher tier as Paradox, right? Maybe you think twice before you give it the Buff Enjoyers and let Mikhail have a run at it. Or if DMS were in here, sometimes you could even go to take away or ban the Haze. You start seeing these mini stories develop of how do you really want to play against the other team. And one thing you mentioned, Jason, which I think is very true, you get to see teams be a little bit more experimental in the BO3 stage when their tournament life isn't on the line like it is in the BO1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at that last match. Buff Enjoyers with a 40K lead. You give a best of three, and they're going to go win that game really fast. But up against DMS, they really paced themselves, and we're like, okay, we cannot afford to lose this again. We want to get to the money match where we failed in previous weeks. And I think it makes them play a little bit more cautious, which gives opportunities for comebacks. It gave an opportunity for DMS to get back into the game. But obviously, in that sense, it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, and Dan, looking at here in this draft, is there anything you're looking at the face value here where you're going, yeah, this is going to be something like in or the top? Or are all these teams good enough to where you kind of hit this weird thing, right? Where if a team is gimmicky, you ban comfort picks. But if teams are both good across the board, it tends to be a little bit more straightforward and true to the meta.
Yeah, I think it should probably trend that the teams will be trying to hinder one another with the bans and actually not think about the meta quite as much, because I do think we have had enough reps between these teams that they understand, they have a better fine-tuned sense as to how to throw the other guys off. And it doesn't really feel like the meta picks at this level is going to yield you like a super advantage. Like, for example, we saw Psycho getting the Yamato in the previous game. It didn't really seem like that had a massive impact, or Michaelis getting onto the Paradox. It was more about how the team was able to play overall. And I think from a comfort point of view, given how well-rounded I think these teams have become, I think that's what you're trying to do. How do we create discomfort?
Also, I do have good news for those that are fans of Pojilaya Skumbriya. As you take a look at their roster here, Sunset is back today. So far as I know, I saw them start up the game on Steam. Their PC spontaneously combusted in the middle of last Deadlock Fight Night. That's how intense the games were. But Jason, Sunset is back.
Should have had an Intel processor. I mean, it's just as simple as that, right? That's all you need to make sure your PC is going to be running well. And yeah, I mean, good to be Sunset back. Obviously, Demov, who they're now played against, substituted for him last week where they beat DMS. So going to be interested to see what's going to happen in this one. But I do want to bring up like some quick stats here, because I was taking a look at all the EU and NA teams, and Hardeki, funny enough, is actually leading EU when it comes to kills per minute at 0.26. He's first in his team, first overall. Zergi, he's third overall, so we have those two kind of going head to head here potentially of who has the most kills per minute. But the really interesting thing for me is Hardeki has one of the lowest objective damage done per minute. So to me, it seems like he's really sticky with the team. He's not split pushing too often, which of course goes hand in hand with the fact that he does have the highest kills per minute. But also for him, he's sitting on the 5th highest kills per minute in EU compared to Zergi, who's second. So really interesting to see how this is going to kind of work out. And it's nice to put numbers to what you've been talking about so many times, EP. You've always talked about Hardeki being one of the big stand-up players for PS. And looking at the stats, I can kind of see why, because he's involved in so many of these kills.
pure and simple, he passes the eye test. It's one of those things where you look at and you go, I don't know all the exact specifics going on here, but I know that I never really see this player having a bad game. They're always in the midst of good plays, getting good pickoffs, and the stats surely have to support that. And, Dan, you've been around esports a long time, and it's funny how you get involved in the hard stats, but also the eye test for some of these things also generally will not lead you astray.
Yeah, there's definitely... it's your intuition. You see a lot of games and there's like things that are kind of interconnected. And so like you can't just have like one number or two numbers that really tell the story. So yeah, you got to rely on the intuition and the eye test, as you say, to make a good estimation of these things. And right out of the gate, we've got the Yamato and the Wraith bands coming in. So fairly normal.
Really quickly. The last note I did want to say about Hardeki is I think it's even more impressive that he has the highest kills per minute in EU, considering they were only our kings once before this. They obviously became kings yet again in week 6. So 2 out of the 6 weeks is the only times they really ever won, which gives even more impact to his kills per minute that he is really pumping the numbers for his team.
I like it.
Yeah, you take a look at PS. They're going to go with the Paradox as the first pick here, going, no, Mikhail S., you're not going to get it. But also, you talk about big... Yeah, I was about to say TAS. Like, forget about the Mikhail S. head. They also have their own reason for picking it in TAS. Particularly if you think back to the Steel from last week and just generally very, very solid Paradox play, right? Like, this is the double benefit. It's a deny and it's a good boon, but in turn, you're almost certainly giving up Mirage. I can't think to a draft where you haven't seen Mirage go by second pick, as we kind of talked about before. The real question, Dan, is who else do they go with the Mirage here?
Yeah, it's a good question. One of the things I'm curious about is, week to week, there can be a lot of experimentation. Also because we're getting patches, week to week as well. And sometimes more significant than others, but like generally quite significant. So the Mirage coming out. Mirage obviously is such a good all-rounder in terms of just consistent damage and the ability to always have impact, disabling people with the tornado, being able to use Traveler to work around work away around the map. So always an oppressive force in lane also. So a nice opening pick from Buff Enjoyers, but there's so many different gears for them to go to. And we talked about how typically you pick up these carries first in EU. So I'm curious, are we going to see Infernus? Like, where is the value put on Infernus and Pocket? Well, there's Pocket. So what's the response here for Pojilaya Skumbriya? Because again, I would expect them to like try to pick what they think is the next best carry in response.
I'm more concerned that I see Demov talking in chat right now when he's supposed to be doing the draft here, man. It looks like he's definitely gonna be able to pocket. He's like, okay, I got my pick. I don't need to worry about anything else. But yeah, it's a good point. Like, what are we gonna potentially see? Because you do have obviously the Infernus available. Do they potentially want to snatch away an early support as well, or go for the Viscus, which we saw be so instrumental in the last match on top of that? But I don't know. I'm actually, between these two teams, I'm mentally struggling to figure out like what they want to pick in what order as well here, because I feel like there's just so many mind games between these two teams, because they are, for me, like the old dogs of EU.
I think I look at here and you wonder Warden or not Warden. And as I say that, Warden gets picked. This is sort of where Warden is right now. I thought it might even go a little bit higher, but I think it's hard to argue against Mirage, Viscus, Paradox as sort of like your top tier if they're not banned sort of characters. But now when you look over towards Buff Enjoyers, okay, you wonder maybe at this point do you go for something like a Kelvin, where Kelvin not quite as highly valued in EU as it is in NA, but this would be a good point. 7 or Geist. Okay, Geist is going to be the one that's picked.
So weird, man. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I feel like these last weeks, like I remember 2 weeks ago, we were like, okay, it's going to be either Infernus or Wraith or 7 as a first pick. And now it's adapted to like, no, our like quote unquote hyper carries are going to be picked way later down in the draft. Like it's been such a crazy change in just like 2 weeks of time.
It changes a lot, Dan. It really, really does. And we've seen it go from like carries getting prioed to supports to, more playmaking characters. Every week it feels like there's a new wrinkle.
Yeah, we're trying to like work out the patterns and the trends, but you need to like that we operate with a small sample size, and then the trend gets bucked pretty quickly. So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, one thing actually we haven't really talked about too much is that Viscus did actually get buffed. Viscus was already very good, so it's not super surprising to see Viscus be early. I think the resurgence of Warden seems somewhat of a consistent trend now between the regions as well. If we're trying to look at those patterns that are matching up. Abrams coming in for Buff Enjoyers. Obviously, we saw them have excellent success there. I'm super excited to see how Pocket's going to play out now that it hasn't been banned, and it was banned previously. So with regards to Pojilaya Skumbriya, are we going to be picking up the Kelvin or the Ivy? I wonder, like, which team is going to be taking those?
Yeah,
okay, so we get the Ivy.
Yeah.
We know
I think
Liz is a massive Ivy player, but so it seems so is Obikin.
Yeah, both these teams generally do value Ivy, whether it be together on Ivy, whether it be it's one of those things where both teams have points have valued it as high that they get it within the second pick. That used to be the EU meta at one point, is like secure Ivy early. That also was back when Ivy did a little bit more spirit damage than she does now. But it's one of those things that does change a bit over time. Kelvin, though, going to be coming out in return, so again, EU kind of in the mode of, we'll pick the supports a little bit later and then use our pick 6 as kind of a flex counter sort of pick rather than being something that is truly high priority.
I'm looking at PS here, Dan, and I'm really not sure what they want to go for. I was thinking maybe Shiv, but I don't know if I'm even sold on Shiv.
Yeah, they could use something that's a little bit more tanky. Sometimes, I mean, it's hard to say because sometimes teams will be like, okay, we'll pick up another like DPS in that slot potentially as well. Moen Cruel is something we haven't seen as much of, but Moen Cruel is actually quite good if you know how to use it. But it's actually Vindicta coming out, so a kind of a somewhat more squishy hero. Vindicta's pretty good, but I don't know. I feel like there could have been a lot of different options there.
I love the commentary on Vindicta when you talk with top players right now, where a lot of people look at Vindicta and they go, oh, Vindicta is in your carry slot. A lot of players right now with the build that you build on Vindicta go, no. Vindicta is the Crowbot. You pick Vindicta for the early to mid-game pressure, and you try and get ahead off the Vindicta, and then in the late game, Vindicta is just sort of this omnipresent affliction that's constantly getting applied to your team. So Vindicta is more of a get-ahead mid character than a true hyper carry.
You know what blows my mind, gentlemen? What happened to Great Talon? We had him played 1 week when he got big buffs, and then he just disappeared, and there's been the rise of Vindicta since. I don't understand what happened. By the way, big shout out everyone who did sub to us. We just hit our goal of 100 subs. All the subs do go right back into the show. Really appreciate all of you out there for doing that. But yeah, Great Talon. What happened?
Look, I don't think when it comes to esports and players kind of going on whims, sometimes they overbuy into things. It was Tulip Mania on Great Talon, and he did get nerfed down a little bit, but I don't think he got nerfed down a bit to where he would go from first pick, first ban into just gone. The players overvalued it, period. And also, I think, Dan, there's also the idea that players get used to playing against things too, where eventually people go, oh, we haven't played against this and it's effective, but now we've played against it and we know what to do.
Yeah, it might be the fact that, you're looking at Great Talon probably similarly to Vindicta. And so it's an opportunity cost equation when you're thinking, okay, well, which one would we prefer to pick? Because we have seen, I would say, in a lack of Great Talon, we've seen a rise in Vindictas being picked. And obviously Vindicta did get some of the buffs to achieve that. But, Vindicta, has Stake, which obviously is a pretty nice item for ganking. And then also has a very consistent damage output. Like, because if you think about Great Talon with the power shot versus Vindicta's ult, it's damage, I think, with the ult for Vindicta that's going to be, you can scale it up more for the one-shot finishes, which you'll be often using it for. And also, obviously, with the Crow build item, you get more extra, like a lot of extra charges on it. So it actually ends up, I think, outperforming a Great Talon for that particular role as well. And then obviously with the sort of like mini affliction, like CP pointed out with the Crows, and also the dominance between the two mid lanes that you can have with Vindicta's range and the consistent gun damage. I don't know. I think it's just one of those things where they're both very similar in their functions, but I think it seems like for most people in the opportunity cost equation, Vindicta's winning out for some of those reasons, I think. I might be totally wrong though. You never know. You never know.
Well, no, I think you're completely right. Is that that's kind of why Vindicta is getting more of the nod. Now, before we get into the game here, and we have a little bit of time to think about the structure of how this game is going to go. Jason, when I look at this, I look at PS's lineup and see, I think, a little bit more early to mid power. Maybe it falls off a little bit later, but I think in general, flow-wise, I think you're going to see PS really try and get a bigger lead early and kind of flex some of that mid-game power that they have.
Well, early to mid-game is exactly where Pojilaya Skumbriya has been able to punish buff enjoyers in the past. One of the first teams I've seen really punish buff enjoyers in the early game, but we saw in the last match, buff enjoyers have definitely improved on the early match. So I think that's where my eyes are definitely focused here.
All right, Dan. Well, we are rolling on into it. We're going to get first glance at the lanes here in just a second. But yeah, for me, I look at the structure of this game, and while I don't think Pojilaya Skumbriya is going to be bad in the late game, I do think their comp lends itself to getting ahead in the early to mid, and it's going to be difficult if they don't. But also of note, it's not Hardeki on the 7. Hardeki's on the Warden.
Oh, yeah. Well, one thing I have to also quickly mention about Vindicta that we didn't talk about as well is that it's somewhat reliant on you really getting, you want to max out the ult very quickly, because by doing so, I think at level 3 you get to plus 600 souls per assassinate, and so that's like one of the ways that you can really start to snowball the value. The question is also though, where are you finding the value on Vindicta? Do you want to prioritize Vindicta getting those assassinates? I would still assume yes. I'm not sure if there's a strong argument to not do that. But just something to bear in mind, because if you don't do that, you won't snowball as hard with Vindicta.
This here, where Paradox taking a little bit of time to go to lane 1 and just give Vindicta an easier time versus the pocket in the middle. Still going to be rotating back and forth, but I think it's interesting to give Vindicta a little bit of a leg up versus Pocket, who at times can be a pretty dominating solo laner.
Yeah, I think you're very it's very apt to point out the fact that Vindicta is in that solo lane, because again, we've mentioned it before, Vindicta with the flight has the ability to very easily on a duo lane go between the duo lanes to snipe, and even into the solo lane as well. So by prioritizing Vindicta here, I'm quite curious to see how that's actually going to pan out against the Pocket 1v1. I don't know the last time I saw Vindicta Pocket 1v1.
Yeah, also, they're manipulating the lane right now, Pojilaya Skumbriya is, so it's TAS that's getting ahead on the double soak. Look at where TAS is soul-wise right now. There's already a 500 soul gap between him and essentially the rest of the game. This is so dangerous, Dan, because it also means TAS is likely going to hit 3k with a big advantage, and once you hit 3k souls, suddenly you get paradoxical swaps, and you just sort of snowball the advantage. So TAS, to me right now, is already the story with how far ahead they are.
Yeah, that's a great call out for sure. And, it puts so much natural focus for us in terms of the narrative here. And yeah, I was about to say there's some great movement tech using that rope that you can kind of see Taz execute there. You can definitely make it even faster, but it's something to learn if you're someone that's trying to get good at this game, how to move between those lanes off the rope quickly.
It's crucial, too, because it's a difference between getting those extra souls or not being there in time with the change that was made to Troopers, where they kill each other quicker. Oh, speaking of getting killed quickly, Listic down on the ground. It's Hardeki and Zanya finding that one. Might have been a binding word. There's setups where you can do puddle punch in the binding word that are pretty effective, but already pressure on the D-Mob, and Pojilaya Skumbriya coming out of the gate roaring, Dan.
This is quite scary. And again, I'm so curious to see how the Vindicta is going to play out, because this is another thing that we talk about when we're trying to make our predictions with the draft. There are definitely certain kind of specific edges that you could find in these matchups with certain hero selections and knowing the right strategy to apply that maybe we haven't seen before, or that applied to this specific matchup could be particularly effective. So that's something I'm looking out for with regards to the Vindicta pick, because we're already seeing some stuff that is not super common. And then, like you said, with Taz on the Paradox getting a double soak of experience, also a really great call out in terms of the strategic approach.
Taz right now is going for Pocket in lane 1. The pressure is on. Swap hasn't been used here just yet. D-Mob, sense the pressure, goes back, but that's just brutal. You have a 4k Paradox breathing down your neck as a 1.5k Pocket in lane. Your mission there, Dan, is to survive, is basically where you're at.
Yeah, this is so crazy oppressive, and do we get a spot coming in through? Oh my goodness, very low on this Kelvin. Oh, in comes the Pocket though. D-Mob able to get some souls back because of that. Finding off more than one can chew in Taz. Of course, still 4.2k souls, so not really sweating it too much. But that is a much needed bit of breathing room now for buff enjoyers that have been, it's been very impressive. But there is the Sleep Dagger into the Bullet Dance for a pick on the Sunset. So buff enjoyers picking up a little bit more.
Buff enjoyers slightly ahead on the aggregate so far too. Now though, just looking at a little bit of pressure being applied from PS onto the lane 3 Guardian. Listic not gonna be able to do a ton on his own, but you got the rotation from Zergy now coming on over. Very active rotations between Zergy and TAS respectively on both sides. TAS nearly at 5k, Zergy at 5k. So you see the value of each team, Dan, just kind of having a designated person that is trying to split as much as possible.
I'm actually so impressed by buff enjoyers based off of how kind of awful the start seemed to look and where we were placing the focus. Because one thing we didn't talk about as well is that Zergi's been doing a really great job in soaking up the souls as well on the haze. And we made the story in the previous match partly about Play With Me's haze, but we'll see exactly how that pans out in this instance. Nice bit of damage there from Zanya, but having to fall back, or rather Listic, but having to fall back. Just keeping this lane alive.
Talking about being alive, D-Mov reversing course here with the Ada Obakim, where you think, oh man, Taz coming in for the gank, and instead it's Taz getting run down like a dog. D-Mov just rolls on in. Pocket's so good at pushing the advantage, Dan, when they have it.
Yeah, what a swing that's actually beginning to happen here. It feels like it's all buff enjoyers of late. Getting all the ganks, all the pressure. On lane 1, it was so oppressive to be against PS, but now buff enjoyers are pushing hard here. 3 players against the 2 of PS trying to defend this Guardian. And still the battle rages on over there as we're on lane 3 at the moment. And yeah, Pojilaya Skumbriya are in a little bit of trouble now. They are pushing things back on lane 1.
Pass coming online, finding Shriek to the side. Obakim now in danger, getting swapped. It's a revenge of Taz right now, Dan, after a few rough gank attempts. Now just a little bit away from getting Obakim too, but guess what? Here comes Pocket. Time to take refuge into the subway. Utilize that movement now to purely get away. D-Mov, though, still on the chase as Litz comes in a little bit covering fire, and that's going to make D-Mov go, you know what? You get away this time.
And it's not too big of an advantage for PS, but it is actually an advantage. So despite, again, as we made the story a bit more about buff enjoyers because it had so many successful pushes and ganks and kills, Pojilaya Skumbriya still looking quite nice at the moment. And everybody around 5k souls, so no one's really standing out too much. But if you look on the other side of things, it is indeed Zergi on this haze that's chasing down Zanya. That is the story. 7k souls to try to leverage this advantage in items to get the kill. There's the Steam Tagger connected in the ball, in the cube. 600 HP now being focused by the top. Oh, okay, Bullet Dance. And oh my goodness, doesn't get the kill, invested everything to do so, and comes away with an empty bag.
There, Dan, very edgy go, Viscous is in danger. No, cube is pretty good. Tower focus with the changes they made to the tower, also pretty good. And also, you talk about the idea of, like, things that hurt that. Zergi got hit with the early decay, prevented getting a decent amount of life back, too. The EU love for decay has value, and okay, round 2, Dan.
Yes. The headshots will scale up fixation a bit more quickly, so focusing on that. Trying to get that damage in, and finally Zanya will be killed. Gubal can die after all, and just looking to push things further forward here. Having to reload, that's unfortunate, but still maybe another opportunity. Up we go. Can we finish things off here? Sunset does go down, tanking all the tower damage. Maybe want that heal bane to get that heal off of the kill, but maybe that's an item that will be coming up shortly.
So some back and forth once more where you see a big play denied into another big play coming out. Zergi, it's kind of the idea is like you get knocked down, you get back up again with how it went down there. And also calling a barrage for a very dishonest team.
All right, well, wow, Listic, what have we found Listic in a pretty difficult spot? Just in this little cabin, just getting annihilated. That's lovely for him. So, Pojilaya, dude, I just can't do it. I just can't do it.
One day.
How many more weeks will it take?
Look, if we could get through FNR GFE and Overwatch, we could get through Pojilaya Skumbriya and Deadlock. That's at least my hope. There you go. See, Jason is just thrown in the guide. But here we go. It's 40 seconds, Dan, before mid-buffs, and this is where we get to see teams set up. And you think to our last match, too, I mean, teams are pre-blowing ults before buffs came out. That's the level of priority they have now, at least in the EU Deadlock scene.
Oh, we actually connect those crows too. All right.
But not the swap.
Not the swap. That's the important one.
Yeah, you could go, it's like, maybe drop the crow, get the swap. Who have preferred that just a little bit more. But 10 seconds.
It's actually... Oh, well, yeah. I have to hold that thought here. Let's stick with the charge there. Bridge buff's coming up to be taken. Looks like here for Buff and Joyce. Oh, maybe not, because in comes Taz straight in with the nade, and I think the steal, the assassinate's raining in from above, and there you go. Assassination is successful. Listic's out of the picture, and Pojilaya Skumbriya get the bridge buff. And they have map control here with the urn up, and it's on Ivy, and this is one of the beautiful pieces of utility of, or rather the parts of utility that you have with this ult that allows you to fly. It's like delivery system, the airdrop, it's beautiful.
To that last point, that was the worst of all worlds. Not only does the buff get shamelessly stolen by Taz, but Listic just becomes a pincushion for Assassinate. Everything could go bad in that situation, and it sets up Pojilaya Skumbriya for the uncontested urn take. Across the board, PS now with their first real lead of the game, and they're not stopping. They're trying to deal with the Haze coming on in. Zergy off the swap. Leaving. And you look here, Haze is like, please, don't finish me off. It was just a prank.
Oh, and the frozen shelter, so unable to continue chasing the Haze. Cube comes in there to keep it set. Oh, the shot comes out. It's not actually the finish, though, but still, it looked beautiful. And fighting around the mid-boss now. This is looking like a very difficult scenario for MKLS here, because it is Taz right behind him, and more damage being thrown in. Somehow still alive. Eventually, though, it's going to be inevitable, it would seem, as MKLS goes down. And so does Sharik, and Pojilaya Skumbriya going from strength to strength.
4K, the 56K, still plenty of game left to be played here, though. Take a look at her deck. He just fisticuffs. You think you're going to see that from an Abrams, but hey, sometimes Warden is good to throw a few hands. So the lead continuing to be built and compounded upon here. But you look at who has the farm on both teams. The thing that worries me a little bit, where our player of the match, our Intel player of the match from last game, Dan, and Listic, 7Can and Abrams this game, it's going to be hard to be effective at this point.
That's a very good point. And I wonder what the options are going to be here. We do have the buffs and, of course, the urn coming up once again in 2 or 3 minutes, but I mean, I feel like you can really see like some of the advantage of having the Ivy just in that if you do have the room to ult and pick up the urn, that's such a huge advantage, because oftentimes the urn can really make a difference. And if you get a bit of map control, the fact that you can just turn it in so quickly, I feel like is very important. We saw how effective and helpful that was in the previous match for buff enjoyers, actually. And speaking of the Listic there, the Listic, the Abrams, so they're going to be pressuring that first lane to get the Guardian.
Also, significant pressure coming into lane 4, and an Anvil on top of Invictus head together. Gonna be grounded, but the Walker still very much getting pounded. However, you got Sharik in on the teleport saying, no, you're not getting away for free. Moving on over, looking for Viscous. Takes down Tanya in turn. And that's kind of, you talk about the idea of why Mirage's value. Quick teleports like that, Dan, certainly show the reason why teams value him, even to see Listic going down the other lane.
Yeah, a lot of action now on this third lane, which might give an opportunity for Pojilaya Skumbriya to push the first lane Walker. Someone is going to have to come over from buff enjoyers to ensure that that lane is safe. And once again, I make the reminder, urn is up in about a minute. So this is the other thing too. You don't really want to take fights and risk dying right when the urn's about to come up unless absolutely necessary. You want to try to have this next minute to keep everybody up, to try to find a way to position yourself around the bridge buffs at the very least. And the map control's pretty even at the moment.
Hardeki under a little bit of assault from the Geist. Off here in lane 1. See Pocket coming in on the fringe where, again, as Geist, you can dive a little bit, but just have to be really aware of the information you don't have when you're not seeing people on the map. And also, Hardeki looking for setup here. 40 seconds, Dan, till mid buffs come up, and both teams already in the neighborhood.
Yeah, you can hear them sort of gathering information, pinging the opponents for their teammates, and again, no one really wanting to take any big risks. You want to be able to set up a fight, get these buffs, see if the urn is something you can make a play for. I'm not sure if it'll be a neutral urn or not. I tried not to do the math.
For here, I think it'll be neutral. Well, actually, this is why you don't do the math. As I'm saying here, it's just like, yeah, well, actually, it's like the gears just start slowing down. I do think, emphasis on think, it might be in the Buff Enjoyers territory, but it's really, really close.
Yeah, it might be like 1k difference close. Ooh, Majestic Leap pays, presumably for the ult. We have prioritized the ult a lot more than, let's say, Play With Me would. However, here we go. The fight now on lane 4 is where all the action is at. Buff Enjoyers and PS looking to try to win this one out over the urn. And right now it looks like the opening kills are going towards PS. Buff Enjoyers are in a lot of trouble here, trying to get out without losing too many more players. Ice Path comes in. You can kind of use this to block the Veil a little bit, but the maneuverability here is looking lackluster as we try to escape here, but the Assassinate rains on in, takes down Obi Kim. And PS come away with 3 kills and map control, but can they actually turn into the opposing side with that urn?
Yeah, winning the team fight is one thing, getting the urn turn in is another. Zanya overstaying their welcome and paying the price, and that's going to complicate potential urn turn in here too. Once that happens, Zergy goes, all right, we're going to drop you down. Here's the bullet dance, and guess what? My skin is metal. Together, running away. Metal Skin not gonna save it. Drops a nice juicy bag for Zergy. And also, that's the downside, Dan, to Assassinate. If you die after getting Assassinate, you feed the souls, in this case, directly in the Zergy's waiting mouth.
Okay, this seems scary. Cloud Storm is online for Sunset, which is a pretty strong ult for this area. And they are close enough to try to challenge this. The 2 of them are dead. But do they dare try to challenge? Rejuve is dropping.
You gotta look towards what's here. They're not going in, they're not going in. Wait. Okay, Buff Enjoyers get it. But Pojilaya, they look at it, they go, do we want to go for it? Not quite. Buff Enjoyers, a big turnaround in the match. Pojilaya Skumbriya is still up, but Buff Enjoyers turning up the heat. Zanya, under pressure is a good pop. Moving forward, D-Mob down. Zanya just rolling and rolling. Not too stressed. So Buff Enjoyers down 1 Rejuve. Cube up on Zanya. I don't know if Zanya gets out of this one. Low HP, goes for the Warp Stone. Hardeki punishes on the side. 2 Rejuves down now, and Hardeki even going, no, we can still do a little bit of pushing, even though you have Rejuve.
Yeah, this is a really good answer for that Rejuve. Being able to take some of these scrappy fights, not allowing Buff Enjoyers to really enjoy the advantages that they get from that Rejuve just yet. Of all the lanes being pushed because your creeps are stronger and so on and so forth. PS are going to be able to kill a lot of time here before Buff Enjoyers can kind of regroup into really making a team play that would maximally leverage that rejuvenation. So that could have been a point in this game where it could all have turned around, but good work from Pojilaya Skumbriya to mitigate that.
Looking at the overall farm situation in the game at the moment, Dan, the thing that strikes out to me is that Zergy and Sharik are starting to build a pretty decent gap against a lot of members on Pojilaya Skumbriya. It's at the point where Zergy can take one-on-ones with most of the roster without fear. You know, maybe not Hardeki, maybe not together, depending on the circumstance, but other than that, the amount of plays Buff Enjoyers have for pickoffs just because of who has the farm right now, actually pretty significant.
Well, we're going to see now if that can be converted even more on these pushes. Pojilaya Skumbriya in a spot where they have to defend. They choose to try to defend this first lane. There aren't an enormous amount, only 3 players here for Buff Enjoyers, so they've got to be cautious. And in fact, there's the rescue beam, the Ice Path, to escape that very, very dangerous position. But in the meantime, they've actually allowed their team to have a good fight on the lane 3 Walker. They are pushing that. It's only Litz, I believe, who's in a spot to defend it. And so Buff Enjoyers pick up the lane 3 Walker. Brilliant stuff there. They forced so many PS players to go to lane 1, only to leave that lane 3 open.
And the important thing is, gets a flex on Listic, though, bursted down as the Walker pressure continues. D-Mob going to finish it off, so that's another Walker down. Only 1 remaining for PS. Swap attempt in. And Buff Enjoyers making the most out of the Rejuves by dying and going back to base, in a sense here. But all in all, Dan, as the smoke is cleared, off the Rejuve steal, Buff Enjoyers have evened up the course of the game. 115 to 113. And wow, Hardeki living at death's door right now. Just confident no one else is around.
Yeah, and this was really good macro play, and it was really all set up off of the Rejuve, because obviously that allows Buff and Joyous to have their lanes all get pushed pretty hardcore. And then they understood that, hey, if we send just enough players to lane 1, that's gonna force PS to have to respect it, and they're gonna have to send at least that many players, which will allow us an opening to take down the objectives elsewhere on the map. And so now, because of this, they've closed this distance in souls pretty significantly.
Curious about adaptive items now in terms of how many knockdowns are up. We see that Kelvin has knockdown, of course, set up for together.
No one will stop me.
Listic down early. Listic has been the punching bag, and I feel like it just put Listic into a death spiral where Listic has to be in the front. It's still Abrams, but because Listic is underfarmed, Listic is dying early, and as a result, Listic isn't getting involved in kills that do happen, and you now have the situation where your Abrams is the least farmed member on your team for Buff Enjoyers in a game that's otherwise mostly even. Rough game for Listic.
Yeah, it definitely is. Especially compared to the previous match where we awarded him the MVP. However, we do have Litz now for PS on the way for that drop-off. It looks like he's got a death ball of teammates with him to try to deliver this one, but it's not without some challenge here. We do have D-Mob on the pocket trying to get in there, as well as the Kelvin, Obi Kim, but they can't deny it. There's a fight in the middle of the map as looks like PS found Sharik, who was trying to reinforce, I think, the earn defense, but gets caught in a 3v1, goes down, and this is going to be converted potentially into this Walker Listic, who, as you mentioned, is pretty underfarmed here in comparison to some of these other players, cannot do anything to defend that Walker, and now it's PS that get these nice macro wins on these objectives.
Crucial Walker to get down there, and also something of note too in terms of the item situation. I think there's at least 3 Veil Walkers of Pojilaya Skumbriya, really valuing just the extra sustain that you can get from dancing in and out of Veils mid-fight. So something to keep an eye on in terms of meta right now, because for PS, you take a look at who has it. Well, take one moment. Pocket right now looking at who's on me. It's a Paradox. Gets swapped in, 1500 HP. Under assault from all angles, and no, not gonna get out. Briefcase, not gonna be enough.
Do not fall.
Pocket not usually the character you expect to get picked either, Dan.
Yeah, he couldn't get the cloak off in time, I think, before satcheling, and I'm not sure if I saw him having an unstoppable, if he had any abilities that would have helped him out there, but that was not a good spot for them. And you can see together on the Vindictor calling out that there is an unstoppable on Zergy. And we've seen that Zergy is really trying to force a lot of bullet dances. And stylistically, again, this is a difference between, I think, him and most pockets, or rather, I should say, a difference between how Zergy and most hazers play against Play With Me. It puts less emphasis on that bullet dance. So we'll have to keep an eye out for some really epic bullet dances.
Well, 23 minutes. Pojilaya Skumbriya nursing a decent lead right now. Full action might not really take place until we get to the 25-minute mark, though. Well, I think you take a look, Taz is going to be on the prowl the entire time, looking for pickoffs, and might be a cheeky little setup right here, Dan. The crouch is in action. You just got to peek and see, can I grab someone? Goes for it, and not quite on target, the bridge, interrupting the clean swap.
Yeah, a lot of the players here for both teams are, or rather, I should say the players for Buff Enjoyers are in some tricky spots, I think, for Pojilaya Skumbriya. It's very hard to kind of just walk in and just sit through one choke point when the opposing team is in all these different high ground positions kind of dispersed around you. Okay, so we get the mid-boss takedown here. I'm not sure if this will be a fake or not. They know that everyone from Buff Enjoyers is up, so they're going to force it to scream to see if they can bait something here, ZP.
Also, Hardeki has Unstoppable now. They could use it for a safer secure onto the mid-boss, or Hardeki could just turn himself into the suicidal missile and run straight in, if the team fight does go here. Big power spike for Hardeki, and you look here, Listic under assault early, team fight again, just going, please, make the pain stop! Listic cannot get away! Target number 1 in every fight. Pojilaya Skumbriya with the advantage. Hardeki already in with the last stand. The fall through whip together, in on the top, gets the assassinate, looking for more. A lot of unsecured souls off the assassinates. Look at that Baghdad. It's massive.
It really is. Yeah, I wonder if we can see like the damage on the assassinate right now, because it's got to be doing like 600 plus damage, maybe like 600, 700 damage now on these shots. That is devastating spirit damage off of that right now. I think, if you're picking Vindictor, you've got to engineer games like this to be truly a carry and impactful. And we are really seeing that. There's been so many really good assassinates. And Pojilaya Skumbriya, they baited the mid boss DP. And at that point, I'm thinking, okay, what you want to try to do is you want to try to convince the other side to just spam a lot of ults. But instead, it was Pojilaya Skumbriya that just popped all of their ults, almost all their ults, and Buff and Joys were holding on to all of theirs, which indicates that Buff and Joys could not find a good way to engage with their ults as a team. They were scrambling on the disengage.
I also think that we're kind of in a level of frontline diff, where Hardeki is leading the way in Unstoppable, in Last Stand, and is going to be a force in and of themselves. They're getting backed up by support from Zanya, who's also in Goo Ball, and Listic is getting run over in 0.5 seconds at the start of the fight. So Buff and Joyers have no real safe ability to actually poke and prod, and then you have this guy. You have Together sitting here with key assassinates over and over again, stacking the bag. It's just a rough combination for Buff and Joyers. Pojilaya Skumbriya and now put themselves in an incredible position, Dan, to get the mid-boss and finish this one out.
Yeah, they've done such good work here. This has been a really good game so far, like back and forth, but ultimately Pojilaya Skumbriya looking just so good. And let's not forget too, they were a bit ahead, and then we had somewhat of an equalizing mid-boss that came out for Buff Enjoyers. So impressed by these European teams right now. Another swap coming in. Oh my god, it's just so oppressive. I think you're right, CP. The Last Stand is, I mean, it's easy to see when Warden is able to stay on top of the power spikes, why he's so vital in these team fights. Because you cannot engage a team fight into Warden's Last Stand unless there's some way to mitigate it, which I don't think there's many ways you can do that now.
I mean, Dan, who knows if it's illegal or not, but you can make the theory that Pojilaya Skumbriya, they have their coaches on target, and Hardeki's at the point in the game where they've removed his S key. He cannot back up. He can only move forward, because that is the tactical play with just where he's at, both item-wise, farm-wise, and the fact that you have a Warden this far ahead. That's what you can simply do. Quick swap on the Zergy. Listic moving forward, trying to punish the Paradox, might do it this time. The Cube, though, denying that. Look at the space generated by Zanya. That's unfair. Listic had a great play, but the peel from Zanya was so much better.
It's just so beautiful to watch. Such great synergies here between these heroes and their abilities. And just like you said, Pojilaya Skumbriya with the Rejuve, like pushing to end this game now with all their advantages. And Together is going to get knocked down. You just hear the anvil there. I mean, knockdown is the typical counter you buy for these airborne heroes. It's also obviously nice against the Ivy. It's an important counter for Ivy. But who do you use it between? Together or the Ivy? It's hard to say, but it's not going to matter this time around. Pojilaya Skumbriya absolutely decimating the base. No one died just yet. Everyone with the Rejuve buff still up.
The end game, to say the least. Buff Enjoyers, there's very little they could do to prevent Pojilaya Skumbriya from staying in, keeping pressure. Maybe Hardeki goes down here. Yeah, Hardeki goes down, but Rejuve's gonna be up. Patron is in second stage. Together, just picking off kill after kill with Assassinate, where the job is easy. The space being made, especially by Zanya, has been immense. And they're not even gonna wait for Hardeki to come back here, Dan. They're just gonna keep pressuring, and Buff Enjoyers kind of need a miracle to hold this one off.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the respawns being so fast, they can just like speed their way off of the zip line to get back in there on the fight. The pressure continues. Buff Enjoyers are forced to try to fight before the reinforcements is really there. So they're in a spot here where if PDS, they stick around, they're going to have opportunities for more kills to really just finish off the game. Sending them back here at Sunset once again. The back and forth, but in this tug of war, it feels like PS, they've got like some, I don't know, sumo wrestlers on their side on the tug of war.
And they're about to just shove them straight out of the ring. Sharik melted between Together and Hardeki. It's the Last Stand, but it's more like finishing blow is where we're at here. Unstoppable going to be popped, moves on forward, gets the Geist. The Patron, the Frozen Shelter is gone, and that's going to be Pojilaya Skumbriya taking map 1 in our best of 3. Very
impressive showing, for sure. Again, we had some questions, thinking about the Vindicta pick, but when you see how well it's played, that's part of the story that we don't always have, is what is the level of comfort, what is the level of R&D that certain players on your team have been doing with certain heroes, and that Vindicta performance was just phenomenal.
And the Vindicta performance really was a function of the fact that Vindicta had all the space in the world. And why did Vindicta have that space? It was Hardeki and it was together. Or sorry, not together, but it was Zanya. Together, working together, for together, as it were. Yeah, we'll do that wordplay. But also the mock the wordplay, come in and give his own insights. We got Jason Kaplan back in. We're taking him out of jail. Yeah, he's
Zanya. Back. My God, I know we got get gooped. We have the merch over on deadlockfightnight.com, but man, his viscous play in this match was insane. Thinking back to that Zergy dive onto his lane under his Guardian, it wasn't even a dive. Before that, he had to turn to the goo ball to survive against him and another player. He dives in towards the back line of his own tower, cubes himself, stays alive, gets the kill on the Zergy. Ridiculous. And his cubes this whole game were phenomenal. But I look back at this match and PS should have won this way earlier. If you think back to, I think it was our second earn, we had PS send 2 players into lane 1 to push. I believe it was the Warden, and I believe it was the 7. They win that fight, getting 3 kills, and they get a Walker for free off of that. If they just backed away and didn't commit to like the refight off of that, they could have went for mid boss, but instead they kind of commit too many players. They lose about 2 or 3 off of that, and Buff Enjoyers get mid boss off of that. One major error almost cost them the game, but then coming back and swinging into like a 30-40k solo. This is the play right there I was referring to, by the way, out of Zanya. And then to get into a mid boss themselves, I think PS really showed some composure, and Buff Enjoyers obviously taking full advantage of any mistakes that PS made. But my God, like that was a match and a half. I did not expect that many swings. I thought Buff Enjoyers were going to close out that game once they got that first mid boss punishing PS. But PS just to hold on Hardeki on the Warden, like you've been talking about. ZP, I've really not been a Warden fan, but Hardeki is slowly making me one of them with the plays he's able to pull off in this last match.
The Warden there, or is it Hardeki love? Because I feel like you can make the argument for Hardeki love, because you talk about the versatility that was seen at Hardeki. Just doesn't matter the character, gets ahead, stays ahead, Mr. Consistent. Dan, hard to ask more from a player.
No, yeah, I totally agree, and it's just beautiful too that this team has, they just play so well on these synergies. And the way that, I mean, if we're staying on Hardeki for a moment, the way that he was able to remain very competitive, which is not the easiest thing to do on a Warden, 15-2 on the kills, that's very nice. But ensuring that you have the relevant power spikes to get the last stands. The last stands are so impactful to control the fights, the team fights in the mid to late game. And that's what we saw, because we never really had a situation where Buff Enjoyers could really synergize correctly with their ults, because they were being dispersed pretty consistently. And Zergy was unable to really get a lot of value in like one-on-one ganks. So from that point of view, you've got just general advantages in every sort of fighting scenario going the way of PS.
Dan, ZP, look at his player damage. 34,500. Look on the opposing side. He has over double damage compared to every single player except Sharik. Like, what a Chad Hardeki is, man. Talking about his, his highest kill per minute out of anyone in EU, proving it right here as 15 as well. But he also does more damage than Together, and he's in the front line. Obviously, it's a lot easier to do damage when you're in the front line because you can hit more targets easily, whereas Vindicta has to sit back. But man, Hardeki popped off this game.
Actually value Together's damage a little bit more, because I do think Last Stand, when it comes to the stats at the end of the game, is a little stat patty. It is, because some of the damage you do isn't necessarily converted into kills. I mean, it does kind of show the pressure that it does within the game, right? But you look at Together at 30k, most of that is going directly into a player that is about to die. Together made full advantage of all the space that Zanya and Hardeki were able to create. And of course, this is all not even to say what Taz was able to do with good swap picks and setting up scenarios that Buff Enjoyers, frankly, Dan didn't always want to go into.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it was just beautifully done. And the synergy between that and what we saw out of the Viscous there with the cube, it just, you know, once we saw it in action, it's like, whoa, the cube has made so much of a difference because it enables those swap plays to be safe. It enables the Vindicta or the Ivy, if they're getting targeted in any way with the knockdowns or anything else, well, you've got a cube for that. There's just, obviously, if Hayes is bullet dancing, you've got a cube. So the cube like was one of the pieces, I think, that really tied it all together to ensure that the weaknesses of those particular playstyles that are so strong was covered by something.
You know, I think we also kind of forgot about what happened very early in this match. Tass and Zergy hitting like 4k souls each at 4 minutes in, where the next closest was like 1.9, was ridiculous. And it was a constant battle between those two and where their presence was going to be around the map. And it came down to like just kind of surviving the onslaught until you got your ultimates online. This match honestly had so many things you can look at. I think we could spend hours talking about it. There's so many different directions we can go, but that was honestly a fantastic first map of the series.
Well, you can't ask for a better opening, but as we know here at Deadlock Fight Night, EU, they like going to 3. The matches have been close, but that was only map 1. We still got map 2, potentially more left to go. We do have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have all that action and more. You know, we have Get Gooped merch, but I swear we're not rigging the matches to make the goo ball look good. That is just Zanya bringing the heat for Pojilaya Skumbriya. Jason, we talked a lot about, we won't go super in-depth once more, but my word, that was incredible play showing just how good support can be here in Deadlock.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the cubes multiple times saved teammates heavy-handedly. Not to mention like the little goo fists as well, able to like help people escape, help create some distance as well between his like teammates and others. I also do have to bring this up because I don't know if we've mentioned it, and I don't think most people out there in chat know. Zerg's a trackball player, and I mean that's pretty damn impressive. There's only like one other professional player I've ever seen in any esport play trackball, and that was in League of Legends by a player named Kerp, who played top lane. Like, I really want to see his hand, because what you don't realize with trackball players, obviously you have to use your thumb a ton. The muscle here is ridiculous. He's got like a 6-pack, I think, on his thumb. Like, it's crazy, man. But to have that, you know, ZDK, you were talking a ton about aim last week, right? You were saying like Overwatch players, you talked to multiple aim coaches. Overwatch players have the best aim, but trackball? Huh?
Yeah, there's no data on trackball. I have no idea. Like you say, like no one ever uses trackball. In Quake, there was like one player. This is like, I'm talking about like the 2005 to 2010 period. There was like one player even back then that used a trackball. And back then you can make more of an argument for it because there's not as like many amazing peripherals. But hey, if it works, it works.
I just say I had a player on an old Tribes 2 team going way back in the day that used trackball, and times have not changed. He got memed relentlessly back then as anyone does now. Like, trackball players have always been a persecuted group in gaming. We just wonder. We wonder how they exist. It's hard to understand.
I just worry, like, how many of these extra mice does he have? Because you're not gonna find trackball mice that easily anymore. If you imagine you go to a LAN event and your mouse breaks, you ain't getting that replaced really quickly. So I don't know.
It's like Smash players hoarding CRT monitors, knowing that a day will come that the CRTs will be gone. They're not made anymore.
The old 64 controllers as well.
Yeah. Well, we have the bans coming in here, Dan, and Mirage taken off the table early, so not going to be first picked. Wraith also just is dead in EU because it'll never get past the ban phase, apparently.
Yeah, we saw Pocket get picked up immediately last time by Buff and Joes, so maybe we could expect to see that. But at the same time, now you've had the data of, okay, what went well for PS in the previous match? Okay, well, Paradox went well. Viscous went well. These are two of the S tier like opening picks that we mostly see, so the Paradox pick is pretty expected. But are we going to get a Viscous, a Warden? Like these are like key picks that help PS win the previous match.
Bro, you got 2 picks: Yamato, Viscous, boom, easy. But give me that 8-head alien lady.
Jason's entirely right here. I think Viscous is coming in unless they value the Warden more. There's a world where they go, we want Warden, but no, we don't live in that world. It's going to be Viscous comes in. Most obvious 1-2 pick that you're going to have. Jason called it, and yeah, this is a tough start, I think, for Buff Enjoyers, where you've secured the Paradox for Mikhail, but now you have to deal with the Zanya Viscous again. And we'll see what they pick here. I do think they probably grab the Warden in this round of picks, unless they undervalue it. Usually be D-Mob that's playing it, but Dan, I think that's the road we're going to.
Well, at least Buff and Joyce were able to steal away the Warden, and I think that's going to be really helpful because it really felt like as soon as Warden came online, I guess there should be an asterisk because it's hard decky playing Warden, and hard decky just takes anything to a godlike level, it appears. But with that said, still, the utility of Warden with the last stand in fights, if you're able to play Warden well, that controls the movement really effectively. So it's very hard to deal with that, and so at least Buff and Joyce don't have to worry about that dynamic because, again, to me, it felt like Warden was shutting down their team fight synergies.
I was hoping, and I'm still hoping, to not see Abrams picked up for Buff and Joyce here too. I mean, Listic, I know he's a phenomenal Abrams player, but I feel like the fact that you have Viscous on the other team makes it a lot more difficult to play it successfully. And that last match was extremely rough for him. But on the other side, I mean, there's still a lot of different choices. And you mentioned Pocket earlier, Dan. We're going to see it picked up as a 3rd pick for Pojilaya Skumbriya, which I find kind of interesting that it got that deep. But I guess you kind of had to respond on Buff and Joy's side with the Warden. But maybe the 7 was the interesting choice here out of Buff and Joy's ZP.
Yeah. 7, at the very least, it denies it from Pojilaya Skumbriya, where it would either be going the Sunset or it would be going the Hardeki. I think it probably would be an immediate pick for Hardeki. I think in overall history, it's Hardeki's most comfortable hero. Not, I guess, to the new Warden, which is now Hardeki's new best friend, but in a sense, if you think about taking away comfort heroes from the other side, you've gotten rid of both Seven and Warden, which Hardeki is very competent in, and now this kind of brings you to, do you see Hardeki Shiv, perhaps? Maybe you do, but I think it's a less valuable overall pick than the two heroes in Hardeki's pool that they just removed as an option.
I was going to make mention that, okay, the Ivy Kelvin battle, because it feels like we're about at that spot. Okay, and Ivy does get picked up by PS. PS used Ivy extremely well in the previous game, and when they had it in the game before that as well, like again, it just works super well for them around the urns especially, and just synergizing off of Viscous is key, just keeping Ivy safe in like key moments. It's just, there's so much synergy already building on PS. For buff enjoyers, though, I have a lot more confidence now that they've got the Paradox and the Warden online. But they are lacking maybe another like support and maybe some more damage.
Well, we haven't seen Obi-Kim play anything. Well, I know he did play Kelvin last game, so I'm assuming they're just going to snatch up Kelvin. I'm actually surprised to not see McGinnis play that often anymore. I mean, she was such a strong pick out of most teams. Obviously, we see her a lot when it comes to NA compared to EU. But we do see Vindicta being picked up by buff enjoyers, and again, I'm kind of curious whose hands this is going to go to necessarily for buff enjoyers side. But I mean, again, you see the impact of a Vindicta, especially early on, like how hard you can snowball with that assassinate.
Ooh. And there it is. I was mentioning what is left in Hardeki's pool that we've seen recently, and the answer is Shiv. I actually think now, if you reframe looking at the draft and what was prioritized, going with the Warden 7 back-to-back for buff enjoyers was really, really smart. Because even though I think Hardeki is a fine Shiv, I think when you look at the overall power of Shiv as a hero right now, and the ways that things can just go wrong if you don't get enough early game farm, that you have now put Hardeki in a rougher situation relative to either of those two heroes. So the buff enjoyer kind of deny Hardeki back-to-back seems really good to me, Dan.
Yeah, and I think it's I'm feeling a lot more confident with what we're seeing because of like everything that we said already, and just well, okay, I have to give you the floor here, Jason, because you already made a very emotional appeal to buff enjoyers to not go for the Abrams, and we're seeing it. So I want to hand it to you instead.
I mean, I still feel like it can work. I mean, you obviously can't cube everyone, right? So there's a good chance that Listic should be able to get some of these charges through. And I think there are some like pretty decent targets. Like if you can catch a pocket before you can briefcase, you could potentially turn that into a kill. Yamato as well, just to create space for your backline. If you can hit a charge onto her, it can help with that. Same with Infernus. If you want to do the sacrifice play, you know, carrying the nuclear missile out to outer space to save your team. So I think it can work, and it does obviously help create space for the backline with the Ward and with the Geist and the Abrams for sure. I was looking over to my side, I was checking my database, and just a quick note here, as I mentioned Hardeki before having the highest kill per minute in EU, his Shiv play, so sorry, let me roll it back. He's at 0.26 overall kills per minute. His Shiv is at 0.39, like an insane difference and how impactful and how many kills he's been able to pick up. And to be fair to him, he's got 3 wins, 2 losses on it. So it's not like he's had 5 wins, and of course he's going to have a high amount of kills per minute. He's lost on this, and he still puts up huge numbers.
To be fair, Jason, anytime you look at the kills per minute on Shiv of all heroes, there's like an asterisk of also X amount of these are kill steals, where just the nature of killing blow. I mean, look, obviously you're still getting the kills, it's important, but you know, Shiv kind of puts his thumb on the scales a little bit.
You say steal, I say secure.
Well, speaking of secure, we are securing our way into game. We're not there yet, though, Jason. So any final thoughts that you want to see as we get into it?
Give us a map 3, buff enjoyers. I believe in it. We had it for the first time last week. We had it EU and NA. Let's have it back-to-back weeks.
Well, you heard it. I think, Dan, we both agree with that sentiment very much. And this is going to be interesting because buff enjoyers, I feel like they made some big changes in the draft. They, like we talked about, they went to weaken Hardeki. They're still gonna have to deal with the Viscous, but their frontline game much more substantial here now that they have the Warden on their side to give Listic a little bit of backup.
Yeah, and another point I'll mention as well is we saw the Infernus come really late in for buff enjoyers, and I think that's in part because they had to have something that would just absolutely wreck the Vindicta. Because obviously Infernus is a great counter. You can just get the dots up on the Vindicta as she's flying around, and it can be very hard for her to stay safe. So I definitely like right now the comp from buff enjoyers a lot more. And Pojilaya Skumbriya, they didn't actually select like a pure support actually. So there's a question: who's going to get the rescue beam potentially? Is anybody? Who's going to get the health nova, etc.
Really fair point. It's going to be kind of support by committee, and I would guess when it comes to rescue beam, it might not even be a thing. But also, Method in the Madness stand, they got the Paradox. They don't need necessarily a rescue beam in the way that you would if you were facing a Paradox, where it's essentially a necessity. And oh word, Together getting absolutely mauled by poke damage early on here in lane 4, off the rotation, and doesn't get away. From downtown comes the Geist.
Yeah, very nice. It actually feels a lot harder to dodge those spirit bombs than it used to, the soul bombs. I always forget what they're called for some reason, but harder to dodge than it used to be.
I'm good with the names, but in my head, it's just Geist Bomb. Is yeah, that's how it's gone. But also, take a look here, Listic, looking for a better start than last time, and being paired with the Paradox in lane, not the worst. Definitely a scarier lane composition, just because of the fact that you have Abrams last hitting and pressure with charge into how Paradox can set that up with the carbine.
Yeah, a lot of action early on here, in terms of kills and damage exchange on the heroes. And I would say that Europe tends to be a little bit more passive compared with NA. NA is a region that is often very active in the early lanes. And we had, I think, on lane 4, a lot of action there. It's supposed to be a solo lane, but there's been multiple heroes there. And we get, once again now, the players crossing between the duo and the solo lane. And is it going to be a kill here? Coming the way of Taz, off of the pocket, is close. Oh, unable though, the jump pad is saving Obi Kim. Oh my god, he was so low.
15 HP on the zipline, off the zipline, a little bit of paranoia, wondering, am I still being chased? Better safe than sorry, I suppose. But you look here at lane 3, PS trying to take advantage, get a little bit more pressure onto the tower. Solo lanes right now, relatively safe and secure. Nothing too crazy going down here as you look at the Yamato versus Geist lane. But the rotation in and underway. Tass moving over on the pocket, and Dimov again going to be on alert.
Yeah, pocket is a great one to gank. You look at this, just the barrage just sliding across. And just creating all that presence, and okay, all right, the sunset's gonna go down. Perhaps didn't expect Zaggy to be so deep. I'm not sure exactly, but hey.
Dan, that was an honest 1v1 too. There was no rotation involved there. That was just good old-fashioned fist to the face. You see here, speaking of pressure, just the old 1-2 on the Sharik coming in from Taz, who has been very effective on the roaming pocket so far. You talk about going to different lanes and getting a soul lead. Taz is at 3.5k, Dan, at less than 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and that's on the pocket as well. So, previously Taz was doing the same sort of approach, but on the Paradox. And obviously pocket, if Taz is able to continue this lead, that's going to be very scary on the pocket. Going in for more pressure with the barrage. Dimov doesn't have too much to respond, just has to play really safe. So, really just Taz is gifting the lane 2 together.
Dimov must be tired, Dan. This is the second game in a row where Dimov has had to deal with Taz's very on-point double lane strategy, and it's just Dimov having to survive in very difficult circumstances. Certainly did so last game, and see if it's a case here once more.
Okay, well, we're going in here. Just the dive coming through with Flame, Dash, and some good damage and good pressure on this lane for Pojilaya Skumbriya, although Together's going to go down on lane 4 as all this is happening. And right now as well, Buff and Joyers have a lot of pressure from Zerky, and they may take down this Guardian lane 4 pretty soon. Be able to deter it ever so slightly, but that Guardian's going down very quickly here, so good work from Zerky.
To me, Dan, when I look at these team comps and where it's at, I don't think either team necessarily has a huge advantage if it goes late. Like, you get in first on one end, 7 on the other. Like, there's ups and downsides for both as the game progresses. Maybe I'd give more of the PS just because of Yamato being able to get out of control, but this feels like a game that, whether it be early, mid, or late, is relatively well balanced, which you don't always get.
Well, that definitely sets it up for an exciting matchup, and I think most people are hoping we get 3 out of this one. Now, It's only 5 minutes in. I feel like we've had so much action already, ZP. I was like ready for the bridge buff to come up.
Well, I'll tell you what, at this point, Demov probably feels like it's been 5 minutes, just dealing with both a Pak and Yamato in his lane again. But, you know, you look at Demov's HP, doing a great job of going, okay, Pocket's coming over, I'm not going to take much damage. Now they rotate back over, and Yamato going, you've been helping me, I'm going to help you. Pressure into lane 3 from PS. Buff Enjoyers just end back a little bit.
Oh,
Taz!
nice.
Through the veil. Sniped and done.
Wow. I thought he was tank. I thought he had enough health to be able to survive that. That's actually pretty wild. Obviously, with Vindicta, most people will just save all their skill points for the ult. So when the ult comes online, you immediately get 2 skill points in it, and it's a plus 140 damage. So it ends up being actually like a pretty significant nuke for this period of time, because that's going to be like between like, I think 340 and 400 damage. So if you don't have a spirit shield up at that moment, you're probably going to get kind of wrecked.
Apart from the early kill, and I think apart from just having good rotations into some jungle camps, you see Zergy at 6k from the solo, probably about to hit 7k. Seems to be a game where you're going to get a good ramp up on the 7, but no. Again, a little bit of pressure in lane 3. You see Obikim just going, all right, I'm going to back up just a bit, as Taz has been a continual presence. Listic, though, gets Zanya, and you have to think Listic doesn't want to repeat last game in terms of falling behind.
Yeah, I totally agree, and we'll see if he's able to perform a bit better. I think it's been a lot more easy going, especially being in this duo lane, able to kind of do more. And Paradox is a great lane partner. And you know, one thing I'll call out actually as we're on the Vindicta again is I love that we're getting the Divine Barrier. I think, you know, one of Vindicta's weaknesses is just being very slow moving. And if you're up against like an Infernus, you know, he's going to be able to just burst you down. And there's obviously a lot of other tools as well that can burst you down. So you have to be able to find ways to tank damage. And Divine Barrier is a great early way to do that.
And speaking of tanking, I still can't say enough for Demov just how well they've been playing this lane with all the pressure that's been getting applied between Tass and Together. Just keeping the lane in a state where the tower hasn't gone down, able to hold their own, 1v2 for a lot of it. Just really, really solid guys to play.
And they're actually 6k souls ahead right now. Obviously, not too significant of a difference, but it is it's quite cool to see, especially because I feel personally like Pojilaya Skumbriya have maybe a more dangerous comp in some respects, and you definitely need to keep it honest. And they're doing a pretty good job with that so far. Like, beautiful play there. Zanya is just so good on Viscous.
Yeah, Viscous, when Zanya is on Viscous, it just feels like a complete aura of protection that's going on. Swap, though, in early here from Buff Enjoyers. Can be countered here with Zanya into Goo Ball, running down Mikhail S. Oh boy. Right time, right cover with the cube, and a very timely Goo Ball there, Dan.
Definitely, and just keeping the push rolling. They're trying to convert on the objective. At the same time, 3 players here for PS on lane 3. Should be able to get something out of this. See what they're able to find. And a lot of damage out of the Yamato, and we talked about how hard it can be to back away as the Vindicta. Became going down. Trade found there onto Together from Sharik. Good work from him. Now, looks like the attention of Abrams. Listic is going to be drawn into this lane 3, so very scary here now for Pojilaya Skumbriya to hold on to this because the dive is coming. I'm going to back away, though.
Very timely suitcase from Taz. That could have been disaster if it hit, but also we have a developing story now, Dan, too. Look at Hardeki's farm. It just hit 6k, and you talk about the idea of frontliners needing to be even to a little bit ahead. It's not the best start, but have Affliction in. It's a pretty meaty Affliction on that for Taz. I don't know if the fall through will be there, but Demov and Shriek both likely gonna have to go back to base at the end of it.
Yeah, good timing as well around the bridge buff fight. Speaking of which, that continues here. Abrams versus Yamato. Who is going to win? Looks like Listic is ascending Together, packing the seismic slam to get back up top. Nice follow through there to finish off Together. He was trying to juke away, but it's hard to out-juke the seismic slam.
Still really good awareness from Listic in that moment. It's so easy to lose track of where people go. Listic read it, found the right moment, drops down to the seismic slam. There's a lot of scenarios where you can see Yamato getting away. There's anyone that's tried to track someone through elevation, especially around the bridge.
Once again, Zanya causing problems with the Google there, just rolling into them. So much attention here on this second lane. And just smashing into the Guardian as well. Just the movement from Zanya is just so aesthetic. Sending in more damage there before falling away. And Buff Enjoyers are definitely doing a good job right now, keeping the pressure on.
Look at the progress between both teams. You do have a flex slot up for Buff Enjoyers, and oh, no way. No way! Okay, surely, are they committing here? Is it just to get the noise? I know Together is down, but this is probably one of the more aggressive mid bosses we've seen, Dan, and it's underway.
There was an urn fight happening at the same time. This is just absolutely wild. There goes the rejuve for Buff for Pojilaya. No, for Buff Enjoyers.
Buff Enjoyers. You're getting thrown off by the split screen. I was thrown off for a second there too, but hey, new technology, we're dealing with it. But no, it's Buff Enjoyers, an incredibly gutsy mid-boss call that pays off, and you know, with their team comp, especially with some of the early power they have, I don't hate it. I think it makes sense.
It was so wild because whilst that was happening, Sharik was like trying to run the urn whilst the mid boss was being fought, and he had two players from PS who were chasing him down. I think it was like Taz and maybe Litz, I'm not sure, but that was just kind of crazy. All that stuff happening at once, and they seemed to be comfortable to go for that mid boss, and my god, did it pay off. And okay, now the question is, how does Pojilaya Skumbriya actually deal with this? Because all their lanes are about to get really pushed, and this is a pretty early mid boss.
The Pojilaya Skumbriya here is they need time for Infernus to get online, and they need something to happen for Hardeki to get back online. Like, the best scenario for Hardeki would be Obakim kills two people with Assassinate, and then drops a bag for Hardeki to get Hardeki back into the game. Not a super likely scenario, but something needs to happen, because right now, we've seen how Shiv is just kind of a guy if he falls behind. And Hardeki's looking more like a guy than the raid boss right now.
Okay, well, with the paradoxical swap, finally, Zanya is going to die. Buff Enjoyers converting nicely in this teamfight engagement, trying to take down the mid-walkers. Pojilaya Skumbriya losing two players so far. I don't think they'll be able to withstand these team fights. They may give up a couple walkers in all of this. Walker 3 goes down, and Buff Enjoyers will retreat and most likely regather to try to continue to push. They have the numbers advantage to do so. They've got the creeps as well, all buffed up by the reju. So right now, the whole map is their oyster.
Yeah, and you also can't underrate getting the flex slot from the walkers, from the mid-boss play. It's just, you know, one domino leading into another, where not only does Buff Enjoyers have more cash, but they're more efficient at using the cash. Listic charging through a briefcase once more. That briefcase, it's like, what, charge number 3 into a briefcase? It's serving pocket well. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Yeah, it really, really is. And in the meantime, a nice little split push happening by Buff Enjoyers, getting Zergy on the attack here on lane 1, and that's going to draw the attention of multiple players, which will make it easier to take down that lane 4 Walker. Again, good macro coming out from Buff Enjoyers, as they will now force both Sunset and Taz to retreat, and that means the Walker is gone. 4 players here for Buff Enjoyers to now make their way across. They're going to hit the TP, and they're going to hit their lane 1 Walker now, I think, CP.
Yeah, and you see the pressure going on to the building side of things here. Very methodical. I mean, really by both teams in terms of trading out. But the problem that PS has is that PS has to play this where they can't take straight up fights right now, Dan, without it going badly. They have to somehow isolate or get, like, you know, uneven 2v1 situations to make it work. Because the gap now has actually gotten rather significant across the board. And you kind of look at it, who on PS is going to get a clean pickoff right now? At most, maybe the Infernus, but 14k Infernus isn't entirely even online yet.
Yeah, and it looks like the fight is now brewing around the bridge buff. We've got the urn spawning as well. It's going to spawn over to the right side, but the fight over the bridge on this left side continues, and it's going to be Hardeki that goes down first for PS. So Buff Enjoyers opening the fight really well, taking down 3 players, snowballing this one. Pojilaya Skumbriya are in so much trouble to get the pop steal with the Yamato. Is there any kills that he can find? No, absolutely not. And what a wipe there. Buff Enjoyers taking a massive advantage now. 20k soul, 30k soul lead.
I don't think PS should have went for the mid-bridge buff there, especially not after the start of Vindicta. That's one of the strongest areas for Vindicta in the entire game. Just great visibility to just lay down damage over the bridge buff area. PS still tries to force it, get the buff, and two disastrous results. The buff for buff enjoyers would have been nearly as bad for them to get as getting the 4 kills that they just got on the PS. It's tough now, Dan, because again, you look at the PS hero composition, who's going to be your hero to turn this around, given the relative farm on buff enjoyers? Like, what are your win conditions? They're actually quite limited.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, the whole map is in the control of buff enjoyers. Most of the lanes have been fairly pushed, and they can try to work on this urn pickup. But right now, that's really helpful, I think, for buff enjoyers, because they're able to stay up here. They can challenge this. They can fight this. They're going to take the fight straight to Pojilaya Skumbriya as they try to get that urn to safety. It's going to be forced into the base, but that doesn't matter for buff enjoyers. They're going to push all the way, and Litz is in trouble here. There comes a double jump straight to the face. That takes down Litz, and now the shrines are under attack, and it seems like what was a team fight might now, or could very well be, both shrines dying and maybe even the game.
We're definitely in the realm where a few staggers and the game is over. It is everything that could be going wrong for Pojilaya Skumbriya right now is going wrong. And you're going to see first stage patron fall in just a moment. Buff enjoyers, though, they're usually a little bit on the conservative side in situations like this. I would expect them to go back, secure map control, especially Sharik dying. Now, PS, looking to get some scraps here, get a little extra souls back into their pile, but I think that one cleanup kill might be all they get. Tass falling in hot pursuit, Yamato having the ult under pressure and immediately going down, so the chase down not even being that great in the end. Buff enjoyers is coming back.
Yeah, big advantage for them as they maybe make this their final push. We'll have to see. 2 players being down is certainly going to give them an advantage. Sharik will come back, respawn very quickly, but they are just like pounding this very weakened patron, and they're looking to take this one home, force us to a third, and here it is. Last percentages of life, and that's victory there. Map 3 on the way. Buff enjoyers looked amazing in map 2.
And the scary thing to me, when you think about how this happened, it was close for a long time. It was just a few team fights getting out of hand. And also, I think when you look at the people that did have farm for Pojilaya Skumbriya, it was not the players that you actually needed the farm. We didn't even get into a turbo late game where it would become even more of a story, but you think about how this transpired. Looking at the draft where Hardeki's 2 main heroes that you would expect him to play got double picked in the same round and left Hardeki on the Shiv, and then Hardeki on the Shiv got very underfarmed. I mean, there's a lot that went into this, not just that, but across the board, really strong draft, I think, by buff enjoyers that never let Pojilaya Skumbriya hit their comfort zone. And also the way in. We're letting him out of jail once again. That's right, Jason Kaplan, unchained, back on the broadcast. Jason, what do you got?
I feel like I might have jinxed it for Hardeki and Pojilaya Skumbriya talking about his kills per minute, man. This was a rough match. I know you're saying it's very close for a good amount of the game, but when I look at 16 minutes in and it's 20-5 in kills in favor of buff enjoyers, you know you're probably not going to be coming back from this one. And I said this before with buff enjoyers, I feel like they're the only team I've really seen that they can take like a slight lead and just close out the game off of the back of that. And they're able to do that pretty much just off of that mid boss. Together down, they get mid boss, and then the snowball just started from there. Well, it continued from there, I should say, because it definitely started early on in the game.
Yeah, I was really impressed with just the team fighting and the way in which they were able to handle all of those things, because I was looking at the comps and I felt like PS is a very powerful comp, but they have to get it going. And I think that was the main issue. They couldn't really find a way to do that. So I wonder what lessons are going to be carried across now into the final draft, because these compositions, like both teams, we've talked about how both teams are very well rounded and how many options they have to pick from to create a composition. And I mean, it just really felt like buff enjoyers were able to synergize this way better.
I think lessons learned here, again, thinking about current hero pools, current comfort picks. I definitely think going to a final draft, you're going to see PS draft in such a way that they guarantee themselves either Warden or the 7. But it also could come at a cost of giving up a pocket, which people right now are valuing highly. Maybe it comes at the cost of Paradox or Viscous. They're not going to be able to get everything they want in the way they've had. Also, it was kind of a rough game for Sunset and the Infernus. We didn't really talk about it a whole lot. You know, it's kind of half and half where, okay, you never really hit your power spike, but Infernus does not seem to really be that in favor at the moment. And after this loss, I kind of feel like they're not going to go back to it, at least for PS.
I mean, like, also looking at the comp for buff enjoyers, like, they don't have one of our standard supports either. Like, looking at Obikim, he's on the Vindicta. They didn't run Kelvin, they didn't run Ivy, they didn't run McGinnis. Like, they had Vindicta out of Obikim, and I just find that like so interesting because you typically don't see your support players switching to a hero like that and to be able to play it to the level he did, because he was leading his team when it came to kills at 7. Now, he wasn't necessarily up on the leaderboards when it comes to souls. He still obviously had to give souls away to some other teammates, like for instance Zergy, Sherrick, and Mikhail S. But I feel like he had some really good impact. It was more of like, okay, we're just gonna run a lot of extra damage at you. We also do have some semi-support with Obikim if he just obviously uses the tether and locks people down for us to, you know, solidify these kills. But this really worked out well. I mean, you look at Litz, and he really wasn't able to do anything in terms of healing or really, well, to be fair, wasn't really able to do anything because it was just so one-sided with the amount of kills that Buff Enjoyers had.
Well, you think about where the kills were also coming from. You talk about power spikes in the game, right? Obviously, with Paradox, you get 3K, you're online. Warden has a very strong power spike when Last Stand is at its peak. And also Vindicta, you pick Vindicta a lot of the time for its early to mid-game power, and Abrams is just generally solid from early to late game if he doesn't fall behind, just because of the ability of Charge to either confirm kills from something like a swap or be the initiator himself. Meanwhile, you look at the other end, and Pocket is good early. Viscous is just good all the time, period. But sometimes Yamato needs time to come online. Shiv needs to be ahead to be a force in the early game. And Infernus also takes time. And I feel like there's a kind of a window here to get really ahead early to mid that Buff Enjoyers hit perfectly, Dan.
I totally agree. And it's, I think one of the things that was really interesting about that too is just the abilities that are there for like a player like Zergy, where, you know, just by himself he can do immense pressure on objectives just by himself. So there's a lot more, I think, threat on the objectives, and that's something that's like interesting to think about because of how that impacts the other team's decisions from where they should go, because you kind of have to respect it. And if you have a hero in its place, like let's say a Vindicta, let's say, as opposed to the 7 who can't do nearly as much pressure, it's not going to go for as much objective pressure, so you're not going to have to worry about that dynamic. But I think that, as you say, is going to slow down the heroes having to respond to that need more time to come online. It's going to give them even more of a delay.
I mean, kind of hard to come online when you end up going 1-8 or 1-4 or 1-1. You know what I mean? Like it was just rough from the get-go. But definitely, obviously, echo your sentiments as well here for them. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of want to forget about that match for PS, because that, I think, actually was statistically their worst match they've ever had in Deadlock Fight Night. But it also for them it's a best of 3, right? So you can afford to drop one map. You still have one more to go. It's all tied up at 1 apiece. They easily could win this next game. But Buff Enjoyers, we're seeing some good things out of them and potentially some meta-changing things with no like real support play.
Yeah, and it's thing here is that it is best of 3, and look, we're in a new era here, guys, where we had a lot of fight nights where we were hoping, when do we get to 3? When do we have 3 maps? Well, we're getting 3 maps a lot lately, not only here, but in other tournaments around the community. It's definitely been great to see. And also, I mean, we've been getting great interest across the board. You know, once again, shout outs to Intel for sponsoring us here today. You know, we have giveaways going for a brand new processor. Check that out in chat. But everyone, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, map number 3, the final map in our EU money match, will be underway. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night, where once more we are going to a map 3. Buff Enjoyers bouncing back with the innovative draft and some crushing early game. Of course, I'm ZP here with DDK and Jason. And Jason, we saw now 2 maps. Last map being very one-sided, but you have to imagine that Pojilaya Skumbriya is going to bounce back in a big way.
I think if we look at both games so far, for the most part, I feel like. Actually, no, I don't even know if I feel confident saying that. I want to say like it feels like Buff Enjoyers have been playing better in both matches. Thinking back to them capitalizing off of PS getting too aggressive off that second urn, getting 3 kills, then turn it into a mid boss, which they eventually did lose out in the end. I don't know if I agree with that. Do you agree with that, Dan? Like I'm kind of torn. In my head, it feels like it, but I don't know if it's right.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, the sample size is pretty small. I mean, the teams are close in skill, and so much is down to how the compositions actually pan out during the draft as well. Like for example, one thing that I thought was really interesting there, they pick up the Paradox and they're like, well, we don't need a support, actually, like a proper hard support, which is an unusual choice. And you know, that's just something that just came up, for example. And then you got like Litz on the other end picking into the Ivy, perhaps feeling like they have to have one because they don't have the Paradox. So I don't know, man. These drafts are very dynamic, and both of these teams are really skilled. So I think this is why every week we don't know, and why we love to cast it.
Well, you know what we do know? We know that in these first 2 bans, you're probably going to see Wraith get banned. Yamato coming out from PS, and now because PS has first pick, Buff Enjoyers going to execute Wraith. Maybe they won't. That would be incredible if they did not. But with the money on the line, Wraith is probably going to get taken out back. Let us be real. We have not seen any reason to expect otherwise. And yeah, Wraith is gone, which is a shame.
By the 2x4.
Yeah, it's a shame though, Dan, because we have seen Wraith be really impressive to watch, but no one wants to deal with that in EU. They're over it.
Yeah, everyone just would rather just not do. I think it makes sense because it's so exponentially powerful, and it's just like if you just get rid of that element, it feels like there's less variance in the game for sure.
I was thinking, what does PS want to potentially lock in first, right? Because we have Pocket, which DMob would love to play, but there's also Paradox, which MKLS would love to play. And it seems like they did go for the Paradox. So again, we're going to see Task back on Paradox for most likely. And then Buff Enjoyers with 2 picks. I mean, they can easily go for the Pocket right here. I don't really know what they would want to go for a second pick. Actually, sorry, they do go Mirage. So maybe it's Mirage Pocket. I was thinking maybe Pocket Viscous, but maybe Mirage Viscous or Mirage Pocket would be the go-to here.
I think one thing you're not going to see, or at least I will be surprised if you see, is if they go Vindicta. Purely because I think the Vindicta like traditional support play is a lot worse when you're up against Swap. And also the fact that you kind of want someone that would normally grab Rescue Beam to be on your team. And okay,
no
they
Viscous
go for 7. Well, now they've gone 7. Again, I think in the next 2 picks here, probably Viscous Warden from what we've seen from PS, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would be surprised if they did not go Viscous Warden, given what worked for them in map 1 and the heroes that they've really valued so far.
And Viscous is such a oh wow, okay all right. So I mean, the first surprise to me is just the fact that like you open the Paradox makes a lot of sense, and I feel like Viscous is such a good answer to that because I mean, if they swap, and swap is very dangerous, obviously the cube is like a very good like natural counter that you can have there, and Viscous is highly desirable for other reasons as well. So we haven't seen the. So, okay, guys, I don't even know what to say here because we get the Vindicta. So you get your Warden at least, but what's happening to Viscous?
They in there, Jason, because Hardeki, 7 was already off the board, but now it's opened up Viscous to go the other way.
Are they going to pick it? I mean, I kind of would assume so, since I feel like it's had a 100% pick rate. We're looking at NA. We saw Viscous banned almost every single match in Fight Night number 6. Vindicta this early, though. I don't know how I feel about the Vindicta this early. I mean, I don't think
Viscous.
Well, I don't know. Like, how do you guys feel about Vindicta being picked as a second pick here like this, compared to like a Viscous to be more safe?
You've already picked Paradox, which makes Vindicta's life like way harder than most other characters do in the game. I don't think Vindicta was going to be that high proud of a pick. I mean, look, we're not in the scrims. We don't know what drafts they've done, but on face value, it doesn't seem like if a Vindicta was going to get picked, it would have been picked that early. But clearly, game plan-wise, they either just do not want to deal with the Vindicta, period, even with the Paradox, or a specific game plan they have, they really, really want the Vindicta no matter what. It's one of those two things, I feel.
But can I ask you a question real quick, Dan?
Yes.
When we get to, let's say, 30 heroes in the game, if we ever get to that point, do you think drafts are going to be easier to guess or harder to guess?
I think it might be similar because you'll still have, if you have 30 heroes in the game, you're still going to have fundamentally abilities that do similar things, and you'll be able to categorize heroes into similar roles and the purposes they function and how they synergize with other roles. So in theory, there should always be a top of any category to kind of like pick between, and it will just be opportunity cost decisions. So I don't think it will be harder per se, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, ZP, I'm looking forward to, what was it, 6 new heroes being pushed into live instead of being just a sandbox. Like, that's going to shake everything up.
That's crazy, dude.
But we do
Valkyries are crazy.
It's being picked.
I'm looking for Holiday, because Holiday will be a birth of new one tricks and also just really entertaining hero to watch. But I think the Viscous pick coming in late here, I think PS has now almost correctly surmised that Viscous was not really preferred by buff enjoyers, because if it was, it would have been picked way earlier. In this case, they realized, okay, there's no threat of it being taken. We can put it down later, and we'd rather make sure that we get Vindicta for what we want to use Vindicta for, and we can pick up Ward in pocket.
Ooh,
Lash is back.
We haven't seen him in ages.
I know ZP, you have a point about the Lash. We were talking about it earlier.
It was kind of interesting talking with Deathy on Seagull stream the other day, and Deathy's point of view on Lash not being picked as much has a lot to do with the fact that people have just gotten so used to playing around Lash, knowing when his power spikes are. That's not even that Lash has gotten significantly worse, it's just that he got figured out. And as a result, you just got less and less of a result with him, and that's why you've seen less Lash being played, but still can be a good hero, still can find those power spikes where you can kind of get your team ahead, especially if they have a good early game in lane. Still one of the more dangerous roamers too, but yeah, I think there are key reasons in just getting used to him as to why you've seen him less.
Okay, yeah, the Abrams, I was assuming it had to be picked up here. They need something to get in towards the back line. We're going to need to see those anvils coming in on top of Tassus, or on Vindicta's head. I don't actually know who's going to be on Vindicta necessarily, since it could be played by quite a few different people. But I'm looking at both these comps. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of favoring PS here. I feel like they have a lot of kill potential with this composition. They still have a decent enough beefy front line. The Affliction, laying it down across the enemy team if you do get an opportunity for that fight, will just weaken players where Vindicta can pick you off, not to mention the swap. Dan, your thoughts?
Ooh, I feel like I feel like I've predicted wrong most of the time, so I don't know. I don't know which way to go. It is interesting to see Lash back, and I'm just going to go buff enjoyers because I don't know how to really pick between these two teams. I think they've both proven that they're able to make these comps work well. I feel like there's less like overall problems for each team with these respective comps. So I think we should be in for a pretty close game at the very least.
With the exception of Seven and, to a lesser degree, Mirage, you don't have traditional carries in this game in the same way. I mean, Vindicta is more of a mid-game power spike hero, the way that people are playing it nowadays. It also kind of makes me wonder what Sunset is going to be playing here, because usually Sunset would be on, kind of your Infernus Wraith style character. I don't know if it means you see Sunset on the Vindicta potentially. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to pan out in terms of hero pool, but I do feel like this is a game where if you have Paradox, Vindicta, Ward in pocket, and Viscous, right? PS is incredibly oriented towards early mid-game. Like, they have more power in there than Buff Enjoyers. Buff Enjoyers is going to have to play a little bit slower, play around Mirage and its ability to put pressure around the map for building gets, and try and live a little bit longer to the 20 minutes. But getting through, 8 to 16 minutes is going to be really difficult for buff enjoyers against a comp that has this much early to mid-game power.
I'm looking towards early game for sure. Like I said before, buff enjoyers, their weakest point in the past was always early game. They've shown signs of life and been able to fix that here, but with what PS are running in this match, I don't know how safe they can truly be here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, any last thoughts for Jason before we send him off here? Because we're heading into our finale. Final map here in EU.
Wait, did you ask me for thoughts or Jason?
Yeah. No, if you had any questions, but it's fine. We've just kicked Jason out.
I'm gone.
He's out of here.
Say.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Whatever. We'll get his thoughts out. But now we're getting into it. We're going to see what the lanes are going to be. It looks like it's going to be Pocket versus 7 off in lane 4, Vindicta versus Geist in lane 1. And of course, keeping an eye on rotations here, which will be the most interesting thing to me, Dan.
Yeah, and the Vindicta on the solo lane again is something that we saw previously work out pretty nicely.
Quick rotation.
And this is something that I think you would expect. I think you need to have this happening. We saw Taz be very powerful. Taz kind of seems to be the guy on the team that's the specialist of just soul soaking, and we saw it previously with Paradox as well. So going to be giving assistance on this solo lane to ensure that Together can have a really significant game on that Vindicta, just like before. So there's already some known quantities here for us to digest.
Oh, Listic looks to be the one that's going to be soul-soaking in this game on the Abrams. Not a character that you always see doing that. But you notice the characters they leave in the safe lane. You leave Kelvin, because Kelvin is fairly self-sufficient and can play back. You leave Mirage, again, can play a little bit back, not get denied too hard. Kelvin is a little bit interesting, but Obikim getting caught on one of those rotations.
Yeah, Obikim going down. Now, oh, hello, this is not good. Hardeki going down early. We saw how absolutely prolific Hardeki can be on Warden in one of these previous matches. Wow, okay, Listic's really going for it again. The pressure, almost taking down Zanya once again on the Viscous. Again, we've had a preview in some of these past maps of how good Zanya is on Viscous, so we've got a lot to be excited about with that as well.
Note again, it's D-Mov having to deal with the pressure. A little bit of rotation from Mikhail's S on the Lash. Where I think here, this wasn't even to go for anyone. This is Mikhail S getting a little bit of soul soak done on lane 1. But maybe a little bit of pressure under the Vindicta.
He was someone that I watched playing a lot of Lash. It was, I think, a hero that he had a lot of hours in, on top of the Shiv and the Paradox. I think Lash was another one that he spent a lot of time getting really good at. So good to see it. And Lash, I think, is also a great way to counter the Vindicta too, because you're going to be able to kind of obviously get the Death Slam on the Vindicta if you're unable to get the knockdown on them, and so on and so forth. So definitely provides some more answers for the playstyle that Pojilaya Skumbriya are going for.
Tass is already at 3K, under 3 minutes. That is unreal economy on one of the deadliest early game heroes. So now you have to be looking at Tass the entire time, because it's swap time, and most of the game on the other end is under 2K, Dan. That's wild.
Absolutely, and right now Taz is just chilling in the second lane, and might need to actually go over to lane 1 to help out, because at the moment there's a lot of damage coming in towards Together, potentially 2 players there. At the same time, though, there is this fight brewing on lane 2. They're trying to chase down the kill. They're going to be successful. Swap is still up, so might be able to go towards lane 1, but they're coming to Taz here. Both lane 1 players coming across to assist that lane 2 as Taz goes across, but there's nobody on the other end of the phone.
Meanwhile, I think Taz is just more worried about getting soaked. He sees the lane pushed up in lane 1 and goes, yeah, I'm going to get in there on some of that farm. The main prio is farm, as Taz is looking rather rich and beefy. You look at the soul count.
And the Lashing guys go back to lane 1 just as Taz leaves. Taz still with the swap up, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought Taz would be more aggressive here, but I think right now the goal is just min-max soul income. And yeah, you still have to, it's a walking nuke when you see a 5K Paradox running into your lane at this amount. Like both D-Mob and Mikhail S have to give that respect. Speaking of respect, you got Abrams under the pressure here from Hardeki. Listic just gonna dash around, and I think that's where both Listic and Sharik will head back a bit. No reason to super deep dive. Zergi, though, caught by Sunset, off in lane 4.
Indeed. It's looking quite nice right now. For Pojilaya Skumbriya, actually able to fend off some of these pushes. A lot of free farm in lane 4 for Sunset. And now Sunset moving across to lane 3, looking to gank the Mirage in Sharik, who's pretty pushed. I think Sharik's going to be able to escape, though. Obviously, Tornado is a good escape tool if you're in trouble. And at the same time, we've got Listic on that Abrams, thinking about potentially coming into lane 2, but could be setting up a gank onto lane 3 as well. And sliding down, seeing if he can find maybe a charge here to engage, but they are going to be able to escape it, taking the high route that will allow them to evade Listic for now.
Love the movement of just maintaining momentum with slide jumps all the way through. The position was a little bit different. That could have been charge into a kill, but I think they knew Abrams could be coming from that angle and gave it maximum respect. But now rotation over in the lane 4. Also, I love, it's kind of been a non-aggression pact with the 1 to 2 rotations between Taz and Mikhail S. Both have gotten pretty rich, and neither have really gone out of their way to fight each other, as have been rotating between the same lanes.
Very true. And okay, Listic's going to be back from lane 4 to lane 3 here. There's 2 players for PS that are quite pushed. They are going to be susceptible to getting ganked, I think, by Listic, who's coming in on the back, but looks like they won't find anything. Instead, finally getting Taz here, getting a bit more aggressive. And this is going to be very difficult here. We're going to get a very, very forced engagement coming in from Buff Enjoy as Demov diving in there. And that's been quite difficult, but still not dying, which is, I think, the most important thing. I think no one dying from that exchange. Everyone getting away.
It's incredible to have this level of exchanges and also have no, well, Litz died. I was going to say no one died, but you ruined it, Litz. You died the Ivy. That's what just happened there. But still, it's been very, very even so far, Dan. Very similar rotations when you look between Taz and Mikhail S. Both teams kind of min-maxing ways of getting ahead as, you know, that first 10-minute exchange at the bridge buffs coming up sooner rather than later.
And Taz is actually this time on the Paradox with all the lane soaking has actually continued to compound that advantage as we see Pocket looking for a gank.
Also, Gravity just defying next to the bush there with his wardrobe, but now we got to pause.
Indeed. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, the rotational game has been fascinating to watch here, just in the sense that, you know, neither team has gotten super, super far ahead, although Listic's in danger here, Dan. Quite low, and pressure. Does he take this cloak and go in? Sides against it, and they just go for the Guardian.
Yeah, I think that's a safe choice. You don't necessarily know what's on the other end there. Guarantee the Guardian. So the thing that's curious is that, okay, Taz is going to get all that like bonus souls, but his teammates are going to suffer for that a little bit. So at what point, you know, do you stop doing that? Oh wow, big push, big fight here on lane 3 and lane 1 as well at the same time. Looks like we'll be able to escape here, flying away, Obi Kim. And at the same time, lane 1 getting pushed is PS trying to defend their Guardian. Team off though, nice pick onto together. As more forces come across for both teams here, ZP.
Demov running for their lives as Taz 9k now. Back over in the lane 1, on the hunt. Decay out. Fleetfoot utilizing quite a bit of item power here. Now Connect Carbine. Swap is still up. Looks for it. Lands a swap. There's gonna be enough damage though on the Listic. Taz getting very, very low in turn. 200 HP. The table's getting turned as Taz now running away. 2 HP in a dream. It'd be a spicy amount of souls if they were able to get Taz, given how far ahead he is. But I think Taz just barely got away here, Dan.
True. Frozen Shot comes in to get to be absolutely safe. Litz. And this is some damage, but nothing that can't be shaken off there by Mikhail S. Falling back on the lash. So right now, 2 towers are down for Pojilaya Skumbriya, or 2 Guardians, and Buff Enjoyers is just the 1. So fairly even. 1 minute until the bridge buff and the urn.
Take a look at who's been getting the farm between both teams now too, and a lot, of course, disproportionately on the Taz, a good amount on the Sunset. You know, people you expect to be rotating around and making decent plays off rotations, whether it be ganks or otherwise. Hardeki not as far perhaps as you would like, Warden-wise here. I don't think it's at the stage where it's a problem or too big of a concern, but it is kind of a, you might want to keep an eye on it now, Dan, especially with how the next few fights take place.
Oh, going deep here. Sunset trying to make some action happen here on lane 4, and the Cloud. Ooh, the Cloud's doing well. The Cloudstorm keeping Zergy alive, but the fight continues. Oh, okay, getting beamed down, 80 HP. Those towers do a lot of damage to heroes now since some of these recent updates. However, Zergy is escaped and managed to, live with that infliction on.
That was a really high value Traveler by Shriek. Not only prevents a teammate from dying, but also is able to go and commit on 2 kills. Part of why Mirage is so highly valued is just the ability to shift positions on the map that quickly. Meanwhile, of course, you see into lane 3, Abrams able to go on the Guardian, and, well, Lash running, dead. Task takes it out. Pojilaya Skumbriya, though, in a little bit of a hole right now, Dan, as mid-buffs just came up, Urn now in play, and now for buff enjoyers, what do they do with this Urn, and, you know, how do teams trade on the Guardians here is what we have to ask ourselves.
Indeed, and there are potential fights actually happening around the Uncarrier right now. Looks actually like he'll be able to escape into safety, but still, there are fights amongst the heroes that were remaining. And last stand is up. There's the cube, though, to keep Warden in the fight. Hardeki is going to give him a swift punch. Listic will fall off the side. And there is a fight here over this drop-off location, so maybe it's not as simple as it maybe looks. Good follow-up there onto Sharik as well for Pojilaya Skumbriya, as they have now created a problem here for buff enjoyers as EP.
Yeah, I mean, even though not going for the Urn, just splitting, finding key pickoffs across the map. But now, though, as we turn to the Urn, buff enjoyers looking like, yep, we do want to turn this in. They got 3 people vaguely in the neck of the woods. Ivy, of course, with the Urn leading the way. You can't raw turn this in because you're just going to get swapped and die. So, Pojilaya Skumbriya, they've brought a decent amount of resistance. The real story, Dan, is what's going on here Walker-wise. Lane 3, you saw Hardeki going, yeah, I'm going to get some free damage there. Zanya, though, falling the Sharik. And I think this might be the go signal for buff enjoyers to try and turn in this Urn. Certainly, you have to think that Obakim is keen.
Yeah, I don't think Together can stop it, but Together has some assistance. Taz is making his way across. Oh, there's a swap. Urn has not been collected just yet. Great pick off. And will it be a conversion onto the Urn? There's still more resistance here for buff enjoyers. They're bringing across 3 more players to stop this. As Taz picks up the Urn, he's going to try to deliver it. Is there anyone to stop him? The melee comes in. It's a parry, though, but unable to collect that one. And the Urn is now going to be turned in. Brilliant work there from Zergi. The punch to drop the Urn gets the turn in and the kills to boot. Buff enjoyers are straight back in it.
Got one question. Do you guys have parry buttons? What's going on here? One melee into another. Oh boy. And now it might be getting worse for Pojilaya Skumbriya. Buff enjoyers looking to become kings of Europe once more. Say, we can grab this mid-boss off of that. Will that actually be the reality? We just have to see. The Rejuvenator, though, coming on down. Zanya looking for a key puddle punch. I don't know if they have anyone around to really deal with this. Not gonna be the case. Buff enjoyers get the Rejuvenator, and Pojilaya Skumbriya, Dan, find themselves in a hole.
Yeah, this is devastating. You know, all of those buffed up creeps that will be making their way down these lanes, that will give buff enjoyers a lot of extra map control. It's going to force Pojilaya Skumbriya to have to defend all of those lanes, which means that they're likely to be fairly split up. That allows buff enjoyers to really pick whatever fights they want, and they can farm up the rest of the map behind it. So this is just more advantages that they can stack up in soul difference, and also, again, having their pick of fights. And we know that buff enjoyers play really well in positions of advantage. So with that said, it's just a case of what is the best possible response for Pojilaya Skumbriya to survive all of that.
Well, again, you start wondering, okay, who's going to be the hero to come through here? You know, we said put out a warning sign for Hardeki and the Warden. Well, now it's full-blown concern. 10K with most of buff enjoyers being 14, 13K thereabouts. You start getting to a realm of, okay, how effective are you going to be? But hold that thought. Fight in progress. Tornado in, catching pocket, looking for Zanya, who's super, super low. Just Sharik laying in damage from afar. A little bit of view here on the KLS. Over to the side. Dan, they're still chasing. I don't know if they're going to get the pick off here. Taz right now just desperately trying to rotate around. Geist and Lash both in hot pursuit. Goes to the top, takes a jump pad. Might have gotten away here.
Okay, well, lots of fights around this mid structure. And these kills are really important here. Pojilaya Skumbriya will lose Together very early on, and the push continues here. Buff enjoyers trying to catch more players who are disengaging. There's nowhere to go here, so Frozen Shelter it is, but this fight cannot be won by the Kelvin. Litz is going to get taken out, and that's going to convert into a Walker here for buff enjoyers. At the same time, they're trying to push that third lane as well. So problems all over the place here for Pojilaya Skumbriya, and they have lost even more players.
Look at this, Sharik aggressively going on the Taz, smells the blood in the water. But this is going to be the case. Taz can be real slippery on the Paradox. Zanya, though, falling in the other lane, even though Sharik is in hot pursuit. Taz was able to give him the slip, but does deal with the Walker pressure at the same time. Speaking of Walker pressure, Danny, look at what's going on here. Another Walker down.
really well played. Just great. Again, just really capitalizing heavily off of the rejuve. And this is giving them a 20k soul advantage. They've got all of these extra objectives. That is in part why they have so much of a soul advantage at the moment. You got to leverage that further. There is continually more fighting though happening towards that fourth lane at this point. That is being defended by Pojilaya Skumbriya currently, and that's where the urn drop-off location is going to be as well. So we'll have to see how this urn battle goes. Right now, urn has to be dropped because we've got Pojilaya Skumbriya trying to challenge for that one with Taz over there on the Paradox, but looks like the disengage happens. Urn is collected once again, but will they be able to deliver it into enemy territory?
Saving grace for Pojilaya Skumbriya is that the urn has to go into their territory. The downside is that every conceivable factor has gone Buffenjoy's way in the last 7 minutes or so. Honestly, the last part of the game was the ill-fated back and forth at the urn, where Taz got the swap and wasn't quite able to finish as Zergy came in. Here we go.
Well, here comes the jump. Lady Geist from Demov is going to annihilate Zanya there. Warpstone is a very nice extra mobility and the chase onto Taz. Paradox can often have very good movement, but it's the rescue beam that really makes the difference.
Yeah, I was going to say, how is Taz going to get out of it this time? And I feel robbed, because instead of seeing Taz put on a movement showcase, it's just rescue beam. But Kelvin having to drop shelter just from the Geist pressure. However, swap comes in. Demov now in real danger, getting hit by the Arctic beam. Poked from all ends, and together finishes it off with an assassinate. And
That's a great pick.
Yeah, well, that's the key, is that not only is it a great pick, but as far ahead as it's been, and okay, the urn turn-in is actually quite big here for Buffenjoyers, where, yeah, they lose Demov, but they get another urn, they keep the lead on their end, and yeah, I mean, Dan, you just have to wonder for PS, what does it take to get back into this game now?
Yeah, it is a great question, and it's actually quite crazy that OBK was able to deliver the urn pickup there because he was by himself. So that's pretty risky business, but paid off. And I mean, it's not an unrecoverable soul difference, so, but at the same time, you know, you've lost a lot of ground, a lot of map control. Most of the half of the map that belongs to Buffenjoyers is completely farmed up, all of the jungle, and so, you know, these players have to find value, and you know, we can see the running of some of the crates here and the statues. But after that is all said and done, you're going to be putting your attention on trying to punish the team that's behind, who has to try to catch up and farm. They're going to be farming their side of the map, so you can start to orchestrate nice ganks if you're Buffenjoyers from this position, or ult setups. You know, we've got the Death Slam that's online. We have all of the ults that are online, so lots of gathering of the Buffenjoyers players at this point in time in mid.
Taz is fishing for a Veil Walker swap. The goal there is you go through the Veil and use the invisibility, get a little bit ahead, drop a carbine into wall, into swap, is what Taz is hoping for. And truthfully, a Paradox pick is one of the few things that they could get for a clean pick off to maybe set the dominoes in motion to have a good team fight. Because if they fight a clean 6v6 right now, Dan, they're not going to win. They're going to lose off stat check alone, barring the most ridiculous of misplays from Buffenjoyers. So, you know, PS, they have to almost be kind of ratty in their gameplay here and find an unexpected pickoff. If they don't, I don't see how they come back.
Yeah, well, one of the things I think of is pocket power spikes is one way that if you can get pocket into a good spot, but you know, Sunset is not particularly farmed at all. It's fairly far behind, so you kind of need some good fights to happen first. And we are going to find a catch here for Buffenjoyers on Pojilaya Skumbriya. That's taking down Hardeki. So Hardeki, you talk about the feast or famine nature of a warden, and Hardeki is well behind in the farm.
Not only that, I think Hardeki dropped something. It looked like 800 to 900 souls by like the size of the soul bag. So not only does he die and can't farm for another 30 seconds, but he also just had his bank account get hit directly. It's really bad to worse. Sunset getting picked off. Buffenjoyers, I mean, it's just clean, concise map control right now, Dan. And I think they immediately send mid-boss here. They're not going to wait.
Yeah, it's all going down by the mid-boss. Buffenjoyers,
it's already dead.
I mean, be able to get that reju, there's no options really to steal this. I mean, we've seen Taz do they're just remarkable in that case in the past, but they're gonna try to split push instead, trying to take down this Walker. They're gonna be successful. Sharika's gonna try to stop it though with the Mirage, but obviously it's a nice little ramp, so Zanya's able to get out with a goo ball.
You think Zanya's able to get out of the goo ball? I mean, a lot of the it's just like, is Zanya out? They're actually making it a question. That is how much damage is going in. But I think it's also a testament that it's a 15k Viscous versus a bunch of 25k people just plunking them.
But the urn is picked up. There might be an opportunity for some picks on the extremity here for Pojilaya Skumbriya, looking for something. But at the same time, every second that goes past is more Buff and Joyous players, joining the effort. So at this point now, I think the window is gone for a quick pick.
Yeah, and again, you just have to wonder what are the circumstances that are going to lead to that in the moment. This last walker here should be going down. There's not a lot of resistance that's going to happen. The extra flex slot is gained. And now Pojilaya Skumbriya, they're looking for the killing blow. Zanya is down. They're not going to have that incredible support that we saw earlier in the series when Viscous is dead early. Sunset can't even get away. Horrifically caught out. 2 down for PS. And Buff Enjoyer says, Dan, it is shrine time.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Taking down all of these structures. The base is getting absolutely demolished here. Oh my goodness. It's just all melting so quickly. It seems unfair. But hey, this is what happens when you get that snowball advantage. 40k soul advantage. Fair enough.
Stage 2 patron underway. Buff Enjoyers with full rejuvenators. A new King of Europe on the verge of being crowned. Listic just gets obliterated. So Pojilaya Skumbriya not necessarily going down without a fight, but now the damage onto the patron is in. Buff Enjoyers laying it on in. Half of the HP gone. The title of King of Europe now in play. Buff Enjoyers, just a little bit more onto the patron required. It's going down, down, down. And meet the new King of Europe, same as the first King of Europe. The Buff Enjoyers, they are back once again, Dan, on top of the mountain.
Absolutely, they are back, and I think that's it's fun for people. I think because Michaelos obviously in particular is such a prolific streamer in the space, and we went into it seeing Buff Enjoyers, like you said, being the kings. They've been dethroned, but they are back with a vengeance. And now the question is, how long can they stay on top? And I've got to say, I've been impressed by their overall adaptability and resilience as we've gone through all the different drafts and playstyles this evening.
You know what else I've been really impressed by? The adaptiveness of Jason, whether he's in the shot or not in the shot. He has to adapt to that all the time. And once more, he's back. And he can't even believe what he's hearing.
That was just a rough transition there, but I'll let it go. I've definitely had some really bad ones in my past. Honestly, I think this is just Buff Enjoyers, just our new level of the team that we've talked about so highly for the beginning since Deadlock Fight Night. Like thinking back into this game, there were so many great individual plays yet again. They got PS on the back foot. They knew the timings and the windows that they could go for Bid Boss and immediately put pressure on that, not to mention Zergy. Like denying the earn turn and every chance and opportunity to deny PS any sort of comeback mechanic, any sort of extra income on their side. Well, they were there prepared for it, whether it was a fist out of Zergy or just them taking jungle away. Buff Enjoyers felt like they had full control of that game almost from the get-go.
Yeah, and I really like the addition of Lash. I actually felt like it was quite impactful in the end, and just overall like the mobility of getting in and out fights, and then also Sharik on the Mirage, just the mobility that able to deal with some of the split pushing and just really staying on top of the opponents to prevent any of that lane pressure that they would be trying to get away with whilst maybe they're losing out somewhere else. You think you can get something on an extremity, but no, Sharik is there to stop you.
Yeah, and I think the main thing for me is adaptability, right? Where you look at how map 1 went down, and it's like, well, okay, Buff Enjoyers, what do you got? It was pretty tough. And look, I feel like the way they drafted was incredibly smart. You look at how map 2 went down, they were able to, deny of Hardeki's hero pool. They never even felt like they had to play the Viscous. I thought, for the most part, a lot of teams would have said, look, Zanya's getting way too much value in the Viscous, and they're still able to find their own way. But Jason, there's a lot of stories to cover here, but some maybe rise above others. When it comes to here, there's one player you got to have to highlight here.
My Intel player of the match. You'll never guess it. It's Obi Kim coming through here, I think, in multiple fronts. Obviously, when you're a player joining the likes of Buff Enjoyers, one of the most known teams in EU, it is very difficult to do so. To join the team and to be able to pull off the Ivy, but also the Vindicta. One of the first times I've ever seen a support play out of Vindicta, I think kind of shows and is a testament to how good of a player he is. I feel like he almost single-handedly had a ton of control when it came to urns, just because he would either fly it on Ivy to continue to keep that income going, whereas sometimes, actually no, I don't even say sometimes, I feel like it's been a long time since we've seen an Ivy solo carry an urn across the map and get an easy turn in. And even in the last match as well, it goes for a sneaky backdoor turn in. Like he's omnipresent, he's keeping the income rolling, and I feel like he's been a pretty decent addition into the way buff enjoyers like to play.
Yeah, I think you take a look at Obi Kim's, obviously slightly different hero pool than what you had from Piggy. And look, you can get into whatever intricacies you want to do, and it's no slight on Piggy. The reality is that buff enjoyers did play better this week with Obi Kim on the roster. You cannot argue the results that they got. And across the board, I think buff enjoyers, you mentioned Jason repeatedly, hey, their early game was a weak point. They improved on the early game and then some. They came in with very good draft plans in terms of what to deny from opponents, what to prioritize from themselves, including the game where they ran, Vindicta essentially as support for their support player. Just improved across the board. And, Dan, as we look at the stats screen here, anything really stand out to you?
I think one thing that I wanted to highlight very quickly is, well, firstly, I mentioned Michaelis and Sharik doing a great job on their heroes respectively, and Lash obviously seeing a lot less play recently, but still very, very good. I think it's just about meta with regards to whether Lash is picked up or not, and Michaelis excellent on him. But one thing I wanted to mention is I'm curious about your take on the strategy of Taz with the soul soaking, and whether or not that was converted, because at the one in one sense you do get one hero that's going to be able to get way more souls way earlier than others, so that they get a way to leverage that potentially through itemization or their abilities, but you're also putting the soul gathering for your teammates as well. So I'm wondering if that actually ends up being a benefit, or if it feels good but it's not actually a benefit.
ZP, I'm reading some chat, and no, this is not trackball discrimination for Zergy, obviously. I had to give it to Obi Kim there. I also, to be fair, you have to give a massive shout out to Tas. I feel like he put on a clinic in terms of how to soak 2 lanes at once and really become an instrumental powerhouse within the team. Also, Zanya, you have to give a lot of credit to as well, because his viscous play was fantastic, especially thinking back to the very first match with his Q play. It's just unfortunate we don't have that many MVPs to give out. We can only give one. You can only have one most valuable player in a match.
Funny, you mentioned Taz there, where, even though it didn't work out for Pojilaya Skumbriya, you could write you could make a very good analysis video just going off of Taz and the soul soaking that was going on there, because that was some of the absolute best dual lane soaking I think we have seen across not only Deadlock Fight Night, but any tournament in the scene, period. It was nothing but efficiency the way Pojilaya Skumbriya worked that out. My only caveat to that, Jason and Dan, is that I do wonder if you're going to get a character ahead on farm. Do you necessarily want to be a Paradox if you're not immediately going to go for swap kills right after? Because my main complaint is that Task got ahead and then just kept getting ahead without really going for swaps.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know if this is effective as when you have a player like Play With Me for DMS does it, because then you have a Haze that's fed, and that's just scarier than a Paradox that's far ahead, personally.
Yeah, I totally agree. A Haze, a Wraith. I'd even be curious to see it on other heroes, like a Shiv, for example. Does that make Shiv a lot better? Because obviously Shiv is not as good, and there's more of an emphasis that's necessary on him getting ahead early to still be relevant. So I am curious, because I totally agree. As one of the things we highlighted in the cast, it's like, okay, he's got all these souls, he's still got swap. And then it's like he's missing actually engagements against the opponents because he's just taking the farm and kind of piecing out. So yeah, I did feel like maybe that was more detrimental than helpful, but obviously the idea and practice in terms of a strategy is really strong. I think it just has to be the case that you're putting it on a hero that's going to be able to leverage it better. We did see him use it on Pocket, but still didn't get. I think it slowed down at a certain point in terms of the soul collection. So I don't know. It's a new approach. Do we see it in NA as much?
I don't think we've seen really any lane soaking in NA. I think it's only really been an EU thing, at least in terms of Deadlock Fight.
Yeah.
I'll say here before we get fully out of EU, as my screen just exploded, but we'll throw that to the side. If you're just tuning in wondering what has just happened and where we're going forward, we've got a schedule for you here, and we just finished up EU, where EU, we once again have a new champion, DMS going down to Buff Enjoyers in the best of one, and Buff Enjoyers reclaiming the throne against Pojilaya Skumbriya. Coming up next, though, Llama Lords versus TF2 Boomers. Two teams have been around, well, one team that's been around the scene from the beginning, and Llama Lords, kind of the new kid on the block, the new hot favorite, given their performance versus Hydra Nation, our current champion, just this last weekend. Definitely stuff to look forward to.
Buff Enjoyers having to go through our previous King of the Hill, and then our now previous King of the Hill, beating both the two teams. I mean, there's only been 3 teams that's ever held the title in EU, and they beat 2 of the other teams that held the title. And then, of course, later on, man, I'm looking forward to Llama Lords and TF2 Boomers. I mean, we did see Hydra Nation for the first time lose an event, lose a best of 3 up against Llama Lords in the Proving Grounds Cup number 3. So I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen if they can repeat the performance, but obviously they have to get through Deathy and Co of TF2 Boomers to make that happen.
Alrighty, well, that is our schedule. We still got all of NA coming up. Deadlock Fight Night, lots of life left. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a break.
Six of Deadlock Fight Night gives us some newcomers in NA as newly formed Llama Lords take on Yumi Panuki for a chance at the title. To be honest, I don't know what to say about this draft as we finally see Dynamo back in the mix. With a very quiet early game, the action starts to pop off around the 7-minute mark as Ido comes in on the Yamato to snowball the fight.
Continuing to push, and it's drawn attention from Llama Lords as well as they now start to push Yumi Panuki back towards their Guardian. And this is chaotic. And another player going down here for Yumi Panuki. Llama Lords getting the best of this one.
Naked zipline boosts into the fight to get a singularity off, only catching 1, but allowing the Lords of Llamas to pick up 2 kills and a walker.
Comes into play. Here is the singularity now sucking them in. Is there any follow-up though for that? You need a follow-up of some kind. Abrams there with the seismic slam trying to escape. Yumi Panuki trying to fall back, able to throw some of these players back to try to slow them down.
Yumi Panuki get a good engage, getting 2 kills early on. But Ido wasn't dealt with as he comes in just doing Yamato things.
How they can possibly engage here, but Llama Lords, they're able to just force their way in here, pushing into this team fight. Concussive combustion in the middle of it. Seismic slam comes down though from Yumi Panuki. They picked up 2 kills. They're actually ahead on the numbers. And Gray finally goes down on that Abrams, and the trades come through for Llama Lords, and it's all this damage. Ido flying around with Shadow Form, just decimating the front lines, the back lines, the mid lines, everything is gone thanks to Ido on the Yamato.
After getting a free Rejuvenator, Llama Lords decide they want to end this game right here, right now, getting a chance at the title versus Hydra Nation to come back from, especially if you get a great pick, and that's going to be the swap coming through, forces Ido into his team, but Ido, he might be exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, and there is the burrow coming in. That's going to slow everybody down. If they wanted to escape, it's going to be a lot harder to do now. Combo is still available. Although there comes the silence. And oh, the death slam is scary. Almost right into the base, into those towers. Combo comes in, just slapping away. And Llama Lords exercising their strength that they have earned with this massive soul lead, and it's just going to get worse because after the combo, you're going to get pulled into the singularity as well.
And Rundus will be up eventually, but with no ultimate, no chance. And Llama Lords will be up against Hydra Nation here in our money match of North American Deadlock Fight Night. As a note, going into the series, Rocker has decided to quit Deadlock as Vegas steps in on the roster to be a sub. It seems it's Dynamo Wednesday as we see him locked in once again. Llama Lords end up with a McGinnis and a Kelvin having double support. The Lords of the Llamas show they are not a pushover as they take a fight, coming out in a 3-for-1 exchange.
For Llama Lords, as the fight breaks out around the secret shop, around the mid-boss. Oh my god, absolutely wild damage coming through here from the last stand, and that's going to annihilate these players. Are we able to escape though? That's the question. Llama Lords.
Quick opens up a fight with Singularity after seeing Naked use his wall, netting Hydra Nation 4 kills for 2.
And that Guardian is going down very, very quickly past the 10-minute mark. Gets instantly deleted and walking straight into a Singularity. Not the best idea, but there's the Frozen Shelter. More trying to keep up the McGinnis, but Naked will eventually go down. And this is looking pretty bad right now for Llama Lords potentially, as Hydra Nation turn their full attention to these fights. It's rather even though on the numbers, so hard to say who's going to come out on top here. Nice pursuit from Hydration there, using the flask, continuing the pursuit, and barely just able to take down Rocane.
Getting an initial catch onto DMB, Llama Lords continue to push with the man advantage, getting 3 kills and a walker. The Singularity to Quake up just yet. Storm Cloud, I mean, not really expecting to be a big part of this one, but Concussive Combustion is going to be non-existent.
Huge push here from Llama Lords, and the defense from Hydra Nation starts off with a Paradoxical swap. Is he going to get anything? Young Cows are straight in there with the Abrams, the seismic slam, and it's going to be problematic here for Hydra Nation because they did once again not turn up with enough players to defend this.
After the last fight, the Llamas looked to turn it into a quick mid-boss. Hydra Nation, on the other hand, had something to say about it. So it looks like Llama Lords might be able to secure this one unless some mistake massively happens.
Oh, Frozen Shelter, Concussive Combustion. Oh my goodness, who's going to be able to take the Rejuve here? It's very scary. This Rejuve is everything, and it's going to go to Llama Lords. They lost one player, so did Hydra Nation. The numbers are pretty even in this fight at the moment. Everyone's turned up. Cloudform comes in from left, but that's going to do insane damage in these open spaces, forcing Llama Lords to have to escape. And I mean, 4 of them are down at this point. Obviously, they have the Rejuve, and it looks like it might get worse. Rocane is caught, and there's nowhere to go.
Flick gets an early swap on Sizlucky, opening up 3 kills and a mid-boss.
I think Snowball's a fight in favor of the Dynamo. So quick Paradoxical swap coming in, and there's the Ethereal mode to try to prevent the pick from happening. There looks like they might be able to find a pick here, Jason. That would be huge if they can.
That would be good. There's going to be the size percent coming through. The Singularity's going to catch out 2 players, but the follow-up, where will it be? Will these players eventually die? Quick is wondering where his teammates are going to be. Gets locked in with the Frozen Shelter. Eventually, it's going to fall as well, as it's just going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Hydra Nation so far, as they're looking to regroup here and push yet again. And you got to be careful for Llama Lords. You had the lead before, but you cannot afford to lose it here. As it looks like
Mid-boss
both teams just going to back away. And yeah, mid-boss definitely going to be the eye. After trading 1-for-1 on the swap, Ida goes in deep to set his team up with an Affliction. Unfortunately, he gets locked down in the back lines, and Hydra Nation turn it into a win in the first map of the series.
We'll swap there to try to get that pick off. Oh, that's a nasty one to get. At the beginning of the fight, your support goes down. The source of your heals goes away. No Frozen Shelter. And that's a nice one to get. We'll see, though, if Llama Lords can mount any kind of a defense here. They lose Ido again as well, and it feels like it's about to go from bad to worse here now, Jason, as we get Hydra Nation moving into the base. Still only 1 player down, and that Rejuve is fully up, and they are just crushing everybody in the base. And it just seems like a formality at this point. Everyone in the pit, Cloudform there to basically dash anyone's host, but that's a knockdown. This knockdown's coming in handy. And Llama Lords trying to do what they can with what they have, but it is simply not enough. Patron is going to get focused down, and it is melting, and that is Hydra Nation avoiding dropping a map.
Dynamo still maintains his 100% pick grid on the day, as Quick is forced on it yet again, with Llama Lords taking away Kelvin. The Llamas investing the first pick into pocket for Ido means they have a lot of faith on what he can do in this match. There was no shortage on early fights in this match, as Hydra Nation looked to start off getting the first kill on Naked, but Llamas are pack animals as the rotation comes in and they turn it around. Bro, Quick! Oh, he almost allowed Naked to actually get away from that one. They eventually get the kill from that nonetheless, though, in lane 2, which is going to be a big one, as Ido's going to roam into this lane to look to help things out, but that's going to be Sizlucky coming in as well, looking for a swap here. Can't quite catch it onto the Mo and Krill by Hydration, but he's extremely low on HP, and he will fall. Singularity's going to come in, but is there going to be any backup there to stop this one? Quig gets the kill onto Ido, looking for the chase onto 7, but Rokane's looking to escape, but can he escape Flick? Well, no, he can't do that, and that's going to be Flick rotating perfectly here to help clean up these kills. Quig gets the engage with Singularity onto Rokane, but Naked is there in time with the Frozen Shelter to keep him alive and turn the fight around.
There's a focus now on lane 2 here for this fight. Singularity is popped, and it catches 1, and is that going to be enough? There's the Frozen Shelter. It's kind of hard to read this scenario. It's running into a wall quick, trying to escape so desperately, but the follow-up is there.
The It's not every day we see teams fight over the first urn, but here we are. Llama Lords take 4 kills for the 2 deaths.
3 for the time being, but in comes the fight as the urn is forced to be dropped here because Quig is desperately low, trying to escape, trying to survive. 200 HP. I don't know if that's possible. I mean, seen some daring escapes, but it won't happen. I don't think. In fact, no, never mind. The Quig is still up, actually, as I've said that. So Quig is just somehow an escape artist. 2 players going down, though, as Llama Lords continue to fight forward. Very nicely done. Even at the moment. Oh, the assassinate, just not quite enough damage, and staying out there is going to be fatal for Flick. And Hydra Nation suddenly, Jason, they get kind of wiped.
Since the first urn didn't get turned in, both teams still committed to the fight as urn turn in take 2 electric boogaloo happens.
But we can see both teams reinforcing lane 4 at the moment.
In comes Hydration. Very bold there. Getting himself in there, making his presence known. And this urn, I'm not sure what's going to happen with it. It's going to be forced down. Here comes the burrow from Hydration. Beautifully timed burrow, actually catching 2 players with that one. Trying to pursue here. Hydration is a huge presence, but his teammates are dying all around him. And there's not that much damage that's going to be left here. Llama Lords doing so very well. Hydration, though, still up, still killing people, but...
Hydra Nation playing the macro game bait Llama Lords to the urn turn in, all the while pushing the lane 1 Walker and the lane 2 Guardian. A huge charge by Young Calc wasn't enough to win the fight that ensued as Hydra Nation take 4 kills for the 3 deaths. No, but that's not what Hydra Nation care about right now. They're pushing the Walker in lane 1 because of this. As long as they don't lose their own Walkers, or at least lose them too heavily, it's not going to be that bad of a trade. Yes, they don't get the urn turn in, which we can see Llama Lords easy pick up right now and go for themselves. It wasn't the worst case scenario, but it might turn into it as now they're going to lose the urn and they traded 1 Walker each.
Oh, here's a deny, here's a deny. No deny. Okay. And has to be dropped though. Seismic Slam coming in for response. Charge into the fight. 3 players grabbed there. The melee comes in, but the Singularity in response is a fantastic way to answer back. There is so much damage raining in, but Llama Lords, they are dwindling in player numbers. Hydra Nation have a lot more here to bear on this fight to reclaim the urn and to swing the value back into their favor. So the min-maxing there, Jason, it seems like it worked out. That concussive combustion was actually everything.
I don't understand how they turned this around. I mean, DMB wasn't even here. He was pushing lane 2. He got a Walker in lane 1, pushed, I think, a Guardian and a Walker in lane 2 from all this. And Llama Lords don't win the fight. I mean, they have the urn turn in, but they drop it instead of look for Young Cal to... Moles can move just as quickly through the air as they do in the ground, as Hydration opens up with a Magic Carpet, Mo and Krill. But Idle channels his inner Hercules, taking down Hydra Nation.
They wanted to force it to a third map. They really need this team fight to go their way. It's actually potential skirmishes in multiple parts of this area, but it's all going down there, right down on the stairs, and Flick gets the opening kill onto Lord and M. So that's a big problem. Llama Lords need to disengage. Naked's very low. He's going to go down as well. Ido also low, and this is just a terrible, terrible scenario for Llama Lords because if they lose more players, the mid boss is going to be there for Hydra Nation.
Looks like they're just winning the fight before it even begins with Quig of that Singularity, and they're not even done just yet. Young Calc's gonna fall, and finally we do see Llama Lords able to respawn, taking down Quig and DMB, but you still have to worry about the Mole. The Mole man himself on 2k HP. The Burrow's gonna be coming through as it looks like it's gonna be a retreat. Flick will fall, and Llama Lords, they hold on. A rejuved up Llama Lords get 3 quick kills with a swap from Lucky, pushing Hydra Nation to a map 3. Singularity up either out of Quig, which is gonna be a big point for them, but there's going to be the swap coming through. The Ethereal Ship trying to buy time for his teammates to get in here to help him out here, but now we know how squishy Flick is going to be. Quantum at least able to help him escape, and somehow they weren't able to pick up the kill off of him.
Oh, everybody's going to get hit by that concussive combustion. Aim's able to dash jump out of the way though, and still the fight rages forwards. But still, numbers advantage here for Llama Lords as they continue the fight, and they are now able to isolate these players, so there's no way to respond there for Hydra Nation, and they're going to be bleeding out. This is a huge problem now, Jason. This is a huge problem. They do have Singularity though, Jason.
Oh, I don't know how many caught on it. She only caught on the one, only caught on a Warden, and they're trying to focus on the Patron. Now they have to go for the team fight here. Hydration's just trying to stall for as long as possible, trying to disarm as many people as he possibly can. But it looks like the Patron will be finished off here, and Llama Lords are going to take a map off of Hydra Nation and take it to a 3rd map. DDK, you called it. We're going to have a best of 3 go the full way in EU and in NA. Respecting Ido on the pocket, Hydra Nation take it away as Llama Lords continue to respawn with the Viscous Ban. After losing the first match in Fight Night history, Hydra Nation decided to take the gloves off with 2 early kills. Breakout, and speaking of that, a little bit of a catch here. Stoneform used out of Lord to stay alive since Lucky has gone down. That was over in lane 2.
And we'll see Lord fall in lane 3, so it goes from bad to worse here for Llama Lords.
1 minute later, we're treated to the same thing on repeat.
They're just trying to do damage here, these Hydra Nation players. Now we'll see what they're able to do. In fact, here comes the reinforcements. I feel like it was a little bit late.
After losing 3 players in lane 4, the Llamas try to push down the garden as Lefa shadow boxes his way behind them, turning things around.
The shadow transformation has gone out, but it looks like Llama Lords might have been able to escape with the majority of their players, if not all their players, on lane 1. Okay, no, there was 1 caught. There was 2 caught. Never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe overstaying their welcome slightly there.
We start to hit the stat check territory as Hydra Nation sport a 10k soul lead 11 minutes in.
As well, and they do get it onto Naked. That's with the first kill coming through, and even the chase down here onto Ido. He's going to fall, and Hydra Nation going to get the 2 kills and probably the earn turn off the back of this, or maybe, just maybe, they even might go mid-boss.
Realizing they need to do something to get back in the game, the Llamas tried to distract Hydra Nation away from the earn turn in.
Some other lanes here to kind of pull off the pressure, but it might just lead to their early deaths.
It looks like that's correct, yes. That is correct. They are looking for the earn turn in. There's only 1 player there to stop them. It is going to be DMB on the Wraith. Is DMB actually going to try to do this? Might just be giving a kill to them here. I mean, it's a 3v1. I know you're pretty bummed, but...
With Hydra Nation looking to close out the game, Naked hits a huge singularity paired with Rokane's concussive combustion to keep their hopes alive.
I mean, a very squishy, high damage dealing heroes available. The Singularity's going to be used, catches out quite a few players, but will the damage be there off the back of the Frozen Shelter is going to be used as well. And they do pick up 2 quick kills, and that might have been enough to actually halt the push here out of Hydra Nation. But keep in mind, Rejuvenator's still going to be here. They're going to respawn in extremely quickly to push yet again if they want to.
With a catch onto Quig paired with a huge singularity, the fight was looking good for the Lords. But Hydra Nation just survived, turning the fight around and defending their title once again here at the Deadlock Fight Night. Catching them being a little bit too aggressive here. Concussive combustion going to come in across the singularity as well, looking for the stun to lock them down. If they can pick up more kills off the back, this could be exactly what Llama Lords need. At DDK, it doesn't seem like they have the damage yet to shut down anyone else.
That's so unfortunate. What an ideal scenario. Singularity into concussive combustion. You want that to be a wipe on the enemy team, but instead it's going to be a wipe on Llama Lords here as we do see Lefa just tearing into them. The shadow form is just so difficult to handle.
But I don't know, it might just cost them the game here. The patron is going to be pushed down here, and I think DDK, we're going to have Hydra Nation defend once again.
Yeah, close call this week, but indeed, Hydra Nation are taking their 6th title in a row.
everyone, to Deadlock Fight Night. Now we're shifting gears after seeing a whole bunch of close games in EU. We are moving on to NA, Jason, where the games have gotten a little bit closer over time, and there's reason to believe that maybe this week will be the week that we see a team potentially dethrone Hydra Nation.
Kind of had me there saying we're moving on from EU where the matches were close, and I thought you were gonna go, and we're heading to NA where no one seems to be able to catch up to Hydra Nation, but that's not true. We saw Hydra Nation bleed last week as they did drop a map, and we have seen them lose a series in Proving Grounds. We're gonna see if they can defend their title for a 7th time in a row, or if North America's ZP is finally gonna have a new champion.
Well, before we get into all the details, let's catch you up on what is going on here today. What is Deadlock Fight Night? Well, quite simply, we have a defending champion each week, and we have 2 challenging teams. The 2 challenging teams play each other in a best of 1, and the winner of those 2 teams goes on to fight our champion in a best of 3. That is the format, Jason. And of course, this week, we also got some extra merch, some extra sponsors, as it were, where what is blue and white and sponsors Deadlock Fight Night? Well, if you didn't know by now, you must only be listening to the broadcast because clearly it is Intel. Intel is giving us stuff, so we're giving you stuff. Go to deadlockfightnight.com and enter to win a new 14th generation i9 14900K, quick specs, 6 gigahertz, 24 cores. This chip is a beast. Thank you to Intel, and thank you for you all for supporting our sponsors so we can keep running Deadlock Fight Night that you know and presumably love. Go get free stuff. But now, Jason, back to the show.
I have a question for you, ZP. Are we allowed to win? I don't have a contract saying I can't.
Here's the thing, Jason. We're not lucky people, so it doesn't matter. We can enter.
Lucky. I'm here hanging out with my friends, casting some Deadlock. I think I'm one of the luckiest guys in the world.
You know what? That is true, but that also means you've expended all your luck. So the odds of you winning a giveaway, it's just not going to happen. And plus, our chatters, which are just like way more attractive and luckier as human beings, like they're going to beat us. That's just the reality.
I have to correct myself. All my friends, minus one person in production who's not my friend. He's my best friend. Knock on wood. Man, I'm excited to get this underway though. Like we have North America, which like Hydra Nation, they have some of the strongest players in Deadlock, period. But I think they're finally starting to be tested. I mean, we've talked about EU so many times in the past EP that it's been so close. Like EU is just insanely close. It could be DMS, it could be Buff and Joys, it could be Pojilaya Skumbriya, it could be a new team coming up. But NA has just been all Hydra Nation until now. I think we're starting to see these North American teams catch up to Hydra Nation. And they have to be careful because they have a massive target on their back. I mean, they're obviously the 6-time back-to-back winner, but they're starting to become villains because people want to see them lose.
Kind of one of those things where eventually people are going to go for the underdog again.
What is that?
Well, it's TF2 Boomers, clearly.
It got added in the middle of the segment. What the hell? What does that hat say?
I don't know what the hat says, but, you know, it's an engineer and
stay
it's
hard. Hashtag stay hard. You know what? I always do in casting Deadlock.
Oh, boy. Oh, we got the zoom in. All right. TF2 Boomers.
Did Deathy make this in just like paint really quickly before the matches? What the hell?
I don't think Deathy has any artistic talent, so the answer is probably yes. But you know who does have talent? Our other analyst here at Deadlock Fight Night, the one and only Dan DDK. Dan, how are you doing? Bring you in off the 3 box. There he is.
Doing good. I'm wondering, is that like stay hard like the motto of David Goggins? Because if they've internalized some David Goggins energy, maybe they're gonna crush it.
I thought they thought Viagra was sponsoring the show today, and it's Intel. So I'm sorry guys. I know Intel's blue as well in their logo, but different company.
Well, moving swiftly on. I don't know how to segue, guys. Help me. Someone help me.
Well, you know, I will help you, Dan, as we go on here, because I do believe the draft is just about ready. We're going to see.
No, we're not going to draft yet, ZP. Remember, what we're going to be looking at here is some stats, actually, for North America.
Oh, that's right.
If you guys watched the EU show. We were starting to implement some stats into the show. You know, we got some squirrels here, deep diving in, pulling out everything they possibly can for these matches. And we're going to be taking a look at North America and the average souls per minute by its players. We're only going to be showing 10 of the players, and you have to have a minimum of 3 maps played to be accounted for. And the reason I wanted to show this is that Leffa is so far ahead of everyone else in EU and NA when it comes to souls per minute. Now, a slight skew obviously for him because they have won every single time, but we've been talking every single week how good Leffa is.
but he's showing it right here. He's 102 more souls per minute than anyone in EU, and he's 120 souls per minute more than anyone else in NA. And the second player is Rocker, who actually just quit Deadlock.
Rock is gone, but Leffa is certainly here. And you think about how Leffa does this, Dan. A lot of it is just, we kind of get on Leffa every now and then, going, it's like, oh, he's not going to a whole lot of team fights. But the thing about Leffa is that even if he's not in a team fight, Leffa is a soul-generating machine and still finds kills in team fights when they do happen.
Yeah, there is like I mean, what's interesting as well, by the way, is we often comment about Hydration's ability to get like insane amounts of souls with like super efficient pathing with like box running and everything to just really maximize the efficiency. Well, Leffa's someone that really understands. I mean, well, Leffa's someone that firstly plays more of the carries that are more soul farming dependent, and then on top of that, even if he's not playing a 7, he knows the routes like just like better than anybody else. So this doesn't really surprise me that Leffa is maximizing his farm better than anyone else, because this guy knows every trick.
Solomon, I love you so much. So it was actually 104 more, but this compares EU and NA, with NA having the red background and EU having blue. I mean, we didn't talk too much about Wolfie. They obviously did lose in their best one up against Buff and Joys, but we're seeing here, like, Leffa is just so far ahead of everyone, as eventually it does, dwindle down into like the 1.1 Ks. But I mean, even though NA has been slightly easier for Hydra Nation, I think it is still insanely good, as you're mentioning, Dan, that like his movement through boxes as well. If we're talking about hydration, but obviously you have to give credit to Leffa to just know how to maximize your soul per minute, meaning you're more effective in these fights, I think is also somewhere where maybe Hydra Nation does eke out a little bit ahead of some of these EU teams.
Us compiling these stats, all we've done is now given Leffa more stream advertisement material, where he's already putting in a stream title, 3x Deadlock Fight Night MVP plus 5x champion, and now it's gonna be like best soul per minute world on top of it. We've just added to the lore here, is what we've done.
Just make that title real long.
Yeah. It just it kind of goes a Daenerys Targaryen type of thing, where eventually you're just like talking about all the titles that are involved there, and you just run out of room and run out of breath going through them. That's kind of the world Leffa's trying.
Well, you know what? If Leffa wants to add to that title, he's got to be able to win out in this 1v1 Mo and Krill battle, which I don't know if we're going to have him on ever, because they have to not be in the final match to ever participate in it. So maybe some incentive for them to lose today.
That's right.
I wonder also... Oh, go ahead, CP.
No. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I wonder what the picks will be looking like for Leffa as well, because I feel like Infernus is falling more out of favor, and that is something that Leffa's played a lot. 7 is something that we've been seeing him on a lot more lately, which is just more farm heavy. So I feel like that number only stands to grow potentially.
Does, but it also stands to grow the appeal and allure of the Mo and Krill 1v1. We don't do coin flips anymore to decide who's going to get first pick, first ban. Instead, we have the Mo's fight it out 1 versus 1. It is the essence of Deadlock right here. We get on once more. Salty versus Lord NM. And the fists are a-flying. And Salty told me, guys, he trained a long time for this.
How did he train, CP?
He did 1v1s with the rest of his team, is what he did. And he came in very hyped. And, well, Lord NM,
clearly
just
didn't
a little
train
bit
hard enough, man, because he lost the 1v1 up against Llama Lords here. So I actually do wonder, how do teams put forward the player who's going to do the 1v1?
So I ask them. I go to them. I go, all right, team captain, who's your warrior? I phrase it that way.
Yeah.
And they submit the...
You know what? Salty pissed me off, so let's throw Salty in there.
The teams submit their warriors, and they fight an honorable Mo and Krill combat. And that determines who gets the choice of first pick, first ban in the matchup. It's way better than a coin flip. Way better.
Oh, 100%. I love that you came up with the idea and that you're implementing it. It's fantastic. Yeah. And not to mention, ZP, there's maybe something special coming next week with it, if I'm not mistaken. A little bit of a teaser for you guys. But Dan, we've seen, what was it? Yamato, Wraith ban almost every single time in EU. And of course, when we come to NA, it's Viscous being banned and probably Wraith or Yamato.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect. You'd expect to see, one of those. Oh, what is it? It's like then and Mirage as well. That could be potentially in the mix, but I don't think that's as likely. All right, so the pocket's going away. That's
and the Yamato's coming in. Here's the problem with Llama Lords. You have to get rid of Pocket because you don't want Ido on Pocket for all the reasons on broadcast, arguably best Pocket world. But then you give Ido their second best hero in Yamato. So now Yamato's going to come out, and That's just how it is. That is the reality of drafting versus Llama Lords in 2024.
You know what's
Not that
so
there's any
funny?
other use for that, but you know.
So I was doing the recap videos and I was watching Ido in their second match versus Hydra Nation where they pushed it to a map 3, right? And he was the defining factor on his pocket to like help carry them through. Like he was such a pivotal force. And I was like, how did it feel playing like pocket in that match? He says, you don't give MJ the ball. Like if you give him the ball, he's gonna score. And I would like to see his Yamato play up to that kind of level as well. I mean, we have seen it be very effective last week, but I do wonder for Ido, not to knock him down, but past Yamato, past pocket, if we ever do expand to like a double ban format, what is he possibly ever gonna play? And I feel like that's where his weaknesses could potentially cause downfall to his team, that he needs to keep expanding, keep learning, keep, you know, playing other heroes.
Well, Jason, the answer is you become a holiday one trick. But Dan, the penalty for picking Yamato here is that TF2 Boomers, of course, gets 2 picks back to back, and they go with the Paradox Abrams.
Yeah, and now obviously Mirage is still available, so you'd expect him to go because he's still obviously valued really highly in these regions. Well, one thing I'm actually kind of curious about is whether we'll get a Lash in play for TF2 Boomers, just because Deathy is just so good at that hero. But yeah, wow, it's like Wraith got permabanned in Europe, so I'm kind of shocked to just see the icon that represents Wraith. But nice.
Yeah, Wraith Jason suddenly back into play. Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about Wraith for a moment because EU has just conditioned me to believe that this hero does not exist, despite her incredible power. Like EU has sealed her off. She's just like the ancient power, you know?
So this is blowing my mind. Like there is such a big difference between EU and NA when it comes to the draft, and it's just crazy how different it is. Dynamo being picked. I mean, I know that was one of the factors that they used. I think it was Pure Content who played it when they beat Hydra Nation just a couple days ago. But Dynamo being picked as your support this early, I find super interesting, Dan. And to me, that kind of also says maybe we're going to see Wraith go for leveling telekinesis first to have the extra wombo to the combo with the Dynamo.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense. I think one of the things with Dynamo is he did get a little bit better after the last economy change, because it's just easier to get a bit more souls. Even though they tweaked it slightly to make it a little bit less, it still allows the Dynamo to get online for the mid-late game with the necessary items, because it's so much about the ult typically with Dynamo when you get into the mid-late game, and so he has to have the Unstoppable online in time for that to actually make sense. But yeah, I mean, Dynamo is a great hero. He's just kind of fallen out of the meta a little bit. The Warden, that's a nice pick as well. So it's just shaping up kind of nicely. A very different draft than what we saw in Europe. So I'm kind of enjoying that for out of the gate.
And another thing where you know that Dynamo is in play for all of North America right now because it's just been in the North American scrim meta. I also think picking the Dynamo at the Wraith is a little bit of a protection as well, just because of the fact that you have Quantum to use desync when telekinesis comes in. And Dynamos in particular have gotten a lot better at using Quantum as a protection. It's not as reliable or as forgiving as a Viscous Cube, but there are scenarios where Wraith can go in on a quick pick, and one Quantum later, telekinesis is gone, the Wraith is in a bad spot, and the tables immediately turn, right? So I don't hate the idea of doing Wraith into an earlier Dynamo, because now you think about how you have to pick around the Wraith. Well, there's no Viscous left, there's no Dynamo, and really whoever Llama Lords ends up putting on the Wraith is going to have a lot of freedom to sort of bend the game to their will.
Yeah, and I think the only real hero you can use to kind of counter that the telekinesis is then the Kelvin, right? Use the frozen shelter to just block out any damage from coming through. So with the Viscous and Dynamo being taken away, those are pretty easy telekinesis being thrown in, which also means now, what are you going to invest into, Dan? You're going to go Ethereal Shift, which is going to put you 3k souls behind? Are you going to go into another way of surviving somehow? The split push potential on Mirage immediately kind of gets cut down in my eyes of this, of having a Wraith being able to 1v1 you, unless you do invest into some of these items.
Yeah, and with the Infernus coming online as well, the damage output is looking actually really ridiculous between Yamato, Wraith, and Infernus. And obviously, if Warden is having a decent game, this is a very scary lineup. You might want to make it a little bit more tanky, potentially. Maybe, obviously, just throw a support in there. We obviously saw also in the previous European face-off that you don't necessarily always need to have a support, depending on your comp. However, given the fact that the Paradox is on the side of TF2 Boomers, you'd expect to see perhaps an Ivy. Obviously now the Kelvin's gone, but Ivy is most likely to have the rescue beam to at least ensure that Paradox can't get away with too many crazy swaps.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, ZP, because if you're Dynamo, you want to be in the front line. So Rescue Beam isn't as effective as an item, whereas Ivy being far away, you kind of want to stay away, which makes Rescue Beam even more effective.
Weird dynamic with Dynamo, where a lot of times you'll be back, and then other times you'll be kind of invisible looking for a way in. But you're right, is that even if you build Rescue Beam on Dynamo, which many do, you're still in a spot where your ability to use it effectively is less than if you were on an Ivy or a Kelvin. Now, to me, I'm looking at this, I'm just trying to figure out what the early to mid-game picture is, because on one hand, you have Paradox, which is really effective on TF2 Boomers, but on the other hand, you look at what Llama Lords are going with here, where they have Warden, Wraith in particular. I feel like this is still a game where into the mid-game, TF2 Boomers may have some issues, but as I say that, they go with the Lash, and I think that does shift a little bit the early mid-game more in the TF2 Boomers column. Dan?
Go for it, Jason. I know ZP handed off to me, but you got it.
I'm looking at Llama Lords, man. I'm looking at a very easy snowball early on. If you mix in the fact that you have Dynamo Singularity to open up a for sure kill, Mo and Krill's ultimate to open up for sure kill, Telekinesis to open up for sure kill. I feel like if you put Mo in a duo lane and you put Wraith in one of those solo lanes, every time Mo goes to that lane, there's a kill, whether it's Wraith's ultimate or Mo and Krill's ultimate, that you're just going to snowball that lane so heavily for Wraith that they're going to get so far ahead that I don't know what TF2 Boomers can do to stop that.
Yeah, that's my major concern is the snowball potential for Llama Lords, because obviously they got really, really good late game scaling. Firstly, with the heroes that they have, the Infernus, the Wraith, and the Yamato are going to be crazy. And there's not a lot of like crazy damage or burst items from TF2 Boomers. So that's going to mean that they're going to have to be much better, I think, in some of the Team 5 setups to be able to survive. But if they're able to do that, and Llama Lords can't get those picks, I think the sustain then overrides what Llama Lords would have. So then it kind of goes the other way. So that is going to be one interesting dynamic I'm going to be looking at.
I think lane phase really matters a lot here in terms of who gets ahead in stat checking. And part 2, don't forget that for the Lash, for TF2 Boomers, it's going to be played by Deathy. And Deathy, even going back to previous Deadlock Fight Nights, even in games where TF2 Boomers just got absolutely destroyed, Deathy on Lash is almost an equivalent pick to something like Ido on Pocket. Deathy gets more out of Lash in the games that we've watched than the average Lash does, which means more early to mid-game power, is how I'm sort of looking at the situation. And also, I think there's other variables here, like what farm your Abrams ends up getting, whether it be high or low, right? And how effective some of this is going to be into the early game. So I think for me, looking at the laning phase, how the rotations go down and who gets ahead, if anyone, I think actually is going to be one of the most pivotal things in this game.
So I'll back you up really quickly on the Lash stats, right? We've seen Deathy play Lash twice. He played under Patron Pulverizers and under TF2 Boomers. He played against Bottom Barrel twice in those games. He did have actually significantly good amount of kills. He had 6 kills in one of the matches, 9 kills in another of the matches. And even in the match where he had 9 kills, he had 35,000 total souls at the end of the game that lasted 32 minutes. I mean, he did have some impact, but I do wonder when you get towards, these mid to late game stages, will he still have that level of impact, and will the team be there to support him? Or will they even get to that stage if Llama Lords snowball early?
It's going to be difficult. I mean, Dan, you look at this, I just feel like there's so many ways this can break down, and so much of it just kind of depends on, all right, who's going to be the first to 3K, who's going to be the first to 5K, and the early rotations, whether it be for soaking or ganks, I feel like are going to be so pivotal in this game more than others, is kind of how I'm doing this.
I think it's really interesting because, you got Lash and Paradox, so you have a lot of initiation and a lot of ways to set up fights. And so even though they don't necessarily have some of the damage output that Llama Lords might, they're going to have better ways to create fights and hopefully for them set those ones up. And I think obviously with Kelvin as well, and Abrams and Geist, I think having swapping into those, death slamming into those heroes actually feels very strong. So I actually could see a world here where TF2 Boomers, if as you say, they're able to mitigate some of maybe the difficulties in the early lanes, they should actually have a really strong mid game so long as their synergies are working out and they've got some of those good setups.
Well, Jason, you got your wish. We got the Llama Lords logo. We are fully logoed up. We started the day, no logos at the beginning of NA, and now it's full logo time. Dan, thank you so much. And now, Jason, taking the wheel with you as we look into our BO1 here for NA, and the lane picture comes online.
So I'm really curious on how they're going to use the Wraith. I was thinking maybe you would use them to soak between like lane 2 and lane 1, or lane 3 and lane 4, for instance. Put Moa Krill in a 1v1 that Moa Krill pretty much won't ever lose, to have a really strong lane. But instead, we actually will see the Wraith up against Abrams over in lane 4, with the Infernus up against Mirage in lane 1. Now, I know Infernus has been nerfed slightly, a lot harder to build up your burn on a target. So laning phase, I don't see Infernus being as strong. However, with the Dynamo and Yamato in lane 2, like, you're easily going to have a strong amount of support to help him out if he ever does struggle in lane.
The lane stuff would be interesting to me, given how much extra souls you can get. I do wonder if Llama Lords is going to be running sort of the EU-style double soak and do it on a Yamato, because the idea of a Yamato being 2k ahead early sounds terrifying to me, Jason. Like, absolutely horrifying.
There's so many avenues for Llama Lords to get soak into 2 lanes where they just become so much more effective and so much higher kill potential. Look at the other side. I mean, not to say that, you know, a Lash doesn't have that potential, as well as Young Cal kind of getting caught out here, extremely low in HP as he will back away. I mean, the Paradox Lash, but if you pair them together, you can't really send both of them to another lane to soak, right? So you have to keep one there. I would actually maybe have liked to see maybe Kelvin or Geist swap over to this lane, so you could go for the double soak for the side of TF2 Boomers.
Arctic Beam coming out. Kelvin, a little bit of poke and on the way back. And one thing we didn't talk about in draft that I just now has kind of dawned on me, I think the early Abrams pick for TF2 Boomers was partly a deny pick, because it means that we see Calc just getting blown up on the Moa and Krill versus Calc being a raid boss on Abrams. Abrams is Calc's biggest pick, like biggest comfort pick. And that got denied very early in this draft, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I will give him the caveat that he did play Moa and Krill when they played up against Hydra Nation and won in the Proving Grounds. So he's definitely like a good Moa and Krill player. And I feel like the Moa and Krill kind of facilitates an earlier snowball versus instead of an Abrams. Like, it helps you snowball a little bit earlier because of that almost guaranteed kill once you get 3k onto pretty much anyone. But I see what you mean there, and I'm curious how are TF2 Boomers going to respond with the Abrams, and how are they going to really work around that?
One thing in this game so far, Jason, is that we saw the really good double soaking AVU. It's been more honest gameplay here, where no one's far ahead. You know, I don't even think we've seen anything remotely close to a double soak attempt here just yet. So teams right now sticking to initial lanes, no big rotates here so far.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder why that is. Why we don't see NA really go for that. And speaking of going for it, Ido going in for the power slash on a tank man. Gets a Lady Geist very low HP. He's going to have to back away, and obviously not wanting to overcommit. But yeah, I don't know why NA doesn't really go for any soaking. And I really don't have an answer or even a theory to why they don't. Other than they don't want to potentially die in the dual lane as a solo player.
I mean, it does put a lot of pressure on whoever is in the duo lane while the person that's soaking goes out. Like, you're taking the hit in part to make the solo or the soaker player have a better time. Also, Lord and M getting very, very low here. Pressure, of course, coming in from Goober. And looking back over here to Mirror Man. Actually, this is the interesting part for TF2 Boomers. We didn't have the names up, but yeah, it's not Deathy on the Lash.
No, Deathy's on Mirage. That's a good point.
Yeah, that, I just assumed it would be Deathy on the Lash, given his prior history, so that is a little bit unexpected.
Well, Boink's going to be on the Kelvin. He's going to fall to naked. That was a dive into lane 2, towards the enemy's side of the jungle. Obviously, a lot of sustain when it comes to the Dynamo in the lane, and especially since Yamato can be very tanky with the power slash, eating up a lot of those auto attack, that bullet damage in. But not a good sign here for TF2 Boomers, especially if they can start to snowball it, because we are starting to approach the 3k mark here out of a couple of different players, ZP, and this is where Llama Lords could potentially take off. I mean, TF2 Boomers have the option as well, especially with the Lash, but I'm a little bit worried what Llama Lords can do once they hit that 3k mark.
Exactly at 3k between both teams, just the power spike of both the Paradoxical Swap and the Death Slam. I think TF2 Boomers has more room to make plays in the very short interim, but they need to make it quick, because the mid-game quickly starts stacking up for Llama Lords as Warden gets more tools and gets online.
Ooh.
From downtown, nearly grabs Ido off the ice grenade. Super, super close, but now you see the heal coming in, and the frustrating half wall just going, oh yeah, by the way, Ido's back up to half HP.
Yeah, that's a little annoying to deal with, to be honest. And I mean, he's still going to be relatively healthy for now. We are starting to hit 3k mark. We can see a lot of ultimates come online for both of these teams. And now I'm looking more towards like Young Calc. What is he going to do with this Moa and Krill? Because obviously you're not really going to look for a kill in your own lane. I mean, you could technically with him and Warden, right? The Binding Word if you use the moment crit ultimate first, like you're gonna guarantee that person to be locked down for a very long time. But then again, Mirror Man can easily get you off of that with just the Death Slam. So it's about who are you gonna focus if they go for it.
Really talk about it in draft, but the other thing of note in this matchup too, the early ban of Viscus from Llama Lords, that was targeted at this guy right here, Goober. Goober is one of the best Viscuses around, and they didn't want to deal with that. But yeah, we got Yamato here. Early Singularity goes in, Tankman down, and you can't mention the power of just an early Singularity at this point in the game. And look, Naked knows better than anyone else. You don't need to get great value, you just need one.
Yeah, I think people, in their own games maybe overestimate, I have to look for like a 3-4-man Singularity. Honestly, no, you just get like that guaranteed kill in your lane. Like look at Ido, he's at 4.2. He has the ultimate. He's going to head over to lane 1 to look for a kill as they already have engaged with Rokane up against Deathy here. And Rokane, he's going to escape potentially, it seems, down to 80 HP. No Jin Mark going to be proccing off of him, and Ido's going straight in back.
Ido on the dive, finishes off Deathy, and yeah, Rokane barely gets away, but did so much damage to Deathy that was an easy over and done for Ido once they showed up in lane.
Oh, and look at this. Now Rokane's heading to lane 2 to kind of pick up where Ido was.
Yeah, and we saw just this last weekend, Rokane is not someone you want to get ahead, given what he was able to do versus Hydra Nation.
Oh, yeah. He was insanely fed, especially in the, I think it was the first map, if I'm not mistaken. He was definitely one of the reasons why they ended up winning that match. But we did see some kills being traded. You can see Mirror Man and Goober are both going to be down. Young Calc did fall as well. So a 2-point exchange in favor of Llama Lords. They are supporting a 3K lead. That's the telekinesis coming through, but they don't really need it. Salty's going to fall as well. And that's just another kill added to the tally of the Llama Lords.
Yeah, that was a telekinesis of put ultimate on cooldown, not actually required, as Abrams fell long before the telekinesis even hit. And now we got a little bit of a gap beginning between both teams. Llama Lords about 4K ahead, but again, Jason, you look at the individual hero stories here, and Warden at 6K, it's not to the point where it's dominant, but again, kind of, as we mentioned in the other series, it's a warning flag, right? And this time it's a good omen rather than a bad one.
Yeah, especially if we do see him eventually get to the unstoppable that you've been talking about. I mean, just the amount of raw healing you can do and the amount of raw damage you can do, thinking back to the EU matches, is quite insane. But we did see the first walker of the game go down. It's actually to go to TF2 Boomers. So they do get some souls back on their side, keeping this distance to about 3K between the teams. But I really feel like this first earn/buffs is really where the action is going to kick off between these teams. And with the timing window they have right now of about 2 minutes, like this is the perfect opportunity to look for some early kills with those ultimates, because they'll be back online before the buffs matter.
Another Guardian going to go down. So both teams now down one Guardian. Still though, Jason, surprisingly, especially given that NA tends to be more skirmishy, it's been a relatively contained game here so far. Not too much in terms of rotations, and both teams playing, dare I say, a little passively.
Well, talking about skirmishes, Rokane's going to be coming in. Concussive Combustion is available to be used, but they want to, I guess, save this one potentially for the urn. They do force out the Frozen Shelters. Wong's just going to look to stay alive, and that's going to be very important. As they get the charge onto Ido, very low in HP. Telekinesis was used at the same time over towards Deathy, so they will trade out at least to getting that kill, and Ido does survive in the meantime over in lane 1, so a good initial trade here for Llama Lords, as they're still looking to be aggressive on this lane.
40K to 38K, TF2 Boomers, even though it feels like kill-wise hasn't been super close, keeping it close on the totality. Seismic Slam here from Salty. Goes in, Dynamo in his sights, takes down Naked. Quick pick off from Salty into the lane, seizes the opportunity. And overall, Jason, again, even though it's felt a little bit Llama Lord sided, TF2 Boomers keeping it close enough as the specter of mid buffs now approaches.
Yeah, they're looking to knock down another Guardian here. Look for a flex slot. That's going to be Young Calc just barely escaping. And again, this Guardian would be huge as Goober is going to eventually get the kill, taking Young Calc out. And with mid buff coming up, not to mention earn in 30 seconds, this is the perfect time for TF Boomers to really claw back and potentially get a lead for themselves. Only down by about 1K now. This is a good timing, a good window, and a good move here for TF2 Boomers.
The only downside for TF2 Boomers is you look at the ult side of things, well, they're pretty much drained. There's no Death Slam on anyone that goes for a buff. You're down on Swap, you're down on Seismic Slam, so their power to enforce their will over the buff's a little bit low, but you see Kelvin and Abrams hanging out on the left side. Right side going to be far more contested by Llama Lords. Movement buff for Abrams on the left. Not quite sure what was grabbed on the right. We'll see when the camera heads on over.
Yeah, I really hope at one point we do get Valve to update the spec mod a little bit more to make it a little bit easier for us. It definitely not be able to see like what buffs are spawning or like what buffs are picked up is a little bit hard. And also not to mention being able to see where the turn-in will be as well. Like knowing the soul differential, so how to calculate it mid-game is always too tough to do. But it's going to be neutral turning because it is the first turn. That was a change that happened last week as well. In the meantime, we're going to see Deathy being caught out here in lane 4. I'm imagining this should be Young Calc looking for the kill as he's just all by himself. The Traveler is up, but he's very low on HP.
Look at here and you wonder, will Deathy get away? We're watching Lash run over.
Well, I mean,
and the answer to that is no.
Perfect, because Mirrorman's like, hey, you're gonna go fight with 3 on lane 4. I'm gonna go for a turn-in. Like, this is actually a really good trade for TF2 Boomers and for Deathy just to milk as much time as he possibly can.
Kane watches. Okay, it's just like, I see you. I'm gonna try and deny a little bit of it, but that's all I'm gonna do. I'm not suicidal. I'm not gonna run in there and try and explode and be a hero.
So Llama Lords' response to this was, okay, you get the Urn turn-in, that's 4k souls. We're going to actually push a Walker in lane 4, which gives us so much more control around the map here. As you see Ido, he's going to miss the jump, forced to use a Shadow Transformation to fight here as he heads straight in onto Goober. Still will be a tough fight to take as he's still pretty much healthy here as Rokane comes over the side of Concussive Combustion to save him. But are they going to be able to turn this into a kill? Well, Llama Lords will at least be able to get one here. Actually, they got 2. Goober and Salty both fall.
Not dying there feels a little bit like a crime. I feel like Ido should have died there. It did not work out that way. Of course, the support came in right away. But you look at that situation, it's like, surely he's not going to live. And then Ido lives.
I can see Ido's face as I close my eyes, the cocky smile he has of like saying, you guys trying to gank me, trying to kill me as he turns it around. I can see it.
Either that or it's like, holy shit, I almost died. Like, what's going on here? It really could break either way.
I mean, if he's comparing himself to Michael Jordan, that's an indicator of what he thinks of himself, right?
I have to take issue with that. I thought it was LeBron. I thought the thing was don't give the ball to LeBron. When did it go from LeBron to Jordan? And I'm not going to get into the discussion if that's an upgrade or not.
He knows who the true GOAT. Oh, he did say LeBron, actually. My bad. I just, MJ's my GOAT, not LeBron.
Yeah, we're dating ourselves when we say that, although MJ totally is, by the way. I'll take your side on this one, Jason. I will die with you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, we are about to hit the 13-minute mark. No early mid buffs going to be coming in this time. No buff enjoyers and NA to be playing in. But if we take stock of things here, there's no Guardians left for Llama Lords. On the other side, there's still 1 Guardian left for TF2 Boomers over in lane 2, but that's not going to matter too much since they already have a flex slot from it. And speaking of flex slots, 1 Walker away from unlocking their second. And I think as we're getting to, that soul amounts, the soul totals, those flex slots are going to become very, very big here. And I'm hoping for TF2 Boomers they can start to get some Walker pressure on top of this.
TF2 Boomers, you take a look at their team comp here. They're still looking for either a very, well-timed swap and or death slam, right? Like anything that they get done is going to have to come in off the back of Mirrorman and Goober to sort of be the ones to set the stage for a proper engagement. Meanwhile, though, for Llama Lords, Lord NM is a little bit scary. Like, actually, their entire front line is scary. Having super fed Yamato Warden diving you does not make for a good team fight. No. And also, even worse, the Frozen Shelter thrown to the wastelands from Boink. Not
I respect the attempt. Yeah, I respect the attempt to get a kill, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. I think the timing window as well is a little bit early because we're going to hit the 15-minute mark where the buffs respawn back in, and of course the urn. So a little bit unfortunate there, but I also, looking at Llama Lords, I feel like for TF2 Boomers, you can't really split push because there's just so much potential to be caught out. I wonder if Young Calc will go for the magic carpet that we saw Hydration do last week because it makes you so fast and it's nearly impossible to escape from a mole on a flying carpet.
It's actually very funny that Mo flying carpet has become a thing. Rather, it started out as a meme and that became reality. It's where it went to is kind of funny because it's like, what is he burrowing into? What is even going on here? It's like
it's it's a magic carpet, right? So it's magic. He's burrowing into who knows. Oh, so knocked down off the zip line, but not going to be a commit here.
That's a sending a message thing there, Jason. Does it actually effectively do anything? No. Does it annoy the other person?
Hell yeah.
I'm here? Yes, absolutely.
We're actually seeing, looks like Young Calc try to push up lane 2. Look for that last Guardian.
Quick little slam in. Down goes Lord NM. That's one major piece of the front line for Llama Lords down. And TF2 Boomers, Jason, they go, we got you down. We're taking the Walker. This is our blood price. really nice macro from TF2 Boomers here. And you take a look at the overall aggregate, they've brought it nearly even.
Well, they get the Walker, but they're going to lose a flex slot over to Llama Lords to get their second Walker of the game. I was always expecting to see TF2 Boomers continue to push, but slugfest was able to get back from base to be here. A little of a fight might break out in between lane 1 and 2 as it's Ido just trying to chase, or he's being chased. His shot transformation is going to come through, and you can see TF2 Boomers already respect it, looking to back away, get some decent damage in, but he will fall. And there's not going to be any more kills traded off for that as the urn has been picked up for Llama Lords. Oh, look at this, ZP. Their soul lead is so big at the moment. It's so great that they have to turn it on the enemy side, which realistically, I don't think we're going to be seeing. And speaking of getting knocked off of zip lines, this is going to be slugfest caught out, and Boing gets the kill.
TF2 Boomers has been getting a lot of scrappy kills here, Jason, where even though Llama Lords has been trading up pretty well in terms of building play so far, you look at this here for Llama Lords, as you say, I don't think this urn is necessarily getting turned in anytime soon. This is more of a, we're going to hold it to deny it sort of deal. But both Mirrorman and Goober, you know, we kind of laid the foundation of, hey, they need to find their moments. Well, they've found their moments so far. And on the two most important people, I feel like, in Lord and M and Ido.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we can see kind of how stacked they are. I mean, if you're mentioning Lord and Ido, you got to mention Rokane and slugfest. They're all sitting about 17, 18k souls. And I actually want to throw to you with the question of what we discussed in the draft is that, Llama Lords, they have a big snowball potential, but TF2 Boomers, you're kind of favoring them in like the mid game. I'm just kind of curious if you're still kind of favoring them at the moment and how you see them clawing away at this lead.
We're basically just about beyond the mid game now, really. You know, when I think mid game, I think like 8 to 16 minutes or thereabouts. And the reality is that while they've gotten some pickoffs with the Lash, with the Paradox of the Kekko competitive, yeah, if you look at the overall big picture, we're starting to head to a point in the game where it might be falling out of reach, because you think about when Infernus comes online, well, 18k to like 22k is about the point where Infernus starts being, by the way, I'm a hero and you have to really pay attention to me in every fight. So, and also, of course, the Wraith, where, I almost feel like we forget to cast Wraith because EU just doesn't play it.
Yeah, I forgot we even had a Wraith at some point. Well, we can see kind of the build testable. It's going to be picked up for slugfest here. I mean, we did see TF2 Boomers try to force an engagement over towards the right-hand side in lane 4, looking for some damage onto that Walker. Again, they're looking for another flex slot here. They're one shy. Telp are going to come through out of Rokane to get back to lane 1, and Ido's going to be transitioned here as well with Young Calc, and this is looking for a kill onto Deathy to stop any sort of split push potential.
For Deathy here saying, hey, we're going to eliminate this once and for all. Absolutely no chances taken. But what do they give up in return here, Jason, is my question. You have pressure going into lane 2 for TF2 Boomers, a little bit of pressure on the lane 4. Are they going to get the Walker in turn? They do get one Walker, so the Deathy gank does not go entirely unanswered.
Oh, they get themselves a flex slot here, which is honestly a trade that I think TF2 Boomers will take any day of the week. What they have to worry about is a potential mid-boss. They're going to go for the engagement here. The Size of Sun comes in out of Salty trying to save his teammate Goober, who's very low in HP, but he's low as well. Salty looking to escape with just 100 HP, but he'll go down to naked of all people. But Ido has been traded out. Young Calc gets down Tankman, locking him with the ultimate. And now, speaking of mid-boss, they get 3 quick kills and immediately turn it into a mid.
You think about, oh, what about mid-boss steals or defense? Do you want to go in against Dynamo Singularity? Just having Dynamo on your team helps secure mid-boss attempts to a far, far greater degree. If they see anyone even remotely nearby, they're just going to pop Singularity. Naked will have no compulsions about not doing it. However, you take a look, it's totally clear. TF2 Boomers, they say, you know what? You can have that Rejuvenator. We're just going to defend.
Well, the unfortunate part is, what are they getting off of giving that up? We just now see Deathy picking up the urn on the left-hand side. They do have a turn-in on their side of the map, which, I mean, it's going to help even out the souls a little bit to deal with this Rejuvenator. I was expecting maybe Llama Lords to go for the contest. I mean, if they push into lane 3, they still can't stop this from being turned in. And again, fighting close quarters here with Naked, with the disarm factor out of Mo and Crow, with Rokane with concussive combustion up. This could be, and not to mention a last stand out of Lord, like you don't want to be fighting in close quarters. So this could be very bad for TF2 Boomers if they go for the fight.
It's bad for Lash, good for Dynamo when you talk about your team fight ultimates going in here. So yeah, it's in TF2 Boomers territory, but I do not like the fight engagement here at all. And I think the reality is that they might just have to send this urn for a while, but you look at where the lanes are already super pushed in. Naked picks up the survival buff. Oh man, this is such a tough spot for TF2 Boomers to be in right now, Jason.
Casting as well for Ido. That's rough. I mean, I'm looking towards Deathy. I think TF2 Boomers are trying to hold the urn to allow Deathy to just split push, but we can see they've already respawned with Lord and M going to be here to help out. So if anything, you can kind of bait a fight now because we could have the teleport. Yeah, the Traveler was used on Deathy. They're going to have 6 players here to go for the turn in. And honestly, Llama Lords aren't really in a position to defend it. So instead, they're going to go for a push here onto the lane 2 Walker.
They go for the push on the Walker, give up the urn instead. TF2 Boomers, in a way, I mean, you were probably going to lose the Walker no matter what. You weren't necessarily going to get the urn. It's not the worst of outcomes. Also, one thing I saw as we were looking at the Warden real quick, Lord and M is going the classical NA Warden build, which is like heavy on spirit, light on gun, majestic lead. It's not the new age EU build that does more gun into unstoppable. It might not, we might not see unstoppable even come out from Lord and M. So it's classical NA Warden.
He might not even need it at this point. He's at 25k, but no, I completely agree with you here. As Llama Lords are going for the push, trying to take down these base Guardians. Ido looking for an avenue to attack here off towards the side. He might be able to find it. Power Slash comes through, and there's a little bit of chip. You can see how low he's actually getting. The Sloan Hex coming through. They're trying to go for the chase onto it, forces out the Shadow Transformation, but Rokan will be there to back him up here. But that's one big ultimate now offline for Llama Lords.
You're never thrilled about that as Yamato. You want to go in with Shadow Transformation on your own terms on a good dive. You don't want to use your Shadow Transformation as a, oh god, I'm about to die. I mean, it's nice that you have it as a backup plan in that sort of situation, but, you know, with limited rejuve time here, I don't know if Llama Lords really got as much as they would have liked. It hasn't been the best use of rejuve so far, Jason.
Yeah, I don't... Like. What do they even get off of it?
One Walker so far, I believe.
So there's one Walker, and the trade for that was an earn turn-in. And that Walker... I mean, I guess he got him another flex slot. That's at least one upside to it. But yeah, I didn't really get as much to, you know, when you're comparing to some of the EU teams. But if anything, it was a take of opportunity, right? There was no downside to going for it. There was no contention of TF2 Boomers. So I think they'll be happy with it nonetheless. I mean, you didn't really get much off of it, but the other team doesn't have the option to pick it up either.
I do think, though, as we get later into the game, we really are entering a world where you have to look more at Rokan, certainly a little bit more at Sizlucky, and also the fact that you talk about heroes that scale well, Yamato is just a little bit ridiculous right now. So I think now we're in the phase of the game where TF2 Boomers kind of has to outperform to get a good team fight here, given who has farm on Llama Lords. Also, I mean, the Warden's still very relevant too, given the level of overfarm, right? So the win conditions with TF2 Boomers right now, Jason, even though it's close in the aggregate, I actually feel it's very narrow. Like, they need the right everything on a game.
Yeah, I mean, especially when Naked has Veil Walker, too. He can just come in when you're not expecting him and catch you out the singularity, so you don't want to necessarily be too grouped up. You really have to kind of respect that part of the wombo. I'm actually curious, did Sizlucky level up his telekinesis all the way to pair with this one to just really limit the control they have? Because the wombo to this combo is ridiculous with Naked, with Sizlucky, and with Lord and M all together, and Rokan on top of that. Like, you're gonna die in a singularity, and TF2 Boomers have to find a way to deal with that.
I think right now, if you're Llama Lords, your #1 priority here is try to get a clean team fight. Don't let anyone get picked up. Here we go. Singularity in, slam down. Naked under pressure. The quick cancel by Abrams was huge. Naked is down. And you see Salty under pressure, down the stairs, down the slide, gets hit with the decay. Moving around. Shadow Transformation out for Ido on the outskirts. TF2 Boomers about to be down 2. Llama Lords down 1. Although, as I say that, Salty's still alive. 100 HP in a dream here, Jason. But the dream is over. Ido and Young Calc on the finish, the dive in from Yamato, and that is a big team fight win for the Llama Lords.
And I think they're going to catch up Mirror Man on top of this. I mean, yeah, it was a good stop on Naked's ultimate. They got the kill into him, but the problem is you invest so much to deal with Naked that you forget about Lord, Rokan, Sizlucky, Young Calc, Ido. Like, there's still 5 other players that can just decimate your team. So you talked about getting like the perfect fight for TF2 Boomers. It doesn't work out. Yes, they interrupt the singularity, but there's just so much damage coming onto the side of Llama Lords that TF2 Boomers just can't really stand up against that.
So you think about things you want in a team fight. I don't even think they were able to get a Death Slam off there. Take a look at Lash still has it up, right? So not ideal. Because you think about your good team fights, you're still running a Lash. You want to live in a world where Lash is able to get, you know, at least 2 people in on a Death Slam, right? Or a world where you get a good swap to open things up. It didn't quite happen. I think part of that is that Naked was able to set the tone at the beginning of the fight.
Let's go yellow.
I mean, if you Death Slam, who do you ideally want in your eyes? Because I'm looking at this, right? If you get a Death Slam off, if Llama Lords keep pushing in, you still have like so many ultimates that are going to be very scary, and your team is obviously going to be grouped up heavily on the position that you death slam the enemies to.
I think you're okay. If you get Warden a lot of times, you can actually kill Warden, believe it or not, especially Spirit Warden. In this situation, I think Warden is fine if you get them in. I also think Wraith is fine if you have a slowing hex or something to immediately stop her from teleporting away. There are targets on the team that you could get, or, you know, same ideal for Infernus if you could stop him from dashing away. You need support from the rest of your team with slowing hex.
So I don't know the interaction here. If you pop Last Stand while you're being grabbed by Mirror Man, you don't get interrupted, right? Because of the changes they did to his Last Stand?
No, Last Stand, it's no longer unstoppable. That already changed, so you can full interrupt.
You can't. Oh, they changed that back. Okay.
Yeah, it got changed and then it got changed back. So yeah, you can definitely interrupt Last Stand mid-channel now. You actually have to be really careful the positions that you use just because of the interrupt, because it also goes on full cooldown. You can't recast it immediately now either.
Let's go mid.
Well, mid gonna be respawn back in here as we see TF2 Boomers quickly going for it as the urn was picked up for Llama Lords. Howl's gonna come out. Llama Lord's gonna have to respond to this, and you can see immediately TF2 Boomers spreading out, looking for these individual picks. Try not to group up here to allow any sort of combo to come through. They're gonna get the catch onto the Warden. Lord and M is down immediately, but here's the Singularity CP.
Response and get the quick pick off, but play from Naked, so much more. The Dream Singularity comes on in off the swap. And TF2 Boomers, they had their initiation, but Naked at the same point had their number. 4 kills to 1, Jason. The power of Dynamo in the palm of your hands.
That's what we talked about, right? You want to avoid these big groupings, and Llama Lords catch them out perfectly. Naked, the Singularity into, again, Sizz Lucky's telekinesis onto the whole team. There's nowhere you could go for TF2 Boomers. And Deathy, yeah, he'll be able to get one more back, but this is going to be mid-boss taken for Llama Lords. The urn turn in on top of this. This is a massive swing coming through. And what is Sizz Lucky doing? He's in the enemy base. He's looking for Deathy. He wants to get the kill onto him.
No man left behind, or in this case, no man not sent back to spawn. Perhaps a guiding principle, but look here at mid-boss. Somehow surviving longer than you have expected there at the end, but absolutely no one around, no steal potential. Rejuve going the way of Llama Lords, and while it's not over, Jason, it's looking pretty darn close. 30k soul lead, and the options to turn it around becoming slim indeed.
Oh man, yeah. That was just massive. That was exactly what Llama Lords are looking for. And I would say that's in probably one of the hardest locations to have it happen too, because there's so many different levels you can play from in middle. There's so many like bridges you can play on as well. And yet they were able to catch TF2 Boomers grouped up to hit, was it like a 3-4-man Singularity into a 3-4-man telekinesis? There's just no coming back from that. And now with not having mid buff being one shrine down on top of this, I mean, TF2 Boomers, they have to hope for a Hail Mary play, maybe a Death Slam into the base to catch out Llama Lords.
I think the most tragic thing there is you talk about ideal openings, and I mentioned that Warden is actually a target you could go after. I mean, that was an assassination and a half. Lord NM just gets swapped into the charge, into kaboom. And they don't get to celebrate it because Naked has now put their entire team into a black hole. Like, what an absolutely tragic set of circumstances for TF2 Boomers, where initially it was looking so damn good.
And I feel like if you're TF2 Boomers, you don't want to be playing reactively. Because when you're playing reactively, it allows Naked to set up a Singularity or them to set up a telekinesis or something. You want to be the one to force the fight, because then you can kind of force it in a position that you win, able to get a swap, get initial kill, and then play off of that and snowball it into a fight. So like TF2 Boomers, I don't really know how they get back into this bar. Llama Lords just making a massive mistake.
The point in the game we're at now, truthfully, is that to come back requires immensely good play from TF2 Boomers, and it requires a mistake from Llama Lords. At this point, I think the most succinct way to say it is that TF2 Boomers is not in control of their own destiny right now. They need help. Pure and simple.
I'm just looking at Naked right now, and I just see a bowling ball for a stomach. Like, I don't know why I'm getting distracted by this, but it's just a big round ball. You can see them again with the Veilwalker and Magic Carpet. Oh my god, you're not going to escape this. That is a fast-ass Dynamo. He's looking, he goes through the high ground, looking for a catch on Singularity, trying to catch out multiple players, and TF2 Boomers, they're immediately running away.
Calc opened with the combo. TF2 Boomers trying to keep everyone alive as the engage comes in. Fast and furious. The Shrine's going down. The Rejuve's still in progress. First stage Patron about to melt away. TF2 Boomers still alive, and they're going to focus everything now, Jason, on the pit fight. where, by the way, you talk about things to respect, you still gotta respect Lash throwing you into the fountain.
You do. Oh my god, it's like Fast and Furious 12 Magic Carp. He's only to catch one with the Singularity here. Frozen Shelter comes in as well, so this should be Naked dying, I guess. But there's still going to be a lot of damage coming from the other side of this one. The Anvil comes in and knock down Naked. He's still somehow alive, and Llama Lords able to retreat away from this with no kills coming in for TF2 Boomers. Finally, they're able to catch up Naked and solidify this one, but they have 5 more players to deal with here, ZP. Rokane's low on HP. Ido looking to back off, and I think TF2 Boomers held on with that 1 kill. Now 2.
Yeah, Calc getting caught in the outskirts, and TF2 Boomers decide to play around the pit, and they do it to perfection. And while this came down, Naked went for the super aggro Singularity, and Boink just walks up and says, no, not today. Drops the Frozen Shelter, prevents the entire play, keeps people alive enough for Mirrorman to drop the Death Slam. And while there's still an enormous advantage to Llama Lords, that's not the finish you want, especially when you have Hydra Nation in the crosshairs, should you win this map.
I think that was a little hubris coming out of Llama Lords, getting a little bit too aggressive there. Naked in particular getting caught out. For Llama Lords, they have to do some damage control here because they have long respawn timers. This is Lucky cannot afford to go down here as the chase is coming on to him. And we're going to finally see some backup come through, but Deathy's going to hit the Tornado, catching out 2 different players. Salty's in there on the Abrams as well, and this actually might be TF2 Boomers turning this around. They can get so much ground if they can lock down a couple more of these kills. Llama Lords have to be so careful here, ZP, because TF2 Boomers could have a massive swing in souls.
Who gets caught? What? Off in the other lane. I mean, I don't know if I'm witnessing here, Jason, but it's a lot of Llama Lords just staggering. Bad play after bad play. It makes you wonder about the state of comms right now. They seem rattled from the gameplay that we're witnessing at the moment.
I like how Dan, DDK, is just watching this game. Is like, wait, so this game just restarted basically at 31 minutes in, because now we're all equal in souls, where Llama Lords had a massive lead. Lords go down yet again. Llama Lords can just not stop being picked off here. And honestly, if you're TF2 Boomers, ZP, I think they can almost just get to the point to finish the game here. They should be able to just penetrate the defense of Llama Lords with only 3 people left alive and 50 seconds left on Lord.
And if tactical timeouts are ever a thing in future competitive Deadlock, and Llama Lords had a coach, they would have called the tactical timeout. Just clear your heads and figure out what in the world is going on. That was one of the most painful series of staggers and people getting picked off that I have seen in Deadlock, period. And I'm including a lot of NA games here, Jason, so I don't even know. But TF2 Boomers, they are alive. Llama Lords, the favorites, they are on the ropes. And we'll see if TF2 Boomers can complete the comeback.
They have to be so careful here. Like, Naked's back alive, all these ultimates online, mid-boss in 30 seconds. They cannot afford to keep, trying to attack this base. They have to respect this because they've been given a godsend. Like, Llama Lords gave them potentially the comeback on a silver platter. And it's going to come down to this mid-boss for sure. It has to come down to this mid-boss. We still have a minute 40 left on Bus, a minute 40 left on Earn as well. But I do worry, last time we saw any sort of fight here on mid, it was Naked pulling off a 4-man Singularity into a 4-man telekinesis into a complete fight for TF2 Boomers.
Llama Lords has a lot that's still going for them here, but they're doing it now. Instead of being up 30k like they once were, they are now down nearly 20k. Jason, this is one of the more ridiculous reversals of fortune I think we have ever seen. And it took miraculous circumstances to get here, but now mid-boss is up, and Llama Lords, you have to feel like the decision-making is impacted here, and they're going to be playing a little bit more scared.
It's so tough for them too, ZP, because they want to get an early kill. But to do that, you kind of have to group up and be sneaky. And if you're grouped up, Naked can pull a Singularity off. So it's really tough. Like, you need to look for like a swap at a Goober potentially, and then a quick kill. But you have to make sure that swap comes in where you get the player really far away from the team and hope that Naked's not going to be there to catch you out. Because the Walker, magic carpet riding robot can easily turn this game back in Llama Lord's hands. Here it is.
Through the veil, invisible, on a carpet. This is Dynamo. And hey, honestly, it's effective. Naked may have had one bad Singularity near the fountain, but also had the Singularity that nearly won Llama Lord's game outright in the middle. Roll the dice. We'll see where Naked lands in the next fight.
Oh, this is it. Telekinesis comes through. Actually, just going to back away. Boink was the one to be charged with this one. Young Kalki gets a little bit too deep. Singularity goes in and catches it, I believe, only into one. As Salty's going to be the person to go down, but one might be enough. The shot transformations come through it as Ido as well. Rokane still has the opportunity to use concussive combustion. Ido dives in deep, looking for Deathy here, who's surprisingly tanky, but he's not going to be tanky enough as he will fall off 70 seconds on the respawn. And Llama Lords, I think, are going to turn this one back around and get themselves up against Hydra Nation. The swap comes back in, but it's not enough to stop Ido.
They are so healthy right now, too. They're diving in. There is no back button. Ido on the shadow transformation, looking for more. Power slash in. Dome out from Boink in response. And now they're looking at the Patron. The Patron is weak. TF2 Boomers down 2. The slash in from Ido. Tank Man goes down. And now on to the Patron here, Jason. Lord NM, though, kind of low. Is Lord NM going to fall? He does. He got slammed in from Lash into the fountain, but look at the Patron. It's going down, down, down. Llama Lords staving off the comeback. They get their match versus Hydra Nation after all.
Oh man, I didn't expect the game to be that close at the end with how ahead Llama Lords were, but you have to give credit to TF2 Boomers keeping their composure, taking a mistake out of Naked and turn it into a potential win for themselves, getting themselves back in the lead, which I feel like we didn't see for the longest time. But honestly, ZP, that game, a little bit too close for comfort if you're Llama Lords, and I think that's kind of the state of best of ones. That's what's so tough about a best of one is one mistake, one misplay out of a player can knock you out and not give you the opportunity to go up in the money match.
Like there was a period of just collective confusion that struck Llama Lords in the moment there, Jason, where I don't know how else you're gonna describe it, but you know what? Who may have a little bit of way to describe what just happened, because if we can't find the words, I know DDK definitely can.
No, he's like, no, I don't have any words.
I was waiting to get inserted in the middle. Yeah, that was kind of a wild game. I mean, it started out pretty slow and uneventful, kind of just a grind. But it's really interesting because overall, there was a moment, like you say, where because of the economy changes, it almost turned around off of like 1.5 fights. At 31 minutes, which is really interesting because you get so punished in this game now because the hero kills give you way more souls like late into the game. So if you make the mistake of like staggering your push or being a little bit greedy, you can suddenly just lose the game. And so in that moment, I was like, oh, wait, is Boink going to be the MVP? You know, having the nice defense around the pit and then also finding the pick around the bridge buff that then strung together more picks to give them the edge. But ultimately, then it ended up being them that got caught out on the other side, where you got this engagement, which was a decisive one once it was fairly even, where that singularity just picks off one player, and neither team is like set up super well, but the composition there for TF2 Boomers is just worse if they're not all kind of ready to go together, and so they ended up getting staggered, and you've got like Ido just smashing people. So it's just kind of scary, guys. I don't think it should have been that close.
I think it's one of those things where you talk about marks of good teams. Generally speaking, good teams will be consistent and they will keep the foot on the throat the whole way down. But Dan, I gotta know, who is your intel player of the match? You are judging, you are waiting. Who you gotta give it to?
Yeah, I'm selecting Ido, and I think, because of the Yamato performance, there was certainly some interesting moments where Ido was able to get a lot of advantages by just using the shadow form in the right spots. We saw that there was like one fight, for example, by the secret shop where you think he's about to get caught out by the Abrams, and then is able to use shadow form to stay alive to just make the difference, and then turn that into 2 kills without dying. And just so many situations where Ido was able to kind of get in with as you can see, like the flying strike there, and just chase people down, isolate people. And again, if we talk about, I think, a win condition for TF2 Boomers with their composition, they need to be able to set up together. And the disruption that's possible with Yamato, where you can put a significant amount of pressure on like one player and then stay alive for long periods of time, I think it creates so much disruption in the team fights that it is worth a mention for not just Ido's performance, but just how important the dynamic of Yamato versus the comp of TF2 Boomers was.
I mean, you just see in these like little sweet highlights provided by Intel, just the amount of damage he was doing, as you talked about before, Dan, but just the nuisance he was as well. Like early game, he almost got caught out. He had a teammate to come in to help him out, was able to turn that around into 2 quick kills. And in the final push, it was basically just him holding W, non-stop pushing into the enemy team, forcing the retreat constantly while his team dealt with any stragglers. It was pretty insane to see, and it wasn't even necessarily the sole leader, but he had the most assists on his team, being a part of pretty much every single fight. ridiculous stuff out of Llama Lords here.
Loved how visceral those highlights were. There's sort of a high impact watching Yamato replays when Yamato's having a good game. That's just very, very satisfying to look at. But, taking a look at the stats here and, scanning for stories that we might have had, the interesting thing to me is how even it really was across both teams. And I mean, part of that is that I wonder what the stat graph would look like before the faded push that we had from Llama Lords, where they almost threw the game away over a period of like 2 minutes, right? But in the comeback period, it ended up being a game that was almost entirely even, that just got decided really by 2 picks at the end that Llama Lords was able to put together, towards the very end of the game.
I think, Dan, what's crazy to me is in that final push, it was a telekinesis onto Boink, who just backed away, right? So it wasn't really that impactful. I don't know if actually, no, I don't think it caught anyone else. I think it was just Boink. But then Salty gets caught by the singularity out of Naked. And that was enough for TF2 Boomers to lose the fight. Like, it's kind of crazy to me to like see 2 big ultimates being used, which are kind of like their big 2 parts of their wombo combo, only get 1 kill. And yet it seems like the rest of TF2 Boomers just fell apart.
Yeah, and I think it's like you said, with Boink sort of being pushed away, and then also some of the higher impact ults or sort of difference makers in these team fights, just the sort of architecture or geometry around that spot where Salty went down, around those like buildings, I think it just made it very hard with the positions that TF2 Boomers had to really be able to respond. And if you're losing someone quickly to a singularity and you can't just focus fire the dynamo or find some way to like trade that, you're suddenly in the late game where everyone is very heavily itemized, and you're in a 5v6 and you're out of position and they are all in position. So it's not going to go well at that point. And it's hard to win those fights. This is why the initiators are so important, is because the initiators get to dictate when the fight starts. Yeah. It's not like one team says, I'm ready now, and the other team says, I'm ready, let's go. It's like, one of the initiators just decides to go for it, and they don't know precisely the positions of everybody. So sometimes it's a bit of a toss-up as to who it's going to favor. But I think TF2 Boomers comp in general, it necessitated more setup, and it's a bit more tricky to get it right than with the comp where we've got like Ido flying around. You just got the comp overall without going through all the heroes, where they're more adaptable in those scenarios, I feel.
Well, TF2 Boomers, they put up a valiant effort, nearly had the greatest comeback I think we would have had on Deadlock Fight Night, but Llama Lords, they finish out strong. They get their matchup once again against Hydra Nation, and we'll see if they have it in them to dethrone the kings of North America. But to find out the answer to that story more, you gotta stay tuned. We'll be right back. We are back, and you know what? We're not going to do a grand introduction. It's DDK back here, straight off the jump. Me and Jason here also as well. And Dan, now we get to the main course. Llama Lords, they nearly, stumbled at the end there, but they complete the prophecy. They get through here to the rematch versus Hydra Nation. And of course, you look back at recent history in the Proving Grounds tournament. This is a team where they have proven that they can actually take down Hydra Nation in a best of 3. So the stakes here could not be higher.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever an argument that there's like a mental block against a team, well, that's not going to exist here because a victory, as you say, has just happened. And Hydra Nation, they were untouchable. They had that untouchable factor to them. And obviously previously they had, a different lineup with Rocker in there, and now Rocker's gone, and maybe they're feeling some of the changes with that. But to be honest, I don't think that that's going to make enough of a difference to necessarily, because Vegas is very good, to necessarily mean that they should start just losing all their matches and be like significantly worse or anything. No, not at all. But I think everybody else is getting better at the same time. And one of the things that we've also seen with NA is that rosters change very frequently, but we're having a bit more consistency from the rosters. And I think, again, Hydra Nation, like we talked about with some of the EU teams, being at the top, I mean, sometimes there can be a sense of complacency to a degree, but even if there isn't, the other teams all have you to study. So you're the ones everyone is looking at consistently. So it puts a lot of pressure on the team that is always winning. So Llama Lords, the question is how they win in this series, because previously we talked about IDO on Pocket, we can just ban that out. And the victory that Llama Lords had over Hydra Nation was precipitated without Pocket in some games. So this seems like it could go either way, which I don't think we've ever had the right to say before, but we'll have to see.
So I kind of want to disagree with you a little bit on one note about like Rocker versus Vegas, because like Rocker was the second highest soul earner in NA, like per minute. I think he was like top. He was number 3 when it comes to kills per minute. I feel like Rocker was a very, very solid player for Hydra Nation. Not saying that Vegas isn't or can't be a very solid player, but as we discussed before, ZP, like he hasn't necessarily been focusing on the competitive side of like playing and getting better in scrimming. He's been more about like content creation and streaming. And I feel like those are two very different avenues into playing at the highest level in Deadlock.
Yeah, they are. And I think it's one of those things where you look at Vegas, right? Vegas is very, very good individually, mechanically. But yeah, I mean, similar to some other very top NA talent, there's a portion of NA talent that was sort of in the boat of, well, we don't want to be in a competitive team unless we know we can fight Hydra Nation. We're okay just, grinding ladder, doing content, doing cool plays. And I think Vegas, up until getting the nod to join Hydra Nation, was kind of in that same boat. So you have the case where you've now invited a very mechanically good player onto your team, but there's perhaps like lacking team chemistry issues that might be making Hydra Nation a little bit more vulnerable than they were in the days where Rocker was on the roster.
Some growing pains.
Yeah, exactly. But also, they've had time to lick their wounds since Saturday, and a lot can change in Deadlock in 1 week, as we've seen.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting too, because we know Hydra Nation is not too shy about changing players. So I wonder if there's there's that in the back of your mind if you're not performing on the team. I suppose that remains to be seen. But yeah, I think as you say, like it may be maybe there were some things that Vegas needed to fundamentally change, and obviously you have a lot of smart players on Hydra Nation, and so they will have access to the demos. They can all go and look and figure out what those adjustments need to be. So and not only just with potential playstyle adjustments for any individuals, but also overall draft issues, or where was it that they actually lost the game. They can answer these questions, and then coming into this matchup, that may be perfect for them to just continue to reinforce their streak at Deadlock Fight Night by having all that information. So it may play against Llama Lords to have beaten them, actually.
And I don't want chat to think, by the way, that I'm like a Vegas hater. It was just more of, I think he definitely didn't fill the shoes completely out of Rocker last week when we saw them finally playing with Hydra Nation. I think he definitely could be on the same level as Rocker. It's just gonna take some time. He's got to get his reps in. He's really got to get, the experience of the organized play versus, pubs or playing ranked, where it's much more individually based. But I mean, for me, I think Hydra Nation couldn't come back even stronger. Like once Vegas gets up to speed, this could be, Hydra Nation locking down their 7th week, 8th week, and potentially doing this until, 2026, where they didn't drop a single best of 3 here. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Llama Lords seems to be the only team in NA right now that has been able to contest and beat Hydra Nation, really.
That is absolutely correct. They are the one team that has sort of shown that Hydra Nation can be mortal. Also, quick correction, Jason. Even if you were hating on Vegas, the chat would love you for it because no one can hate on Vegas more than Vegas' own chatters. Like,
oh, man, Vegas is the worst. What is he even doing here? Get him out of here. He's crap. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want
exactly.
chat to hate me.
But yeah, I mean, Hydra Nation, it's to be expected too, where when you're on top for a really long period of time, teams will catch up, and there's always the element too when you're on top, maybe you let the foot off the gas a little bit until you get challenged. But looking ahead as we wait for the draft to get ready, still waiting for the teams to get in full swing there. But I do wonder what Hydra Nation is going to do around the opening for Llama Lords, where Llama Lords likely will choose to pick first and ban first. And you're stuck in the situation where you must give Ido either Pocket or Yamato. And most teams have decided that the lesser of the two evils is fighting Yamato. If you have the first two picks, Jason, what do you think are the best two picks to deal with the early pick Yamato from Ido?
CP, look, we have the draft already going.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I was like, you're like talking about, oh, they got to give one or the other. I'm like, but we already have picks coming through, ZP. So in my head, it was like, okay, the Pocket Yamato, that's going to be pretty standard. Yeah. If Llama Lords get first picks, you don't want to let, I mean, actually, maybe not so standard. But in my head, it was like, either you take Viscous or you take Warden to deny hydration, because he is just insane. Like, his soul sprint is ridiculous on a non-solo lane player. So we just see the Viscous picked up here. I'm assuming Hydra Nation is going to be going for the Warden. I could be wrong.
I think they go Paradox. No, you go Paradox. You deny, because that's also like Ido's other main hero, other than the Yamato.
Yeah.
And other than like you got to take Paradox here. I feel like
But also, back in Proving Grounds, they first picked Kelvin multiple times for Hydra Nation. Kelvin, of all heroes, they first picked. So I was curious if they would do that here as well.
Well, it's much more conventional. We get the Mirage Paradox, and again, like NA seems to be much more consistent, picking around what they deem to be like the top meta picks, which is like, okay, Yamato, Mirage Paradox, Viscous. The four are there. Obviously, the Pocket ban is specifically for Ido, and I think Pocket is recognized as like good, but at the same time, it's only truly dangerous if there's someone that's a specialist, and Ido is the specialist of all specialists. So we're going to get Abrams coming in for Llama Lords early on here, which is quite nice. And I know, Jason, you often mention Abrams, but only usually if Paradox is not in play for Hydra Nation, and Flick then would have the alternative to be Abrams. And they get the Kelvin too. So these are usually two picks that are pretty favored for Hydra Nation that are going to Llama Lords.
Yeah, so we're going to have, I'm assuming Young Calc going to be on the Abrams, Flick's going to be on the Paradox. I kind of like the Kelvin pickup as well, because if we talk about, and it's so weird, we never normally see like individual support players ever focused, but when it comes to Hydra Nation, we see Kelvin taken away from him or secured for Quig quite often. So seeing now Quig have to play something other than Kelvin, not seeing as a one-trick pony on Kelvin, means it already puts Hydra Nation kind of on a weaker footing than they would expect having Kelvin.
This is really interesting to me. The going the Infernus this early. This is, I think, flashback from Proving Grounds. Well, no, it's NA, but Infernus was picked really late in map 1 last time these teams played in a 3-map series. And then Rocane had an enormous game on Infernus, and Infernus suddenly went way up in pick priority. So this is a change in drafting strategy from Hydra Nation, learning from their mistakes, but also in something that would never happen in EU, they give up Wraith for the opportunity to grab the Infernus in the situation. Wraith. I also think they're going to follow up with Warden. They're going to follow up with Warden here too. I firmly believe, because Hydration needs to play something, and Viscous is out of the pool, and I don't think they really want to put Hydration on Lash.
Mo and Krill?
Oh,
potentially.
They go.
Yeah.
Dan, what is this? Why do we have Wraith 4th pick? Like, what the hell is happening here, man?
I don't know. The European mind can't comprehend this. That's for sure. I don't really understand. I mean, obviously, we've seen ample evidence that Wraith played effectively is easily the top like hyper carry, and is extremely versatile as well. You can just do pretty much anything with Wraith. You can sit there and farm. You can like roam heavily. There's lots of different styles you can play. It's all good. Lash is coming out, which is also nice, and I think Lashes can be a nice potential counter to Vindicta. And obviously, you're also picking up like someone that can hard initiate. As if you made the point in the EU broadcast as well that I believe that Lashes has seen less play, generally, especially in North America, just due to the fact that people understand sort of where Lash's high value plays are, and then they just avoid it. So then you can't really find the place you're looking for, so it devalues the Lash pick, even though Lash is fundamentally still very good.
Well, you see the Warden coming in from Hydra Nation on top of the Vindicta, so they secure the hero that Hydration is going to play in the Warden. The Vindicta, of course, is interesting because I think back to the notes of looking what happened last time Hydra Nation was on. They put, in one of the games they had, it was Leffa on the Vindicta, and it did not work out well. I don't think Vindicta at all like really meshes with Leffa style play, but in this instance have grabbed the Infernus, so I feel like they're going to do Leffa on the Infernus, and then for Vindicta it'll probably be either, well, Mirage will be on Vegas, so I think it leaves like Vindicta to DMB. It's still, I don't know. It still could be DMB.
I think
it could be DMB Infernus.
I think it's to be Leffa, Vindicta, DMB,
I don't
Infernus,
like it.
and Flip Paradox. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I feel like that's the way they're going to set this up.
They might, and it didn't work out for them just on Saturday. So I'm looking at this now, and it's just, I wonder if it's a flashback to something that's not great for Hydra Nation.
It's like the playmaking ability, I feel like that Leffa plays characters, like heroes that can make plays. And I feel like Vindicta, I mean, you can make some plays, but you can't just like go into a team like you can on like an Infernus for Leffa or 7 or something like that. Like Vindicta has to always play safe, which I completely agree with what you're saying, ZP. Like it doesn't necessarily fit and Dan saying that it doesn't really fit his style too much.
No.
Well, one thing though that Leffa's very good at with any of the heroes he plays, I think evidenced on when he started getting really good at 7, is that he really understands how to maximize souls, and that is something that with Vindicta is really important. And obviously this is why everyone gets assassinated like level 3 as quickly as possible for the bonus 600 souls, because that's how you really get rolling. So obviously with his knowledge on how to farm across the map, just like fundamentally, is very good. I'm kind of curious because he might be able to make a style that's very effective with Vindicta, but like you say, you are pretty passive, and you're very much a target that can be abused. You know, there'll be knockdowns. You know, Lash can easily get ults onto you, and so there's lots of things that can really destroy you. And so this is why, like, you know, Divine Barriers is often like a pickup for Vindicta these days because of the lack of mobility when you're flying. Because you can't, like, when Talon is in the air, he can like dash, so he can actually be kind of mobile. But that's not the same case of Vindicta. So I would expect to see him in a geo lane, and I would expect him to just see like just really like dominant kind of like ganking on the with the stake as well into some of the solo lanes. So I could definitely see him doing that.
The one thing I'll say when I look at Hydra Nation here, Jason, is that their early game is still going to be pretty fearsome, right? Between the Paradox, the Vindicta, and the Warden, their 8 to 16 minute play is going to be pretty tough to deal with. On the other hand, they will have to deal with like the Lash and the Wraith. But I feel like the overall setup that Hydra Nation has gives them more of the edge in the 8 to 16 minute window, and they still have outs for the later part of the game if Infernus is able to get hyper farmed, right? It's a fairly evenly balanced team comp, and I look at the other side and I'm trying to think of like what is the proper window here for Llama Lords as they go up.
I think they might have like 2 windows, like Lash, Wraith early on with a little bit of Kelvin mixed in there. Like Wraith can be a playmaker, Lash can be a playmaker. I'm not gonna say that sub name, but then also like towards the later game as well, I feel like you have a beefy lineup, and you also have some lockdown potential, like that Frozen Shelter. If you can use that aggressively, if you can get Vindicta in there, Infernus in there, I figure Infernus to be a little bit tough. Like Warden, I feel like there's some real kill potential, not to mention the healing you have, and also the safety you have of a Viscus. I feel like when it comes to like an all-out brawl, Llama Lords I would slightly favor, to be honest. But when it comes to like pick potential and snowballing against you, I would definitely like lean towards Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I think, Dan, when you look at the team fight here, Hydra Nation, if there's an Achilles heel, is that a lot of their front line is basically dependent on hydration on Warden, getting really fed and being able to be in the front. If for whatever reason hydration has a bad start, there's really nothing holding this together in terms of being any form of frontline, like, right, relative to, say, the Abrams and the Viscus. And
yeah, there's definitely a sense of like ideal spacing for different heroes, and I completely agree. Like Infernus, you normally don't want to run in and be in that kind of frontline position unless you're like ulting, but usually you're ulting off of some kind of opportunity. It's like rarely going to happen that you're just like initiate and start ult with an ult, because then you're in the middle of the fight at the start. So you want to maintain space kind of like further behind. Vindicta as well. Ivy also doesn't want to be like in the middle of the fight. Same with Paradox, really. And Mirage is also not like, you don't really build like tanky Mirage. Like Mirage can be kind of squishy, to be honest. So it has some good escapability. So yeah, that is the thing I am the most worried about. I think you've called it out for sure, ZP. I'm actually quite worried about that. And now that we're looking at it, I'm like edging Llama Lords pretty heavily based off that.
Do you want me to hit you guys with some stats here? Because I believe we have some time, as still waiting on the teams to actually get into the lobby. we already talked about Leffa. I mean, leaps and bounds ahead of everyone when it comes to like souls per minute, over 100 more than the top player in EU, which is Wolfie, and more than 100 more than the second top player, which is Rocker in NA. But Leffa's also has the highest kills per minute in all of EU and NA within Deadlock Fight Night. I will give that caveat. I didn't want to go find the data for every event that's happened at 0.33. So he's first in souls per minute, first in kills per minute. His objective damage per minute is a little bit lower. He's 7th overall at 346, whereas Ido is like the closest direct comparison to him on the other team. Ido is 5th in souls per minute and 5th in kills per minute, which is obviously a big drop off. Like if you talk about like snowball potential, carry potential, obviously Leffa has shown with Hydra Nation that he can carry the teams extremely well with the stats alone. But I will always say this when it comes to these numbers, right? You have to take into account that Hydra Nation hasn't lost yet in NA. So of course the stats for Leffa are always gonna be a lot higher. But if we were to compare them on an individual basis without any stats, you know, between you two, Leffa and Ido, who would you kind of favor as being better when it comes to 1v1?
Leffa.
Okay.
In general, I mean,
no hesitation.
Ido has to be on pocket, I think, for it to really look insane. And I think that's part of the problem, is that Leffa's pull is more versatile in that sense, and it's harder to ban Leffa. You're not really focused on banning for Leffa.
Well, thank you, Dan. Jason, we are going to be getting into it. Hydra Nation versus Llama Lords. Can Llama Lords find it within themselves to dethrone the 6-time kings of North America? We are about to find out. And also, Jason, unless it has changed, we got a quick little view of what characters people are on. It does look like Leffa is on the Infernus. So Hydra Nation, they put in Vegas on the Vindicta.
Okay. So that's a big step up, because Vegas only played Mirage last week. So if we're talking about him kind of adapting and kind of feeling his way into the team, this is definitely a start to see. So I guess you were right here, ZP. So Leffa on the Infernus. I want to see how Vegas is going to do with Vindicta, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like Leffa just had that one time on Vindicta in the actual matches. Like, don't
Never
put
again.
me on this again. Don't do it. Like, I refuse to play this hero. Give me Bernie Man. I'm good on Bernie Man.
Oh man, I kind of want to see a Bernie Sanders Infernus now, because you said Bernie Man, and I was thinking of Bernie Sanders, not Burning Man.
Oh man, Furnace is getting up there in his old age. But yep, they have the confirmation there. It's Leffa on the Furnace, and okay, fisticuffs were it, and Abrams is getting out meleeed by a Mirage. What is going on? Calc is dead.
Did he just style on him as well at the end there with a little bit of a teabag in the open air?
Yeah, but I just think it's iconic because you think about, yes, Abrams is the punch man, but not compared to Mirage, at least not with DMBs playing it.
Okay, so already a very good start here as well. If we talk about, Abrams, you said this many times, when Abrams gets behind, it's really hard for him to have an impact in these matches, and that's not what you want to see if you're Llama Lords here with Young Calc in that lane in a 1v1.
No, not at all. And you look at so far, Young Calc should be able to just be very comfortable in lane off of that early kill. You would think, although DMB, oddly enough, still pretty ahead in the lane. It's kind of transpired in a weird way. I think the beginning had to be pretty rough for Calc, and Calc was just able to turn it. But Mirage, still a lane bully against most characters, even Abrams, Jason.
When the bully meets the bully, when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object, and speaking of that, Ido comes in with a quick slam. Ido's actually going to be on the Lash here, and I'm not gonna lie, last time I saw him on Lash, wasn't too impressive. It wasn't him carrying the game. It was definitely Rokane in that match when it was Rokane on Infernus. I asked Ido, was like, well, what about when you play Lash? Because he said, when he plays Pocket, he's comparable to MJ and LeBron. He says Monster, and of course I had to hit him with the Trash Monster from Sesame Street.
I mean, I'll go a deeper cut that like 5 people chat will get. He goes from LeBron to Brian Scalabrine is where he goes. It's probably not that bad, but I don't think Lash is one of his best characters, at least not relative to Pocket. But oh boy, tables turning here. Young Calc out for blood. We'll see how deep this goes, but I think for now, just happy to get a little bit of pressure relieved in lane.
Oh, Leffa's getting some pressure here. Slugfest comes in, and Slugfest, kind of nice to see him. We saw him initially, I think, 2 weeks ago. Cannot remember the team off the top of my head, but to see him now playing with Llama Lords, I feel like he's been a pretty decent addition. Definitely a solid solo lane player, and he's already been able to push Leffa pretty hard here in lane 4, which is good to see, because you definitely need to keep Leffa in check if you want to have a chance to be Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I think the goal here, when you look at game tape of Hydra Nation, is not letting Leffa get hilariously far ahead is part of it. I think it's a little bit harder for Leffa to get that far ahead with some of the recent economy changes, but still a threat depending on how the game goes down. And All right, Calc, a little bit of revenge on the DMB there. This time, he is the one throwing the punch.
He's ahead 600 souls too. I mean, all it needed was a little bit of trash talk out of me for him to really activate here. And I mean, this is like the perfect time to do so as well, considering, you know, how effective DMB can be. And what we've got Vindicta here about to get stunned up and knocked out of the air as he does get some distance away. Let's have his teammate off to the side here over with Flick. And the thing is, like, it's so dangerous to see so many comfort heroes being picked up for Hydra Nation too. Like Hydration on Warden. Ooh, that was completely through the veil. Lefa on Infernus, like that's already very hard to deal with just visually to see, knowing how strong they are individually on these specific heroes.
Yeah, and Flick on the Paradox, where I feel like a lot goes well for Hydra Nation and Lefa steals a lot of the show, but Flick also historically has been one of the very best Paradoxes in Fight Night. And okay, Ido jumps on in, a little bit of damage, gets a cube, as he might have bit off more than he could chew. And you take a look at Hydration here, he's not actually that wounded from that. Just melees, Ido's comes in, oh no, is Ido gonna die here? Just barely able to get out. Not quite the poke you would have expected there.
Oh,
Lord M goes down.
Expect Hydration to come from behind, and that's gonna be another kill coming through. Only a 1k soul lead. And I mean, again, like if anyone's gonna know how to play Warden, it's gonna be Hydration. And you really have to show them some respect. They're starting to hit the ultimates online, and it's more so Hydra Nation's side, because they have 5 ults compared to the 1. And right now, I mean, there is a small window for Hydra Nation to really push this advantage they have and start to snowball it into a bigger lead.
Yeah, meanwhile, for Llama Lords, I think it's hang on for everyone to hit 3K. They're just about at that point, and this is where, again, you take a very keen focus on where's Ido going to go and looking for Death Slam. Where's Flick going to go and looking for paradoxical swap opportunities. Flick, arguably the most aggressive Paradox in the game once ult comes online. Not going to sit here and go for soaking, Jason. Instead, kill, kill, kill.
And they're trying to do some damage to Naked, but he's still relatively beefy here. And Vegas not going to be online just yet. And I'm also really interested in how this lane 4 plays out. I mean, we talked about Lefa and Sizlucky a little bit earlier on. Lefa's been able to maintain a soul lead here. Sizlucky's fallen behind, and he's, you know, worse for wear on HP as well. Does have telekinesis up, but there's no one really rotating in to help him go for this kill. And I feel like this is almost the perfect time to do so, considering how far Lefa's pushed. But the problem is, the only 2 people who can bail him out in lane 3 are also pushed against their own Guardians. So either you're going to miss souls, or something worse is going to happen. And, well, at least there's going to be a turnaround here on the lane 2, with Lord getting the kill in Hydration.
Hydration going a little bit deep there. Rotation coming in from Ido. And now, again, this is where you look closely at rotations, where NA today, at least from the best of 1 into now, has been a little bit reserved relative to the chaos we know NA for. Kelvin and 7, meanwhile,
here we go.
Rotate in. This is a big rotation, potentially, into lane 4. See Kelvin and 7 on the way. Lefa takes down Sizlucky, but now punishment might be coming for Lefa in turn here. We'll see how deep they want to go in. Flick is there too. Flick now getting hit by the Arctic Beam. Lefa doesn't look like he's in a spot to get caught. They might just be able to walk on out, Jason.
I mean, you do have Frozen Shelter, but it's just going to be you and 7, and Rokane's really not farmed to do a ton of damage. As you can see, them just kind of respecting this backing away. They do have Sizlucky rejoining with telekinesis, but they're not going to commit for the fight. They don't try to force it out, and they're actually going to be losing a decent amount of soul. Actually, no, I guess they're going to get it because of the Walker there, as they already lost the Guardian. As I said, they're going to lose the amount of souls on lane 3, which is going to put them drastically further behind. But I was expecting a little bit more action out of these 2 teams early on. I mean, obviously we had the boxing match happen in lane 1 between DMB and Young Calc. But it seems like Hydra Nation are just, I guess, keeping their composure here, realizing we've lost to these guys just a few days ago. We don't want to lose our title here at the Deadlock Fight Night.
Things are calm right now. I feel like both teams are playing with a lot of respect, perhaps too much respect. However, 3 members of Llama Lords heading over to lane 4 as we speak. A little bit of wondering here, okay, how much do you commit to lane 4? Do you go for the full 3? Right now, 7's just seeing a little bit of the jungle, and, you know, it's in the area in case he's needed.
You can already tell, like, they're leaving Hydration to farm alone in lane 3. They're keeping Flick here with Lefa in lane 4 because they know with how aggressive Lefa's being and how they want to take this Guardian that they're going to have to give him some support here. This will be 1v2. And more about Rokane and how he's able to get around the map here. He's like, that's 6k souls. He's, you know, currently tying up the leader in the lobby at the moment. But he's going to be ganked here on lane 3. He's going to be caught out. And Rokane, I mean, he's got to die from this. There should be no escape.
Yeah, the binding word didn't even need to go off. That was just high damage from both ends and really nowhere to go. Meanwhile, Stake on Ido. Ido flying with the crows right now. Still Death Slam if needed. Swapping views over there to the Abrams as things get a little bit skirmishy in lane 1, but neither team committing just yet. Meanwhile, back over here in lane 2. Pressure in onto the Viscous, Jason. Oh, rolls into the half wall. Ivy going in, says Cuber, no, I'm going in. Stone forms on top of the cube, nothing happens, into a puddle punch, so just a little bit harassed back and forth.
I feel like the stone form should just bounce off of that cube. That'd be kind of funny, and it lands somewhere else. Speaking of somewhere else, lane 4 is what it's going to be. This is Lucky under pressure yet again. He's having a very tough time. There's really not much Naked can do to help him survive that, especially with Hydration rotating in. And well, this lane 4 has turned into a snowball. Look at Leffa currently on 8k souls to the 4.8 out of Sizlucky. I mean, yeah, you might have like a better comp for later game. You might have a better comp for early game. It doesn't really seem to matter if Hydra Nation in particular are able to get so far ahead. And we've already talked about Leffa, the soul leader in EU and NA in terms of per minute. Well, and he's at 8k, man. This is getting tough. Him and Hydration are both at 8k.
The next big benchmark is coming up here. Mid buffs up in 20 seconds. And as we saw in EU and even earlier today in our first NA game, teams really prioritize being in position sooner rather than later. Opportunity perhaps for Ido to land a good death slam, depending on what the angle is and where it's at. You should see Ido rotate from lane 4 over the bridge here in a moment, you would think. Buffs up in 5 seconds, and right now, it's Hydra Nation all over both of them, Jason.
Yep, and this is not a good sign here. This could be a big snowball. They're going to catch out Rocane again. He's going to fall. I mean, they're going to get both buffs secured as well. I mean, there's even the potential of going for mid-boss, to be honest, with how far they're ahead and having both buffs available. I mean, Earn Turn-In, you would imagine, should be coming up for them too. I'm kind of actually looking at the difference. It's 8k, so it's going to be enemy territory here. It's definitely past the 10k mark, which I think is why you're seeing Hydra Nation not really touch this. So they're going to have someone pick it up and run it back to the base to deny Llama Lords from securing a free 4k souls.
Well, remember, it's the first turn-in. No matter what,
oh yeah, sorry, you're right. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
The patch sneaks up on us all here, but yeah, I think
there's so many changes so often. It's so hard to keep them all straight in your head.
It's like, what's the economy this week? Who knows? But yeah, I think, you know, the Earn they're not too worried about. Lane 4 getting frisky again. Ido on the wrong side of Leffa goes down, and you know, each one of these pickoffs, Jason, just continually dig the hole a little bit deeper for Llama Lords, and Hydra Nation has looked incredibly consistent so far.
I mean, I didn't know Leffa plays dual lane with Flick. Like, that's all it's been here in lane 4. They're looking for damage onto the Walker. We can see DMB going into Young Calc yet again here as he's looked to backing away. The charge not going to land. The Seismic Slang going to come through. And that's going to be Ivy there to back him up. And that's going to be Quig there to help bail him out, canceling the Seismic Slam, or at least throwing it on top of the building. And Hydra Nation just keeping the pressure across the map. I mean, they're only sporting about almost 10k lead. Well, I say only 11 minutes in. Well, we haven't even gotten to the points for big team fights. It's just Llama Lords being outplayed when it comes to these individual lanes. I mean, Sizlucky, we talk about Wraith and how insanely good she can be as a hero. But I don't know when you're this far behind if she's going to have that same level of impact.
Well, you have to play the Wraith EU style, and right now it's been more of an NA style Wraith. Also, Naked doing some item tracking for us. Hydration just buying Majestic Leap, so it's going to be, again, the NA style Warden, which is way more spirit heavy with Majestic Leap, not as much on gun. Probably not a rush on Unstoppable either, but Hydration has shown that that style of Warden is pretty effective, especially when you're this far ahead. So now you kind of look for Hydration's rotations and have to think anytime Last Stand is up, Hydration's going to be looking for a team fight.
Just look how cocky Leffa is as well here. He's like basically 1v3 because Flick backed away and he didn't really care about ever being ganked there. He just saw them coming, got some chip damage in. He's continued to farm his lane. And yeah, Vegas has gone down. Llama Lords were able to respond with 1. But you're going to need a lot more than this to really get yourself back through. I mean, everyone on the team is about 8 to 9k souls. On the other side, you have, you know, Hydration at 12k, Left at 11k, a swap coming through for Flick looking to get himself above the 10k mark. And Sizlucky again going to be the one to be punished.
I think this is where if you had a snarky EU viewer going, it's like, oh, well, this is why they don't ban Wraith in NA. It's like, this is the Wraith of NA. But also, I mean, a lot of things conspiring against Sizlucky there. DMB, though, finding Rocane. Leffa just tanking the pain here, Jason. Maybe even likes it, says, I'm going to set you on fire. Death Slam comes up, but I think it just might be a throwaway in the ult, and it is.
And on time he's going to be able to just keep pushing him. He's very low on HP. He does have healing right, but he's looking for the 1v1 down to 70
No way.
health. The Trooper's going to heal him up, and the telekinesis is going to be coming through as well. He's going to have to back away from this one. If he does have the kill on this is lucky. He survives around the corner, and just like that, Leffa picks up 3 kills.
He can't keep getting away with it, Jason. This is the Leffa experience, and we see it all the time. And Young Calc saying, I've had enough. Over and in, seismic slam, charge. Surely Leffa goes down now, and the terror of Leffa, a slight reprieve, but it still ends up being a trade.
I like how you say you can't keep getting away with this, but we're in week 7 and Hydra Nation have yet to lose Deadlock Fight Night, so clearly you can still keep getting away with it. But definitely when it came to lane 4, like something has to stop him, and it took 4 players to finally take him down. Not looking good for Llama Lords. I'm trying to think, like, what can they do to get back into this? Obviously, like, Urn turning would be good, but again, it's neutral territory and it's only 4k souls. Buffs would be a massive pickup for them to help alleviate the soul discrepancy they have between them and Hydra Nation, which is about 10k, almost 12k at some points. But do they even feel comfortable to be able to push out for these buffs?
Truthfully, I don't think they do, and again, you have to think about how the team fights have to go down. A 16k Warden, a 15k Infernus. These are just heroes that aren't going to die, Jason, barring the world's best Death Slam into an Abrams follow-up, into a Frozen Shelter split. That's kind of what you need in full to make anything happen, and that's just dealing with the Infernus and the Warden. That's not counting the fact that Flick might just be assassinating someone to start off the fight. I think the reality is, even with the soul difference as it is now, it's very grim for Llama Lords unless Hydra Nation makes a mistake.
And to further like apply this pressure, like Flick has Veilwalker now, so he's going to be even harder to see. Gun buff picked up here for DMB. They picked it up on the right hand side as well, so Llama Lords wasn't able to contest any of this. I was expecting them to maybe throw like 4 players towards one of these buffs to make sure to get it, but instead they give them, I think, both away. As Hydration again looking to stack up on this right hand side, looking for their second walker of the game. Adjust Elite going to be used. Hydration going to get on top of the building. Last Stand comes out as well, and this is going to be the chase. At least the Frozen Shelter is going to lock him in, but it's just Naked locked in with them.
Yeah, not necessarily the greatest to lock in the Warden that's mid Last Stand. It's not the highest value as Kellen, but it's all Naked can do in the moment. Falls, Vegas, Flick on the follow through. Hydra Nation looking clean in lane 4 here, Jason. They do lose DMB. Leffa, low HP. Leffa, no, he's already gone. He's far gone.
Oh yeah, he's zipped out as quick as he possibly
could. Yeah, he's just like, I'm gone. It's zip line time.
He's finally given the respect to Llama Lords here in that lane. Instead, he's going to push lane 1 now and apply the pressure there, since they're still looking for their second walker for another flex slot. I mean, for Llama Lords, you're 16 minutes in, and they don't have a flex slot. And this is going to really start to hurt. I know I said this, quite often, but when you get to points like this, you really have to make calculated decisions on what you buy and what you sell. And I mean, yeah, you'll charge him into the walker. The stun will come in on the walker as well. The Healing Nova going to come through to keep him alive. And Leffa he just won't die, man.
Yeah, big ups to Quig for doing that there, because Calc had Leffa's number, just physical violence against Infernus in the moment. But hey, good support from Quig. Stops what would have been very big comeback gold for killing Leffa at 17k, and now a little bit earn control from Hydra Nation, where they don't need to really turn this in, Jason, but they don't want it to be turned in against them, is where we're at.
Oh yeah, they're looking for a fight. They're looking for 2 more kills here, which honestly could transition into a mid-boss. Luckily for Llama Lords, though, they do get away, and the urn will be picked back up. I mean, they can kind of force a fight. Again, like close quarters, Last Stand, Concussive Combustion. I mean, obviously, Vegas won't really be much of help in there. He just kind of has to sit as far as he possibly can with some sightlines. But it's pretty much Hydra Nation able to just force whatever they want.
Again, the scary part here for Llama Lords, look at how big Hydration is right now in farm. Walks on over, becomes truly the final boss and dropping Last Stand right now at 20k, with the highest on the other team being 14k. It's actually ridiculous, the team fight presence that Hydra Nation has right now. And we're almost at the point, Jason, too, where they have earned, but they also, they have earned the worry about, but they also could just go mid. And it'd be difficult for Llama Lords to deal with.
I think, obviously, like the biggest thing you have to worry about is, of course, Young Calc. Like, the seismic impact to stop you from getting the, confirmation on the Rejuvenator. Yeah, you do have Quig on the Ivy, but I personally, I feel like it's not worth going for right now with this kind of lead. I mean, think back to Pojilaya Skumbriya up against Buff Enjoyers, right? A mid-boss could potentially lose you the game if you, misstep.
So the party is at the urn turn-in. Hydra Nation make it very clear that it will not be a free turn-in. They also don't decide, okay, we could push, because you look at the state of the map here, Jason, they could have gone for the other two Llama Lords walkers, but they decide at this point it is more of an imperative to just not let the urn comeback souls even be a thing.
Yeah,
And I respect it. They're really trying to like choke out the economy of Llama Lords. Obviously trying to farm as much jungle as possible. I mean, look at the left-hand side jungle for Hydra Nation. A lot to be taken here for them.
Well, I said that, Jason. Now they decide, actually, we do want the walkers. You can have the comeback gold. It's fine. So Urt is going to get turned in, but walker pressure comes in turn. Although, even as I say that, they didn't even get it.
Yeah.
They were all over it, and then I don't think the wave was there. I think it was the problem.
It looks like the wave's going to be rejoining them now with DMB off towards lane 1. Left looking to teleport over to lane 1 too. It looks like they might try to go for these last two walkers or look for a couple of kills and transition that into the mid boss finally for them. That's going to be a Rokan getting caught out here, and he's just going to lose all of his HP. Even the last stand coming out of Hydration. And that's the third walker. One left to go here for Hydra Nation as they continue to put the pain on.
Anvils out into the sky. Coming on out. Here comes a quick swap. Viscus in the firing range here. Viscus is down. Just a left hook coming in from the Warden. Hydration last stand is gone, but Llama Lords down 2. And for Hydra Nation, you wonder, is this enough to quickly go mid? It's on the cusp. I think they might. There's a few worlds where they don't, and they just go for the next walker. But
they got buffs spawning, so I would imagine buffs are going to be the ideal focus here on left and right hand side. But I wouldn't be surprised if they want to go mid off the back of that, because if you're going to get both buffs, which I believe they're not, because Young Calc is already on the right hand side, he's going to be able to secure one of them. That could have been like the go-to moment for a fight. But they also have a lot of jungle to farm up here. So with 4.6k souls for Hydration, just farm up this jungle, go buy up, and then I think we're going to start to look for that next fight.
Yeah, you look at how Hydration itemizing here. Next 2k souls probably going to grab something like Divinier's Kevlar, would be my guess. Young Calc, though, in danger, gets hit with the tornado. Pressure from all sides goes down over the urn spot. Speaking of urns, Leffa going here, we're not going to be letting you pick up that urn just yet. Guns down naked. Urn now securable from Hydra Nation. And they're just slowly adding on to their lead, Jason. Some of which did get taken away, but now, mid-boss.
Yeah, and I think one of the hardest things for like a newer team, like obviously Llama Lords, we've seen these names quite a few times, but the fact is they haven't been playing together for a super long time, is like coming back from games. I feel like that's something you have to really drill over reps of, scrims over and over and over again. It's really hard to pull off comebacks when you're kind of like fresh, where your synergy really does matter and you have to make the perfect plays every single time and force mistakes out of your enemies. So I think it's gonna be really tough for Llama Lords to get back into this. And they're even going on the chase for Sizlucky. They're really looking for him here.
I think he's caught. Sizlucky's in real danger, drops the telekinesis, and it's nowhere near enough to stave off that level of aggression. Meanwhile, you look at this, Hydration still his last stand in reserve. Calc getting burnt on up by the Infernus. The rest of Hydra Nation coming on in. Rokan is down, and mid-boss would be super easy, but the question here now, Jason, is do they go for the extra walker and shrine, or do they just play it safe and go mid-boss? Looks like mid-boss is the play.
It looks like both. They're going to get the walker and they're going to get mid-boss at the same time. They're going to continue to push into the base here. And with 3 down, like where's the real kill potential? It comes down to like the seismic slam out of Young Calc, and potentially a charge, but I don't know who he can really kill at this point with the soul advantage that Hydra Nation do have. So they're not going to force a fight yet on lane 2, but with taking mid-boss, now it's the time. Like they could easily go back, buy up. You almost have 6k yet again here for Leffa, and then that's a push that I don't know if Llama Lords can stop.
Once again, Jason, we have to ask the question, what can Llama Lords stop in general? What does a path to victory look like right now for them? And I think the issue with their comp, especially when you have a Wraith that's gone relatively far behind the top soul earners of the other team, when you have a Lash that has struggled to get big teamfight initiations, you just kind of wonder, where does your help come from here? When you're down this much, when you're liable to get stat checked by every member of Hydra Nation sans the Ivy, perhaps. It's tough. It's honestly very tough.
Because if you look at how this game's played out, they haven't really contested anything. They haven't contested an urn. They haven't contested any of the buffs. They just got one buff because Young Calc took advantage of positions of a Hydra Nation. They didn't contest mid-buff or a mid-boss. Like, they haven't been able to contest anything because I think it's a remnants of what happened in the early game. You know, as you point out with Lucky, right? He fell so far behind early on up against Leffa that the rate wasn't really wraithing. And now Hydra Nation just pushing into lane 4 here, taking base Guardians with really no contestation. We're going to see Llama Lords have to look for something because they cannot let their base entirely go for free.
Once again, I think you have to look towards Ido here. Ido has to be the playmaker. Death Slam about off cooldown, ready to go. One knockdown gone. And you go, okay, who's going to set this up on a good note? It has to start with Ido, and then the fall through has to be there between Shelter and Telekinesis.
I mean,
but you can't lose naked like that early, because if this starts happening, you're going to stagger to death. And Hydra Nation is more than willing to just have that happen.
And the only way you're going to get a big Death Slam into your own spawn is if they're killing the Patron when it's weakened. And if you're already at that point, you're already pretty much saying goodbye to the game as well. And with Naked already down, the Patron going to be transformed. I feel like Hydra Nation are going to close this out, this first map of the best of 3 right here. What can Llama Lords do about it? Maybe a Stormcloud out of Rokaine could maybe set themselves up for some success, but let's see.
3-man Telekinesis. Ido, though, down mid Death Slam, just gets assassinated by Vegas. There on the punish. Llama Lords down 2. Hydra Nation full strength. Second stage Patron getting pummeled. Hydra Nation coming in and making a statement here, Jason, in map 1. Hydra Nation once more, 1 map away from being the kings of NA once more.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected, nothing fancy, no crazy, like, individual, or not, no, there was individual play a lot when it came to like Leffa, but nothing crazy about that match. It was just kind of Hydra Nation saying, okay, well, we realized that, you know, we lost to you guys a couple of days ago. We'll give you the respect of that. We're not gonna do anything too crazy out of the ordinary and just win a very standard game of Deadlock.
You know, I look at this, Jason, and I'm curious for Dan's thoughts, but I just think back to the draft here and what went on, where instead of getting the Yamato, which Llama Lords could have gotten, which Ido has been very good on, they went for the Viscous. I think they went for the Viscous because they really didn't want to play against the Hydra Nation Viscous, but I think having Yamato is more of a strength for Llama Lords than even a Viscous is for Hydra Nation. And, you know, we're rejoined here by Dan, of course, DDK, the one and only. And, you know, Dan, what are your thoughts as we saw this breakdown? Because it felt like Llama Lords was struggling to get anything going.
Yeah, I agree with what you just said, like playing off your point. And I think actually Europe was a pretty good example as to why you don't necessarily always have to like force what you think is like, oh, you know, we have to like deny this, or this is like high value, but like instead trying to prioritize your own players a little bit. And I think we've seen previously teams also fall because they don't get the Yamato. For example, I think we saw this with DMS, and like you got games where Psycho there's 2 options for him to get Yamato in the draft, and he's really good on it, and they just don't end up doing it because they end up like prioritizing the other team's comfort or making them uncomfortable first. And so it ends up like, you know, you shoot yourself in the foot a bit. So I can definitely see that argument. And I think this game, it was particularly interesting for me because you really did see the comfort out of Hydra Nation actually. And Vegas in the support role, really, I suppose, as the Vindicta, was actually doing a really good job. You could see that just the approach for the Vindicta was very straightforward, but I think Vegas like executed it really, really well and provided a lot of damage behind the scenes. And obviously all these plays from Leffa, you do expect it from Leffa. Like a Leffa in Furnace is kind of like an Ido Pocket, you know, it's kind of like a Paradox on Flick and so on and so forth. It's just better than what you would normally expect. It's higher tier. So when you look at the lineups initially, we're like on paper, we're like, okay, these are the weaknesses. But then when you add these players into the dynamic, you're like, oh, okay, this is why it all works. And I think we really saw that here from Hydra Nation. Whereas Llama Lords, they couldn't really get past the skill diff on some of these heroes that Hydra Nation were running. So yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one for Llama Lords to like win the draft against them. I don't think that they can necessarily.
It's kind of crazy because I feel like Hydra Nation are the only team where I ever see targeted bans at like a dual lane player, like Hydration, seeing Viscous or like Warden being taken away. It usually comes to like those solo laners, like you'll take away Infernus from Leffa, or you'll take away, you know, Kelvin from Quig. I mean, not to say Kelvin from Quig, but like it's kind of crazy that he commands so much respect out of teams that they ban or take away from him versus Leffa, who is, you know, statistically the best player in NA.
Well, speaking of some stats, we got some stats here, and Vegas certainly was no slouch. Throwing crows on the Vindicta, getting key assassinates, top damage on the team, but also, of course, between Hydration, Vegas, Leffa, a whole lot being pumped out. Actually, the outlier to me that is a little bit ridiculous is Flick at 20k, being so close to the top damage in the game. Usually, Paradox is more of an enabler and setting up kills and pickoffs, not usually being the person actually pumping. Well, Flick was pumping here when you take a look at the stand.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really impressive from the whole cast. Everybody looked so comfortable in all of the fights, and it's. I mean, when you look on the other side of things, it's you're like, okay, well, who performed on that side? Well, you're looking at the Wraith, and it's like, oh, Slugfest did not have a good game, unable to really do anything at all, and that's not how the game is supposed to look. Obviously, that's your carry, so something badly has gone wrong in that instance for Slugfest to not be able to find ways to do any damage. Either he's getting massively targeted, or he's in a situation where he's getting completely just bullied and unable to get any farm at any time that's going to make him effective. So that's painful.
I think if you think back to how the lane played out, right? Like originally, Slugfest was beating Leffa when it comes to like damage, but Leffa was out farming him, and then Leffa was able to get kills onto him, but then also Flick rotated into that lane as well to just continue the punishment to never let Slugfest get going. And considering Slugfest is their main carry, like constantly keeping him behind, there was really no kill potential, it felt like, out of Llama Lords.
Yeah, I think that, to me, if you do a post-mortem going into the match ID and wondering what really happened here, looking at Slugfest's point of view, telling, because, okay, look, there's a lot of factors as to why someone can have a bad game, but just raw stats being under 4k damage on Wraith of all heroes means that things went terribly, terribly wrong. And because Wraith is a character that not only do you expect to have, carry power in the late game, but Wraith should be mobile enough to do well in the mid game and create and open up plays. And, Jason, you had mentioned this in the middle of the cast. I couldn't have agreed more. The idea of, well, okay, you're putting your Wraith in your solo lane, and it's not that Wraith is bad at solo laning, but the most effective Wraith play we've seen, particularly in EU, has happened when the Wraith is in the duo lane and has way more option to just get max value out of the telekinesis sooner rather than later.
Not to mention the soul soaking as well from both lanes too, on top of that.
Well, it does bring us to our break. Hydra Nation up one map. The standard continues. Llama Lords, though, we know they can take Hydra Nation to the limit. What will happen in the break? What will they retool? How will they bounce back? These are the questions we look to answer when we come back. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night, North America. Hydra Nation taking map number 1, well on their way to being repeat champion once more. Of course, I'm ZP here with Jason Kaplan and the one and only DDK. Dan, Llama Lords, what do they need to change up here? Because now they're facing elimination already here in our best of 3.
It's funny you say, what do they need to change up? It's because you look at that last game, and every single player on Hydra Nation was playing a comfort pick pretty much and just having the time of their lives. Like, just it made it look so easy. And you can't ban everything. You only get one ban. So I think, it's one of those cases where, like, they're going to have comfort picks. You need to prioritize yourself maybe a little bit harder with the picks there. So we'll see if there's a way that they can do that, because I mean, we just saw it in action. Like, you can target somebody, but there's still just other amazing picks for other people on the roster. Like, and also, let's say you try to target Leffa, well, he can play like at least 3 heroes to an exceptional manner. So it's like, even if you try to target Leffa, well, it's not really super effective. It's a waste of your ban.
Jason, speaking of Leffa, do you give him the Infernus again, especially given the fact that we know Rokane is a competent Infernus themselves? Like, what do you sacrifice to take Infernus away from Leffa, if that's something you even want to go for?
I think I don't think it's necessarily a hero problem for Llama Lords in that last game. I think it was, because I'll get to your question about Leffa on the Infernus. I think it was more about, like, setting up your carries to do their job. You saw Lucky, he was constantly pressured by Leffa. It didn't matter if he was on Infernus, 7, whatever. He was just constantly on the back foot, especially when Flick came over to deal with that in the lane, and it was a 2v1. I feel like you need to put your carries in more of a comfortable position, and then ideally it doesn't really matter necessarily what the other team gets in terms of comfort picks, because if Lucky did get going, if he was on par with Leffa, he eventually would outscale him, and he potentially would have had way more impact in, like, the early to mid game with his ultimates. So I think for me, it's more about, like, positions, like where you're playing and how to allow your carries to get to the point to do the job, versus let's just take away, heroes from the enemy team, because it's impossible. With one ban, you can't take away everyone from Hydra Nation.
Well, we get the Yamato picked up immediately, so that can go towards Ido. So already off to a good start, ZP, based on what we've already discussed.
Yeah, I mean, the Yamato coming in, no surprise. I think Ido is a way stronger player on Yamato than he is on Lash nowadays. Sorry, Ido, just the reality. Your Yamato, much better. This makes a lot more sense. Of course, Hydra Nation also saying, hey, we're keeping Pocket banned. We're not dealing with that ever again. We'll probably be permaban versus Ido for God knows how long. But in terms of picks coming up here, okay, Mirage comes in, and I wonder if they do the early Kelvin pick also, just to get that for Quig, where Hydra Nation, they've shown that they really enjoy getting Kelvin earlier where possible. The Mirage, kind of standard. Or they go Infernus. I feel like Infernus or Paradox is still up, duh. Paradox.
Yeah, just a mirror from the first ban. But obviously the big change, as you're talking about, Dan, is the fact that Ido gets to play a proper carry. Like, if you compare Yamato versus Lash, like, Lash is more of a facilitator than a carry, where Yamato is more of a carry than a facilitator, though I think you still facilitate a bit. So definitely it's already looking up and up here for Llama Lords, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think, obviously you're also in a spot where, like, maybe one of your main damage dealers is not going to be reliant, like, towards the Wraith performance, which in that last game was provably shut down for Lucky. And I mean, I don't know if Lucky is going to want to run that back. I don't know what kind of player he is. Like, some players might be like, oh yeah, I kind of know where I went wrong, and I can kind of adjust that, and we can run it back. But and there are other players that, like, that felt really bad. I feel better just going to something else, and we actually get the Infernus. So that's a really nice pickup actually for them, because they've performed quite well with Infernus every time they've had it in the draw.
Yeah, you look at their matchup and proving grounds, and you look at the general history between these two teams, and also you look at how the Wraith performed in the last game. I think Infernus in third pick for Llama Lords was absolutely the right play. You get the Infernus away from Leffa, where I'd argue it's probably Leffa's most comfortable hero, period, at least in competitive play, and you get to let Rokane play the Infernus. It's a win-win. Yeah, Vindicta's going to be coming in and probably be going over to Vegas. I don't think that part is going to change, but now you wonder what Leffa's going to play, and while Wraith is still available, I do wonder, do you take Wraith and pair it with Infernus Yamato? It's pretty damage heavy, but the alternative here, Jason, is that Leffa plays Wraith otherwise, and they deny the Warden from hydration instead.
This is much better, I think. And also, I mean, 7's probably going to be picked by Hydra Nation for that, for Leffa. I think that's been like a go-to secondary for him.
So to just quickly run back to what you said about Slugfest, I don't really feel like he played it bad in that last game. Like Leffa was always at his garden. He was always at that staircase. I think the problem was there was no one in lane 3 that could gank him easily. There was no like guaranteed stun or lockdown. So you couldn't punish Leffa for the position that he was playing. So I don't want to like necessarily, you know, put anything negative towards his lucky. It was just kind of the team didn't set him up for success. But with the Infernus and the Warden picked up, I mean, this is already like a complete change around to Llama Lords, and it really forces Hydra Nation to like see how they can deal with this. I'm just hoping like for Llama Lords, Rokane could have a similar game to his Infernus that he had that took him a map up against Hydra Nation in Proving Grounds.
I think though, Jason, the thing that you have to remind everyone here that we haven't seen a whole lot in recent history is that Leffa is also an incredibly good Wraith player. Like, I think it's easy to forget because most of the time seen Leffa recently has been on, you know, as Dan mentioned, on 7 or on Infernus. Now, the Wraith comes back into play, and Leffa is also very, very scary on that. And in general, you think about overall power levels in the game, giving up Wraith I don't think is the absolute best idea. I get why it sort of transpired like this between both teams, but I think overall, I look at Hydra Nation's draft, and I'm a little bit scared for Llama Lords thus far.
Yeah, we'll probably get like the Ivy coming in for hydration, but you can pick that in the 6th slot because obviously they've already got their support, so they're not going to double up. So you don't have to worry about them like taking the Ivy at this point. So and so if Hydration's playing Ivy, who we left with? We've got DMB or Mirage, we've got Flick on Paradox, Vegas.
Dan, I think they're gonna go Mo actually. I think the last time Hydration was like Hero Pool got like Hydration went Mo and Krill. That's what I'm thinking. It's not possible that Ivy comes in, but I think it's way more likely with the hero pool here that we see the Hydration Mo. That's what I think.
Okay, it was Dynamo. So, but Mo is still likely for that 6th slot, unless it's for some reason stolen away. I don't think there's a world that they would do that. They've got Abrams and Warden, so you got 2 kind of tanky frontliners. What is a good choice here for Llama Lords? I'm trying to think what might work well for them here.
My brain is just
trying to
process on one brain cell right now.
I definitely don't think they're picking Lash. Okay, guys. I like that.
Now, is it going to be Mo for
tanky?
Is it going to be Mo for Hydra Nation? It isn't necessarily going to be Mo, but you take a look, they could use more in the front line. You think about what Hydration is likely to play. They also could do Lash, but I don't love them doing Lash. It would be kind of the old Hydration classic. Okay, they do go Ivy. Not even the Mo, so you're talking about that. And interestingly enough, I think it might be Quig on Ivy and Hydration on Dynamo. That's kind of how I feel this is going to play out. I don't think it's going to be Hydration on Ivy because I struggle to think of when I've seen Hydration on Ivy, but he has been on Dynamo every now and then.
He did play Ivy a lot before the nerf, before Ivy's started to get nerfed a bit. And I think he did quite a lot of innovation there with how he played it. He's very kind of active with it, like eating enemy jungle and stuff. But we did see Quig just playing Ivy in the previous map. So I think you're probably right that it's be Dynamo for Hydration. So I definitely feel like this is a much better lineup for Llama Lords to play against than what they had.
Well, Dan, any final thoughts? This is kind of a final thought there, but we're about to send you to the abyss as we head into what could be our final map here in North America. So, floor is yours for any.
Llama Lords have everything I think they need. All of the adjustments, I think, are really going to well serve them based off of how they lost the previous match. So, I hope that we will get a close one and maybe even a reversal.
Well, Jason, we're getting into it. It is going to be Hydration the Dynamo. So we figured it out in draft phase. We got it. But now as we took to the lanes here, going to be a slightly different approach here. A lot of heroes getting changed up between which team has them. What strikes out to you as we see the lane picture come into focus?
Well, what stands out to me is that you have Rokane now playing up against Leffa in lane 1. So it's not going to be Slugfest up against Leffa anymore. I'm actually wanting to see who Slugfest is going to be on this time. He will be on the Geist. Okay, so Geist up against Leffa. Actually, is that correct? Leffa's going to be on the Mirage?
I believe that's correct, unless production is wrong here. I mean, I guess it makes sense because you think about DMB's hero pool. There's a few ways it could have shaken out, but this doesn't surprise me that much.
Okay. Yeah. I was actually wondering if we would see Llama Lords actually go for the Mo and Krill themselves because it's such a... It allows you to go even pretty much with anyone in a solo lane if you just play him like semi-properly, right? Obviously, maybe Yamato is the one
hero that can punish him because he's a big beefy boy. But I was expecting maybe to see that come through, but we're gonna see how Slugfest is gonna play out in lane 4 up against Lefa still on the Mirage. And if he loses this lane as well, then it's kind of a skill difference, then not necessarily a hero difference between the two players.
Yeah, I think the solo lane between Infernus and Wraith is super interesting to watch. Also, what rotations happen where wouldn't be surprised to see either Dynamo or Ivy come over to try and tilt the scales. Realistically speaking, you have to keep a big eye on lane 2 to figure out what is going to go on in lane 1 in this game. But speaking of pressure right now, Naked's super low. They're diving Naked and get him. Vegas, quick punish, and now Ido has to run. And this has a domino effect here, Jason, too, where this is going to set Ido back in lane.
Yeah, and you don't want to have... I mean, we'll see how much of this CS he can get here, the amount of souls. He's still going to be down a decent amount, not to mention they're going to continue to be able to pressure him if they want to, as Naked's going to return back to lane. Also, we did see Young Calc look to soak into lane 1 a little bit, but he gets caught out on 97 HP, and he really has nowhere to go. Tries to go for the charge to hit onto someone. He does somehow avoid some bullets. Can someone just hit this man? He's on no HP! How the hell does Young Calc turn this around?
Because they didn't respect the ability to parry. Calc goes for the fake melee. They don't bite and go for the parry, and then they just go for the raw melee on the Calc, which Calc happily parries, Jason. I mean, look, credit to Calc for making that happen. I don't think that should have happened. It should have been his decision. But when the enemies made mistakes, Calc was more than willing to punish. Great comeback there from Calc.
That should not happen. No, that should just never happen, ZP. What the hell did he just do? I mean, we obviously saw him fight back after losing initially in the 1v1 up against Mirage in the last game. I mean, really showing he's a very strong Abrams player, pushed him to the limits. But dear Lord, that should never have happened. And Llama Lords, that is exactly what they needed. I can't imagine what the comms were like for Young Calc, just screaming, probably louder than I was. Hopefully not bursting the eardrums out of everyone on his team.
Yeah, he won the fight and then disrupted comms for about the next 10 seconds, all likelihood. Go, clip that. But yeah, looking here between the lanes, I'm looking at Ido here, and the damage from that early pickoff, it's kind of bad, not as bad as you would expect, 1.6 to around 2.1. But it's still kind of a warning sign, right? Because ideally you want your Yamato to get ahead and have a good game, and they're a step behind right now in lane 2.
Man, I'm sorry. I'm still just reeling from that. Like, that was insane. That was such a good play. We are going to see Young Calc get involved here over into lane 3, trying to push Vegas back down to 50 HP.
It's a nice
Not
rotating.
much happening off that. Yeah.
Kelvin's below on the flick, eating damage. Kelvin going to the back, dropping healing right in the middle, goes for the parry, and no! Flick says, not today. Finishes it off. At a hair's breadth, where that's one of those things where you kind of gamble and hope that you catch a quick melee with the parry, as well. Also, Vindicta gets run over by Calc, who is starting to look very fearsome this game now, Jason.
I mean, if we're talking about individuals, right, we keep mentioning Rokane was a big instrumental part into Llama Lords taking the first map up against Hydra Nation in the Proving Grounds. And right now, it might be Young Calc to be the one here in the second meeting. Nice little jump punch comes through out of Lefa, gets the kill, and this is lucky. And, well, now this is going to be something you have to keep an eye on here for Llama Lords. You cannot allow Slugfest to continue to get behind. You can't allow Lefa to continue to power up, more importantly.
Yeah, and it's also problematic, too, because trying the gank Mirage in lane is easier said than done. Tornado makes him one of the slippier heroes there, where unless you know Tornado is down, it's not really easy to get a full gank onto the Mirage. And at the same note, the Mirage can just stay in lane and continue being a bully the whole way through. So that's going to be a developing problem if Slugfest can't just kind of hit equilibrium on their own.
Well, they did swap, so they put Young Calc there now up against Lefa. So the Fed Abrams up against the Fed Mirage is going to be a decent way to deal with it. So balls in your court, Young Calc, or Young LeBron, whatever you want to be called here. See if you can potentially pull this one back and kind of really prevent Lefa from hitting the power spikes that we see him get every single time. But looking over at lane 1, there's a massive soul difference, like 700 souls between DMB and Rokane, and I'm kind of worried, actually, if this continues to snowball forward, especially whenever DMB starts to look for these fights with the telekinesis.
Well, at some point you need help. You need some form of rotational help coming in here. Instead, telekinesis in on the Infernos, but times the flame dash and is gone, Jason. The telekinesis will slowly follow. It's not without merit, though, for DMB. DMB is still going to get a period of extra tower pressure here, a little bit of extra room to get some CS before Rokane slowly walks back.
Yeah, trying to deny some souls here, too. We are going to see the rotation come through out of Lord. He does join in looking for a gank. Last stand is up. But he has to hope for the overcommitment to allow this to happen. In the meantime, we're still seeing pressure happen onto lane 3 during all this. There's a 3-man gank coming in out of Hydra Nation as Quick has rotated in. Naked will unfortunately fall yet again here. So, and Young Calc, you kind of pulled it back for your team once. Can you potentially do it again? As we did see the concussive combustion come in onto lane 1, not able to catch out onto DMB, unfortunately.
Naked was kind of riding the line on not having the burn frozen shelter there, and ended up rolling Snake Eyes. Gets bursted down without being in the shelter and full heal, which would have been the lesser of the two evils compared to full death. But now you look at the aggregate, it's still pretty close between both teams, 28k to 26k. Upsides for Llama Lords, Calc ahead of the curve. Downsides, DMB could be a real threat once you get a little bit more rotations here. As I said, DMB, they're getting chased down a little bit by Warden and Furnace, able to get away. Sizlucky gets to go in the Vegas, and Calc, if you're a little bit fed on Abrams, you can take space like this, Jason, and be a threat.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to note, too, because he's helping his other lanes quite a bit here to try to catch him back up, try to keep the pressure on, try to obviously limit the power up out of Hydra Nation. He's trying to help catch Sizlucky back up after the initial death in lane. And I kind of like this, but I do worry, like, if you start to do this too much, you fall behind in your own farm. And that lead that you did have, if you can't translate it into kills in other lanes, it becomes non-existent.
Well, even as you say that, right, you think about the lead Calc was at, and a lot of it has gone away in terms of the man-to-man comparison, right? He's at 5k, most of Hydra Nation is at 5k. And you're right, it was basically converting that lead into stabilization, you know, giving Sizlucky a chance to recover versus Lefa, for example. Telekinesis used here. You see DMB hiding behind the Guardian. Pressure still on. Lord goes down. And the rotation from Hydra Nation, enough to deal with that there, Jason.
Yeah, Quick comes in. It was a good use of telekinesis to keep himself alive. Sizlucky in the 1v1 up gets Lefa. Does dash to look to get away here, and that's going to be Naked coming from the side to help him out. A good bait comes through, and they do punish Lefa here. So Llama Lords, they might have been down, but they're not out just yet here as they're bouncing back across all the lanes as they have tied things up pretty much at 37k apiece.
You know, if it was a 1v1, Lefa would have won. However, not playing by those rules, Lefa lost, is what went on there. So the rotation was good. Lefa didn't see it coming. Now, though, you look at around lane 4, it's a little bit of a party here. Calc getting swapped, and
What?
Calc might bit off more than he can chew. Surely he can't do it again. Under pressure, assassinates down, and so is Calc as Lefa comes in from the side. Not going to be the Houdini of escape that time.
No, no way you're going to survive that one, unfortunately for him. But again, I do appreciate him trying to, as you said, I think you said perfectly, actually, taking his advantage and creating stabilization across the game for the rest of his teammates. But he has to be very careful here, as we do see now Kinesis coming in. It's going to catch out Rokane. And Davies looking to close this out, uses the card trick to get away, but still gets stunned up nonetheless. The damage isn't quite there just yet, but Ida will be off to the side. And I almost forgot Ida was in this game, to be honest, because he's just been so quiet so far since we all been focused on Young Calc.
Well, quiet no more. A little bit of damage on to the Dynamo here. Or Dynamo just using that half wall. The half wall actually really frustrating to fight against, especially when you have healing aura going on. Dynamo surprisingly tanky. Onto the split screen though. Lefa versus Kelvin. Here in the side, frozen shelter down, and this is an unfair fight and then some. No way Lefa's gonna survive that one. The 2-for-1 slam onto Lefa via the Geist and Kelvin. Good rotation once more, and they're showing that, you know what, maybe we don't let Lefa beat us.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the problems last game, remember? Like, it was Sizlucky left alone, and no one assisted him to deal with Lefa. And Lefa kept pushing. He had Flick come in on the Paradox to help him out, and they continued to push into that lane until they got the Walker. And speaking of, Flick gets the swap here over onto Naked. But the response to Lefa this time is, let's not let him get the 1v1. Let's just 2v1 him. Every time he gets cocky and gets aggressive, we get the gank, we get the kill, and we start to make something happen off of that.
When Llama Lords beat Hydra Nation in Proving Grounds, one of the maps they did on is because Rokane on Infernus got really, really far ahead. It was done from a Dynamo kind of setting Rokane up for kills, and it was around this point in the game. This time around, Jason, though, there's no Dynamo. But hold that thought, DMB, telekinesis on the Calc. Calc getting hit from both ends, and a singularity for good measure. Just throw all the ults to throw Calc back in the spawn.
Hey, I can't trash talk that. If they use Frozen Shelter to lock in Leffa for a kill, I'm not gonna knock them on using Singularity with Telekinesis either, because they might get punished off the back of this. We see Ido go in. They have no really ultimates here to stop this. DMB is gonna fall, and they're looking to chase this onto another kill. It's just gonna be Quig left alone, and he will go down to Rokane. And Llama Lords able to turn this quickly around here. I mean, the Urn is heading back towards the spawn. Potentially, they can look to turn this one in, but they're trying to apply some pressure as Hydra Nation's response is, well, let's push this lane for Walker.
Yeah, they would like to get even more walkers down if possible. Meanwhile, talking about push, Llama Lords, all congregating in lane 2 is a Llama Lords party. And right now it's being held directly at the walker. A little bit of assassinate damage on Ido. Not enough, though, to stop the walker from falling. They get the walker and they head out. They might even grab the double vault as a little bit of a bonus on the way out. It's not entirely clear.
I mean, last game, Llama Lords didn't have a flex slot till at least 16 minutes. I didn't even see if they eventually got one unlocked. And this time they're able to finally get themselves a flex slot, potentially a second on top of that. Just see, it looks like a teleport going to be coming in. Young Cow could head over towards lane 4 to get all this farm. And both teams really not caring too much about the Urn, but I can kind of understand, considering it's really not worth too much early on. It's really more of an opportunistic thing if you do get quite a few kills at this point. But then we also typically see mid boss being taken. Nice little turnaround, nice little pickup here out of Quig as well to get his teammate DMB out in safety.
DMB went for the quick pick, didn't fully get it. Instead, Ivy is the backup plan. Not a bad reaction at all. Ind on the rooftop, so you see damage on the Vegas. Vegas just canceling fight and getting out. Llama Lords looking pretty healthy across the board. Hydra Nation also able to heal up. Vegas taking a breather. 65k to 67k, Jason, incredibly even thus far. And you look at the Urn rotation here from Llama Lords. Looks like they're going to shove it in. And for Hydra Nation, they don't have Singularity up. They might have to let this go.
Exactly, and I think that's why we're seeing Llama Lords go for it. But the problem now is that, well, Flick pushed a Walker in lane 3. Left was pushing a Walker in lane 4. And your response for Llama Lords is to push a Walker in lane 1. We will see actually the teleport the Traveler used out of Leffa to regroup with his team here. So they're looking for a fight off the back. This Ido is not here, so they have to respect this. Llama Lords have to be careful, because if they lose a massive fight here, you sure as hell know they're going to lose mid boss too.
Ido's on the way, like the Riders of Rohan. Should be in the fight in a moment. Vegas, flight canceled. Not going to be as big of a threat in the fight. Ido unleashed, finds DMB, and it's Ido, Lord and M, in the middle of the fight. That is a super healthy Ido, cleaning up business. And you look here. Here's Leffa going, oh god, why did I travel into this fight? I did not want any of this. Massive game-changing fight here, Jason, from Llama Lords.
I mean, you go mid-boss off this surely, right? They have to deal with, obviously, lane 4 that's been pushed in towards their base Guardian.
No. The problem is, Jason, look where the fight took place. It took place deep on lane 1. I don't think you get to middle in time. That's the downside of winning a decisive fight and not doing it in 2 or 3.
Yeah, and obviously with Singularity up for Hydration, that could be a big turnaround. There's no real still potential other than the Singularity, and with Ido using the Shadow Transformation in the last fight, there's no chance to like guarantee it. So I can understand that. And they do get themselves an 11k soul lead off of this too. So a very perfectly timed fight to get themselves a massive advantage here. But quite surprised to see Hydra Nation. I mean, with the split pushing they've been doing, they've kept it pretty equalized in terms of flex slots. I mean, it's pretty much an exact mirror across the map between the two teams.
I think right now between the two teams, because DMB isn't outrageously farmed, and now you have some outliers like Ido who's looking scary, and even a tanky guy. Wait a second. The movement here from Calc. Okay, he holds off, but that was an incredibly fast-flying Abrams from the top.
He doesn't look like too big of a fast boy, but he is blue like Sonic. There's the telekinesis coming through. Not really doing enough damage, unfortunately, though. I mean, he eats, 1,400 damage. Eventually, Lord will fall with the help of Flick. And that's going to be another Walker going down. The response for Llama Lords is the exact same thing. Let's push lane 4 and look for a Walker ourselves off of this.
Walker for Walker. Leffa chosen to be the defense force here on lane 4. Pressure comes in, and
who caves first is the question. Okay, so it will be Hydra Nation to back away. I was going to say, because you could just have both these teams continue to push these lanes at this rate if no one's going to go back.
Calc might be caught. I think Flick's looking for it. Nope, not quite. You looked at the main map. There was a brief moment you go, you're near pit. Wait, hang on. The unstoppable, stopping the swap. That is one downside, is that later into the game, Abrams not quite the swap target, at least not after using Seismic Slam.
yeah, with Seismic Slam down, they're going to look towards mid, but Ido, yeah, as I was say, they still have Shadow Transformation to worry about. You can't necessarily just go for mid boss here. And they're going to be heading into it. So you're not going to have the stun out of Young Calc. You have to somehow hope that Ido can get in there. Maybe send Naked and Ido in towards us within the frozen shelter. Look for a quick kill and make something happen off of this. But I think they're just going to make the scream happen.
I see Geist.
And they're going to look for the fight off of this. Look to turn around. Hydra Nation already being down, looking to get themselves back in the game.
Look at this, onto the Geist, the Anvil, into the Telekinesis, Sizlucky down, and there's a Singularity, goes for the Rescue Singularity, a little bit of sneakiness there. Naked, falling in turn, Ido, still holding on to the Shadow Transformation, opportunities to turn around for Llama Lords, here comes Rocane, Concussive Combustion, over and in, Ido hanging on to the Shadow Transformation still. Lefa out of the fight early. Big source of damage gone. Ido looking for Quig. Shadow Transformation now in progress. Here we go. Where's the dive? Grapple. Over. In. Looking for Power Slash. Goes in. Too low. And again, get the rest of the finish here. Singularity. Or rather, you have the quick Quantum. Buying a little bit of time, and Ido gets bursted down. Really nice Quantum from Hydration. Buys just enough time, Jason, towards the end.
Hydration just saved that fight, that Quantum Entanglement, keeping those 2-3 players left up. Like, Ido was just had red in his eyes, looking for these kills, and Hydration turned this around. I mean, what can't Hydration play? I swear, I'm not shilling for him. I'm not his biggest fanboy. I know you guys in Twitch chat are, but man, he can play everything. And that single play out of him might have just saved the game here for Hydra Nation.
It was looking rough from Hydra Nation. As you say, Ido had the bloodlust going, but now instead, wait, are they looking to contest this? Or look at this. Orton M on the top, drops down. Surely this won't happen. Goes in, Ivy, stone form. And right now it's frozen out. Hydra Nation gets it.
I was so confused there. I'm like, okay, just drop it. There's no one else there, but they really wanted to confirm it. So now with mid boss done, Hydra Nation, a big swing in terms of souls, a big swing in terms of momentum. I mean, they have all the objectives down. Like, there's no walkers left, there's no guardians left. It's all about the base here as they're gonna look to attack Llama Lords and even turning in the urn at the same time to really push their lead to the limits and then come back and look to close this out 2-0.
Llama Lords was ahead for most of this game. They were up at one point, I think as much as 15 to 17k. The table is now completely turning, especially should this urn go the way of Hydra Nation. Llama Lords, in terms of ability contest here, it's not looking good. They're nowhere close. Should be a free urn in all senses of the word, and that's going to add about another 10k to Hydra Nation here. Difficult situation to find yourself in, down 20k just about at this point in the game.
Man, I'm thinking right now of, like, if this ends 2-0, who's the intel player of the match? Because you have Lefa in match 1, who was just a threat. Just existing in lane 4 was enough for him. And then this match, you have Hydration. That Quantum Entanglement pretty much just saving the map for them. It just completely turned this around. So, I don't know. DDK is going to have a hard time, I think, choosing who it's going to be going to. But obviously, jumping the gun. We're not there just quite yet. Hydra Nation still have to close out this game. And Llama Lords about 15k behind. I feel so bad because Young Calc had such a strong start in this game with that 1v2. It's translated into, you know, Ido getting up to 21k, Rocane getting up to 17k. But I don't know if it's going to translate into a map win for them for a map 3 in the series with that last fight that we had happen.
Rotation here right outside Llama Lord's territory. Quick swap and down onto Lord NM. Flick Surgical. And this is where the Rejuvenator push can be so scary here. You're up 1. You're not really too worried if someone gets picked off. You can be more aggressive in looking for shrines and also looking for the potential snowball to end the game. DMB, Telekinesis still up. He's out here, Jason, looking for victims. Sees Ido and says, yep, it's gonna be you. And forces out the Shadow Transformation at an inopportune time. Throws out the card. Shift. Forces out Vegas, though. Vegas in a rough spot, under pressure. You see it coming in. Vegas just barely able to rotate out. Lord NM, though, nearly back up now, Jason.
This is the perfect position for Hydra Nation. The fact that they're being the aggressors sets Hydration up for exactly when he wants to make the Singularity work. We can see teams starting to back away. They realize, okay, we might have overcommitted here. They got everyone back up. Let's just take this advantage and back away. Still sporting a pretty hefty lead, not to mention buff spawn on both sides, and they're going to secure both of them as the Rejuvenation will be falling off here in just a few seconds. So I respect it. They don't want to give Llama Lords a chance to get back into this one by committing to a fight that they're not necessarily going to win. Go back to farming these lanes, farm up your jungle, because you know what? You're going to come back even stronger here. So I respect the play.
Hydra Nation grabbing the urn. This time it'll have to go into territory that the Llama Lords control. And I do think Llama Lords are going to fight with everything they have should go there. But, you know, you talk about matches of the past and look at differences here. Rocane, last time they were on Infernus versus Hydra Nation back on Saturday, was grossly overfed and impossible to kill. Quite the opposite right now, Jason. 18k versus most of Hydra Nation being around 22k. So not the same level of threat at all.
Yeah, I will say this, though, in that match, I mean, they were running a Dynamo and a Lash as well, right? With the Infernus. That's the match you're referring to. There was a really good Singularity with a Death Slam combination, which I think helped turn things around in that match as well. Because they were knocking at the front door. Like, they were literally at the base Guardians, and they caught them with this, like, great little combo that allowed them to start pushing into, you know, Hydra Nation a little bit better. But I don't know. I feel like Hydra Nation, if we think about the history of NA, how often do they ever push to a map 3, or how often do they ever lose? And I feel like that loss must have shook them up, and they're like, okay, we need to start focusing. We need to start locking in, because we can't let the title of being the best team in North America slip away from us.
Well, yeah, I mean, you think back to last Fight Night where they got taken to 3, and then the next time up against Llama Lords, they actually straight up lose in 3. So, yeah, that's a wake-up call in all senses of the term. You look at the items here. A lot of Veil Walkers coming on in. Veil Walker, I think, up in popularity over time, but it also makes sense in Hydration when you're trying to be sneaky with Warpstone.
Man, if I'm Llama Lords, I'm like, I don't contest this. Young Cal might be getting caught out here. Nice rescue beam to get him away, but I don't feel like you can contest this urn turn-in when there's a max level telekinesis and a Singularity coming your way. I feel like you almost just die from that and you lose the game. So if they're going to engage us, they has to not be in that room. It has to be a little bit more of an open area to not allow Hydration to catch multiple players in that Singularity.
The indoor urn turn-ins are very, very good for Dynamo. There's just no other way of saying it. And yeah, even though you have things where, ooh, Yamato likes fighting up close and you have Shadow Transformation, well, what about the other 4 members of your team that might be caught in? And look at this. This is the sneaky stuff for Hydration coming up from an alternate angle. Urn turn-in now, being finessed around.
Someone has to deal with Leffa. He's just literally attacking your base. Someone from Llama Lords has to go in, which is why they're not committing to the turn-in. They realize someone has to go deal with this Mirage, and if you don't, he's just going to take so much of your base, so they can use this as like a little bait and switch. If they go for Leffa and they overcommit to him, they turn in the urn. If they don't, Leffa takes your base. This is the go time. Llama Lords have to make a decision.
They're in right now, and oh, the burst! Ido doesn't use Shadow Transformation in time. The Singularity now in from Hydration. They got 2 in there, 2 immediately cleaned up, 3 clean pickoffs onto Llama Lords. And Jason, this could be the end, and yet another championship here for Hydra Nation at Deadlock Fight Night. And Left never had to teleport, by the way.
Yeah,
Left is just like, I'm just gonna sit here.
He's just getting shrine after shrine. I mean, he's gonna look for a kill on this Lucky. He might be able to pull this one off. He should be able to, as he's gonna fall. And Left is like, I got this. I'm like 1v base. He's played a PvE game when this is all about PvP, looking for the second shrine and the transformation on the patron.
What is your job? I shoot shrine. Like, Leffa is no longer, you know, on the PvP realm, as you put it. But now, first stage patron getting absolutely demolished. Llama Lords, you just wonder, okay, Ido's going to be up, but they're not going to be at full strength even. They're going to be down both Calc and Sizlucky at the beginning of this. And Hydra Nation, they might not have Rejuve, but they're going to look for end here and now, Jason.
I would imagine so. I mean, there's no Singularity for Hydration, so there actually is a chance they might back away from this.
Yeah, they're being safe. They could have went for end, even with, you know, having a 6v4, but I think Hydra Nation at times like this, Jason, they're risk adverse.
I can respect it, honestly, and I will respect it. I choose to, because I really feel like, and I said this before, it was a big wake-up call. Dropping him after Llama Lords, then losing to Llama Lords, as you mentioned, like that was the biggest wake-up call ever for them, that they really start to have to improve because teams are catching up to them. And speaking of getting caught up, Leffa's going to get caught out here by Young Calc. He's looking to get away with the help of Tornado. They're actually going to be rushing straight into the enemy lines to where they could get caught, but there's no Singularity up, so this is the time to strike for Llama Lords.
It's really, really well timed, and you look at the health bars, it's a clean pick-off. Only Calc is a little bit low here. And now, if you're Llama Lords, you try and take advantage of confusion. You go for anyone you see on your screen right now. Any pick is a good pick. And Calc goes in. I think I might have just caught one with the charge. Gets hit here by Flick. Flick in danger. Concussive combustion right over the top. Rocane, hot pursuit on the Paradox. Sees his Lucky. A little bit creeping around. Seismic slam. Punch. Quig in danger. Calc on the hunt. And wait. Is Quig getting away? No. Quig caught another stagger.
Look at
Llama
Ido.
Lords, signs of life here. Here comes Ido. Shadow transformation, Jason. Here's a grapple. DMB at the crosshairs. Down he goes.
He's pretty much fighting by himself against 3 players, and with the dive in, Hydra Nation are now down 3 players. Leffa will respawn, yes. And what's the decision? Llama Lords, they're back away. They're going to go for mid boss here, and that might have been the turnaround. Catching Leffa to translate into 2 more kills after. Don't tell me Llama Lords are getting themselves back into this game.
Well, I gotta tell you, Jason, they just got themselves back into this game. Unbelievable hunger for those kills and chase down. But Hydra Nation,
no
they got the singularity. You got Hydration in over the top. He's looking, he's waiting. Are they gonna dive in to deny the rejuve? Hydration coming in from the side. In on the off angle, moves on in. Singularities are coming in. No, there's this frozen shelter first instead. Now, the Rejuvenator not able to grab. The singularity was used and it's stolen. Hydra Nation steal the rejuve. But Ido punishing 2. It's not over yet. Both teams bloodied. Hydra Nation down 4. Ido still alive. Lord NM still alive. Leffa running for his life. Jason, it's pandemonium.
Quig can be able to pick him up if they need to, but he obviously wants to get these kills. Nobody has the respawn. Completely slaps down Lord. The tornado going to be coming in to catch out Ido as well. He's going to fall, and they get the wipe. They're going to transform the patron. The respawns are coming in really quickly. Hydra Nation, they're going to get this one back for themselves. Don't tell me they're going to close this out off the mistake of mid-boss.
They're going to close it out, Jason. The mid-boss, they go for mid-boss when you have singularity on the table. One of the best anti-mid-boss ultimates in the game. And the spawn timers just do not map out right now for Llama Lords. They're in second stage patron. Hydra Nation going to collapse on top of it. No one is left to defend. Rocane just coming back up, but it is a gasp, Jason. Not one that'll be successful. Down goes Rocane, and Hydra Nation are your 7-time champions of North America here at Deadlock Fight Night.
ZP, I'm in a glass case of emotions, man. Like chat was saying GG's from before we had the turnaround happen with Llama Lords able to chase them down. Everyone is just confused on what to feel, what to believe on who won this game. But as we can see, as you said, 7 weeks in a row, but that game was teetering on a knife's edge that could have completely gone Llama Lords' way if that mid-boss fight played out slightly different.
Wow. Is all I have to say. The momentum was recaptured by Llama Lords, and look, they were still behind, so I understand wanting to go for mid-boss, but it's hard, Jason, when you're going up against a Dynamo locked, loaded, and ready to go. And you gotta give credit to the Hydration's approach, where Hydration, I think, let himself be seen on top. I might be wrong in that, but in the end, like, goes on a roundabout flank path, but still warp stones in at the right time to drop the singularity. And look, it wasn't just us watching the game. We got to bring back in DDK. Dan, you were losing your mind watching this. What are your thoughts on what we just witnessed?
Yeah, that was pretty wild. It's so gutting. It's so utterly gutting for Llama Lords to lose the game, because, like you said, there was that quantum play, that one quantum play. To be honest, though, that fight was not a good fight. Like, Ido had to go crazy and had to try to pursue and had to make good of the shadow form to try to convert, and he had 2 kills in front of him, and both were captured by the quantum. And that is so funny, because earlier, I think in the draft, ZPU were like, well, you know, like, quantum's like not as good as a cube, but like it can be impactful, and it like literally turned the game, because off of that they were able to mid boss, and obviously that's where the momentum shifted entirely. And these team wipes at the later stages of the game have massive soul shifts when you're able to do that. So you got to be so much more careful than you used to be. So yeah, oh god. Onto the third map, man.
I mean, we also we can't forget about, if you're talking about the quantum entanglement, right, as being like a big turnaround point. What about Young Calc and like the 1v2 that happened at the very beginning of the game on an Abrams with like 80 HP? Like there was so many individual great play moments in that match that honestly that comes down to being one of my like favorite series I've ever cast in Deadlock so far.
Yeah, I think the funniest part there too is like how magnanimous Calc was, where Calc got that advantage and didn't hoard the advantage. Instead, went around just sort of stabilizing the game, going like, I will give you a portion of my wealth and you a portion of my wealth, and you know, basically helped people get back into it, helped save the Sizz Lucky lane where Leffa was potentially going to get far ahead. It was actually really smart rotations from Calc after he got the advantage, because Calc's entire idea is like, I will now go everywhere, kind of abuse this timing window, and we're going to even out this game. And he did.
Basically Robin Hood.
I love that you brought up Calc, because I think that he made so many impactful plays getting the team back into the game, especially when there was that first mid-boss issue where it wasn't a huge commit off of Hydra Nation off of it, but there was a moment where young Calc was able to engage in some fights and get the initiations going to start getting clean pickoffs for the team, and those are really impactful. So man, yeah, I was thinking in my mind that young Calc could be, if they take the 3 maps, maybe young Calc could be someone for the MVP, but I don't know when we're going to switch over to the MVP screen.
Now,
but I
you call for it, man. All on you.
All right.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, there you go.
The Intel MVP of the series, of the finals, is of course going to be Hydration. And I think Hydration, obviously, he's always immaculate no matter what he's playing. He got the Warden in the first map, and it just the thing is that when Hydration owns people with the Warden, it's no longer as impressive because you just expect it. And every single game, he's going to have the most souls. And it doesn't matter what else is happening, despite the fact that all of his teammates are on crazy comfort picks. Hydration is still going to out-farm everybody, as well as having a massive impact in all of the fights, as Warden is destined to have. And then going into the following map, of course, just showing again on a hero that we don't see very commonly from him, with the Dynamo making some very key plays. And there's a huge amount of pressure with Dynamo, especially when these games go late, to land singularities. It's not very easy to do. And this is a moment where 2 players get saved by the Quantum Entanglement, and it just bought enough time to save those players, and then Ido goes down, and it's reverse snowballs, and then everyone dies for Llama Lords, and then the mid-boss is the prize, which turned the game. This was the game-turning moment, and if this hadn't happened, if that Quantum Entanglement hadn't happened, Ido likely gets those 2 kills, and Llama Lords are likely coming away either even or ahead, and if they are ahead, they're getting the mid-boss, and they're probably winning the game. So, most impactful play for sure.
We called the Quantum in the moment, and I'm happy we did, but even seeing on replay, Jason, I look at that, and that was even more unreal and even more close than I realized during the call. Just the timing could not have been more ideal, and the takeaway could not have been more severe with its impact on the game. And man, Quantum, just best ability that Dynamo has at times, just so incredibly game-changing.
Just ridiculous, honestly. That, to have one play like that on... normally when you talk about Dynamo having a game-changing play, it's, he had to pull off a great singularity, but the Quantum Entanglement being the thing that actually did it for him and his team was just ridiculous. And it makes me wonder, what can't Hydration play? Not to shill out too much for him, but to take a look here at the match stats as well. Flick, highest player damage on a Paradox. What? How does this always happen for him? When I play Paradox, I can barely do any damage, but every single time we see him, he's always up there number 1, number 2 for his team.
Yeah, and it's not a surprise at this point, I feel like, for me, because we're just seeing Flick always going huge. Obviously, I think what's interesting to me here is how little damage we see, obviously, on the other side. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit inflated due to the fact that they started to get steamrolled right at the end. But at the same time, I think it proves also that a lot of the fights that they were winning in the early to mid game were really well set up team fights that kind of included everybody. We didn't necessarily have one player popping off massively. Everyone was just doing their job. And overall, I felt massive props to Llama Lords for coming together with way better synergy than the previous map in that respect.
Yeah, and man, I look at here, and I will say this in terms of damage stats. We get a lot of info off it. On one hand, we go, oh my goodness, the overperformance of Flick. But also you saw the Calc damage there looking low. But clearly, every bit of damage that Calc did was super impactful. So you can't always look at the damage stats and be like, well, this was who was good and who wasn't. Because if you did, then you would go, well, what did Calc do that game? But the eye test and the actual burst damage, CC, big moments evaluation was Calc was all over the place in the very best of ways for most of the game.
You know what, ZP and Dan, I feel like we need to take a look here at the domination that Hydra Nation has put out here in the Deadlock Fight Night, because we said 7 weeks, and we can see here, out of the 7 weeks, they dropped 1 map, a true testament to how strong they are as a team here in North America. Just insane stuff that one team's been able to go undefeated 7 times in a row. I'm almost imagining we're gonna be halfway through 2025, and it's be Hydra Nation for the 38th time. One team is eventually gonna surpass them here in DFN.
Also, you talk about this, they're also a living team in North America, where I don't believe Cat Girls and Friends is a team anymore. Of course, it used to be Naked that was on that team, and that team is dispersed. I'm not even sure if Bottom Barrel is a team anymore. I might be wrong, but I think they might have dispersed. Yeah, Unknown Omens also split up from what I heard. I'm not sure where Pass is at nowadays, but I mean, they're not breaking up because they lost to Hydra Nation, but Hydra Nation is a rock of stability, so to speak, whereas the other teams have, they disperse in North America. They don't last the way that they do in EU, generally speaking.
Yeah, really impressive. But again, we talked about at the beginning of the show too, that we're starting to have more of a cemented roster, at least with Llama Lords, and there is some more stability. So given the fact that they are able to play quite closely to Hydra Nation, and given how stacked Hydra Nation actually is, it's definitely encouraging for the future of the North American tournaments as we progress. And I'm pretty excited because the level in EU is also rising up. We're getting better games every single week.
Yeah, and I think across both regions, really, we're seeing the level of play continually evolve. I'd say even for North America, where, look, if we've given them crap about the NA special, right, where we've memed about it, Seagull on the stream, and just, it almost has an entire bit just dedicated to laughing at North America, where you have, like, everyone just dive into a lane. We didn't actually see that today for the North American games. Like, the rotations made a lot more sense. They were more conservative. We didn't see teams devolve into a brawl, right? So it's getting better, guys. Like, the level of play is getting better. It's more precise, and we're seeing cooler stuff week in and week out now. It's been really awesome to see evolve.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's been good to see NA start to catch up and to start to have more close competitive matches, because it's definitely felt like EU's been the region to watch, and NA, I'm excited to see where they go here in the next months.
Same. I don't think I have anything else to add except thank you very much to Intel, and thank you to all of the subscribers, all of you for supporting the show. It is awesome because it's just getting better all the time, and I can't wait to just keep doing it with all of you guys.
All right, well, that does bring us to the end of the night. Thank you so much, Aaron, for tuning in. This, of course, is Deadlock Fight Night, and we'll see you all next time.